woke up every morning just trying to build a life. Welded steel and honest work kept his head down through the fight. They took his land, they took his name. They laughed while he went broke, till the only thing he had left was a Komatsu. And with that, he would bring the smoke. He spent 3 days and 3 nights behind a welding mask, turning yellow iron into something no one could get past. No speeches, no goodbye notes, no final grand manifesto. Just the sound of steel on steel and a heart that said, "Let's go!" He rolled out of the shop like a storm no one could see coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he came down the street. And for one single day, no one could stop the beast. They threw everything they had at him, bullets, bombs, and prayers. But he just kept on rolling like he didn't even care. Every building that fell before him felt the weight of what he'd lost. One man against the system, and the system paid the cost. They called him crazy when the smoke finally cleared. Said the man had lost his mind, that he'd gone too far, that's clear. But the ones who knew him best just stood there with a quiet respect for the man who fought the system till there was nothing left. He rolled out of the shop like a storm no one could see coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he came down the street. And for one single day, no one could stop the beast. He tore through the town like a judgment long overdue. No barricades or plans they made could stop him from getting through. And as if blessed by God's own righteous fury, no innocents would get hurt. The guilty reaped the whirlwind and got their just desserts. Years go by and people still talk about the man in the machine, the one who finally said enough when the system got too mean. Some see a madman, some see a saint who finally broke free. But everybody knows what it's like when you can't breathe. He rolled out of the shop like a storm nobody saw coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he rolled down the street. For one single day, the common man could not be beat. darkness without a name. Like the black thing from forgotten tales, it rolled across the stars and veils, enforcing wonder, uniform shade, crushing every spark that disobeyed. It made its home where laughter reigned, twisted joy into chains of shame, to Pandora's of the modern age. So we quit, and Anita Sarkeesian lifted the lid of the forbidden jar, unleashed false accusations.
Hey, we're here. Okay.
Innocent soul was crushed and torn, driven to the final.
Shut up. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Okay, cool. Love.
This is the first stand for the light we built with our own two hands. This is the first stand. We are the gatekeepers of gamer. We held the line.
All right, so let's go ahead and stop the music. And so I was actually interested in this. This is Joe Rogan with Caleb Hammer, and I actually like Caleb Hammer, like being an economic, nerd that I am. So I wanted to see this. So let's see how it goes. Even though he's kind of like more business and like financial management, like I'm still an econ nerd, and even though they're completely separate, he still kind of understands it in a lot of ways that I appreciate. So let's see what he has to say.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Okay, cool. Thanks, dude.
Train by day, Joe
So we're gonna
Rogan
watch this Joe
podcast
Rogan.
by
We're gonna
day.
comment on this, see how this goes. So we got some other stuff lined up, but today we're building models,
Very nice to meet you.
and that's what we're doing. Maybe even talking about my harrowing dog experience, where my dog actually like saved me and my kid's life. But might wait till other people get on or ask about that, because that sounds like fun, and I kind of want to tell the tale just because I want my dog to get popular. Because my dog is my hero right now. Let's be honest. Like, that's just what it is. My dog is my hero. She's my little hero. She saved me from a dog attack, and she took the bite instead, and it's been good. I really love her.
Very sensible person, and you deal with a lot of very unsensible people. How do you fucking keep your shit together when you talk to these people? We tell everybody you're a finance guy, and did you start out in debt and then figured out how to get your shit together?
Yeah, exactly. I was in college doing all the stupid American things, right? So you got that unlimited student loan debt for a bullshit degree. I was going for music composition. So complete bullshit degree.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Maxing out every credit card. One of the first pieces of financial advice I got at 18 from the parents, max out a credit card to get the piano I wanted. So that's
Oh, my God. His parents told... Wow.
smart.
Your parents gave you
Yeah,
that
it's just the average American experience. You just max out a credit card. I don't know if your parents taught you anything about personal finances, but
No.
most don't.
Mine didn't.
It's
Mine
bad.
didn't.
So I was just maxing out every
My
credit
parents
card,
taught
like
me nothing.
everyone that comes on the show, like every American out there. We got $1.6 trillion in credit card debt in this country, by the way.
Woo.
Crazy amount. Defaults are to like 7%, which is insane. 7% of credit cards defaulting.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That is really nuts.
Yeah,
Almost
it's
1
crazy.
out of 10 default.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. But we have more auto loan debt in this country than credit cards too. Which is even crazier because Americans, they're big pickup trucks and everything. But either way, I was doing that. Got my Nissan Altima and, thinking I was sick driving around and going into debt for that, family debt, everything. It was brutal, but it was the average American life. That's what people are going through every single day. And I
School
finally got a
doesn't
wake-up
teach you
call.
anything,
I was sitting in my shitty apartment that I could barely afford, and I realized the life I wanted to live just could not be sustained this way. I wanted to be a homeowner. It's the American dream. Pick a fence, all that shit.
Yep.
But there's no way to do it with maxed out credit cards, private student loans, public student loans, everything. It was a mess. So got a sales job, just started grinding it out, paying off the debt, fully funded emergency fund. And that's what I try to teach people now. But, again, the average American is kind of an idiot with money, which is fair.
Well, they're not
our system.
informed, which is one of the things I think your content really helps, because a lot of people don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Like, you're in debt. Like, how the fuck do I get out of this? And a lot of people, they know are in debt, so they don't have good advice. They're not going to get it from their parents, right? So they have to turn to somebody. And a lot of times, like, financial people online are very stiff, and they're not enjoyable to listen to. But you talk shit, and you're very vocal, and it's like, okay, I get this guy. I can relate to him.
Yeah.
Tell me what to do. So there's a lot of folks out there that
entertaining.
connect with you because of that, I think.
Yeah, they call us the Jerry Springer of finance.
Jerry Springer of finance. It's accurate
I take the
as
ownership.
hell.
They meant it as a dig at first, but I take it because it's fun.
Yeah.
People don't go into financial topics because
They're not
it's
fun.
boring. Why are you clicking on a video of a dude just like sitting at the camera, just like, you know, IRAs or this? No one's gonna get into that.
Right.
Personal finance class, like 40% of states, which is almost 40 states out of the 50 states, require a personal finance class now, which is big progress over the last decade. But I mean, I was a piece of shit in high school. I'm sleeping through that class.
Right.
I'm not gonna listen to things there. I could barely pass math. School is just boring, so people still aren't gonna pick it up there. They want something a little more interesting to get into, and we give them that with the roasts, the dramas, the relationship stuff. Couples episodes are my favorite because there's always financial stresses in relationship, and I don't know if that actually gets people into personal finances.
All right, good. More
That's the
power
best.
to it, right?
That's the best because we get millions of views per episode on all platforms.
It's kind of it's kind of a crime that they're not
I gotta fix this bit.
explaining to people when they're young and in high school how this could be a problem. They're trying to set you up for life, but they're not setting you up for one of the biggest problems that most people face. Credit card debt, and the big one, student loan debt, because that's the one you can't get away from. And there's a lot of people that are just going, well, I guess I have to go to college. And look, higher education's great. It's good to be educated. It's good to get an education.
Yeah.
But if you're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars for an education that you aren't going to use at all, that might not be the best thing for you. And when you're fucking 18, you really don't know. You know?
Yeah.
You don't know what you want to do.
Your
you know?
parents don't know anything either.
No, they might be retarded. You might have idiot parents.
Well, no, the average parent in America is go to any college to get any degree and borrow whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Because college is the answer to all.
Because it used to be.
Yeah.
There used to be the way that you got a good paying job. You get out of college and, hey, you've got a degree. Oh, you got your master's. Well, you're, where are you going to live? Where are you going to buy a house? Like, you're going to be set. Well, what they don't tell you is that you are going to be saddled down with insane amounts of debt, and then that debt compounds. It keeps going. So, like, I was reading this thing. I mean, you can tell me about what the actual numbers are, but they were talking about the
This is why
average
usury
actual
used to be
debt
illegal,
that
dude.
you owed, but what you wind up paying, what you actually wind up paying over the 20 years that it takes you to pay it off.
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
It's substantially higher than the initial loan.
Part of it is laziness too. People get on like that 20-year payment plan or 40-year payment plan because they want to spend a little bit, you know, just a little bit less right
Yeah.
now. Because, I mean, it makes sense. You get out of college, you want to get an apartment, you want to live it up, you want to go on nice dates and trips, all that good stuff. So you do the little minimum monthly payment. But I mean, think about it. I assume you have a mortgage, right? Do you have a mortgage?
Yeah.
Okay. If you took that 30-year mortgage, but you're like, okay, I want to pay a smaller amount now, so let's stretch it to 60 years. The interest and overall payment you're going to do is insane.
Right.
So the student loan, a public student loan, it's actually a 10-year payment. That's the standard. It's a 10-year payment. You'll be done in 10. But people stretch it to 20 years. The repayment assistance under Trump, the RAP plan, that
RAP?
can
I
be as
haven't heard
little as
anything about this.
1% of your income on a monthly basis. That'll never be paid off.
Never.
Those people will have it forever.
Forever.
It'll be forgiven in 40 years, it says. We'll see, because, you know, it's new. But when people are doing that, they're going to have it forever. It's going to balloon, and then they're going to complain about it when they chose not to just take the standard 10-year plan.
I saw an article about people with Social Security. So they're retired, and their Social Security money is getting docked. It's getting docked because they're taking money out of that to pay for your student loans.
Yeah. I mean,
That obviously didn't work out for you because you're literally in debt from that student loan while you're retired from life, which is fucking wild.
It is,
Oh,
but I'll
wow.
be candid. I'm starting to not have sympathy for the boomers.
I got a
I'm really
notification,
not.
but I don't know from where.
Best job
so
market
whatever.
ever. Best stock market in the history of the world. Every single boomer, Gen X, whatever, that's been on my show, they lived it up and spent all their money to live the lifestyle they wanted, and they didn't even set 10% aside a month. 10% aside. They had the best housing market, college, jobs. They were set up for everything. If they just put 5 to 10% a month aside in the stock market that they had, they would be multimillionaires. Most of them would be multimillionaires. But instead, we're in a situation where
I want a new BMW.
yeah, they
Yeah.
can't pay their student loans, Social Security,
Yeah.
2033. That's when the funds dry, so payments get cut by
Is it really that
25%. Yeah.
2033 is when the funds dry up for Social Security.
Yeah, the actual fund that's sitting there. So every dollar that goes out is money that's coming in. That's projected 2033.
Well, we have to pay for transgender migrants. It's really important. Some of them have back pain. They need to be on Social Security forever.
Hey, what's up, Valor? How's it going, dude? Yeah,
Yeah.
see, this is another part of the problem. It's like, honestly, I don't care if you're transgender. Just leave the fucking kids alone, and also don't expect me to pay for your surgery. You do it out of your pocket, right? And that's my compromise. And you don't want to see what my not compromise looks like.
We just had a clip go viral 2 days ago. Transgender woman, Colorado.
I saw the video.
Yeah, taxpayer-funded boobs, so that's nice.
The way you explained it, or the way she explained it, was hilarious. You know, like something about how her body's priceless. So, like, how much do they cost? They're free.
Yeah, I can't blame her, though. I mean, the program's there, right?
Of course.
So I'd take it if I wanted some new tits.
Of course.
But it's crazy that we are. And, of course, when we filmed it was like 2 days after I wrote a $4 million, income tax check, whatever, to the federal government.
Right, and
So
you're thinking about this, like, where's that money go?
it's going to tits, not funding.
What's the
proper-
drama I'm painting, Valor? Oh, I guess you didn't hear about it. Yesterday, I didn't stream or anything yesterday because I was recovering. I was out walking my 1.5-year-old in a stroller with my dog. And it was a last-second decision to take my dog. But as I passed by some house, some neighbor of mine had a hole in their gate or whatever. And their pit bull ran out the gate and I guess was trying to attack me, but my dog got between us and instead fought back and attacked the dog while the dog was attacking her. And so I had punched the dog in the face. I looked at me like, what was that? And my dog backed off because there was a second dog that was still in the fence that hadn't gotten out yet. And I was replaying it back in my head and I realized I didn't know what happened to my dog. But I realized that she circled back to go protect my kid. She was behind me. After I hit the dog, she just assumed I was going to deal with that threat and went and immediately went to go protect my kid from the other dog, which I think is great because what I wound up doing is pulling my gun, putting the safety off and pointing it right at the dog. And I was backing up and the dog started to come at me. I was about to pull the trigger and end that dog. And the owner came out on the patio or something and started calling their dog back, and it ran back into the gate. But literally, that dog was a second and a half away from making a fatal mistake. If that. I was ready. It was I'd gotten distance. I'd separated my kid, and I was walking backwards, and yeah. So that whole thing actually happened. Yeah. So we called the cops, made a report. I told them I even drew my gun and everything. And the dog said I acted, better than they would have. They said they would have just shot the dog. But, yeah, so that's what happened. And so, yeah, it was kind of crazy. And then I came home and I was ridiculously calm and stuff. And my wife knew something was wrong because I was acting really calm. It was a pit bull. It was 2 pit bulls, I think. And so, and that's why it was locked onto my dog. When I looked down, because I didn't even know what was going on until I heard my dog squeal in pain, and I looked down and it was locked on my dog. So I just punched it in the face, and it looked up at me. It was like, what the fuck was that? Like, yeah, so that actually happened yesterday. That was a thing that literally happened. And yeah, so
Social Security.
Well, we were talking before about how Gavin Newsom wouldn't do your podcast.
Yes.
But it's probably because, like, that kind of debt, when you think about, like, California's debt and California's spending and the waste and potential fraud, I look at it like a garbage dump. Like someone saying, hey, go look into that garbage dump and clean it up. I'm like, oh, it's too much. And I think that's how most people look at it. They look at it like, what, 24 billion's missing for the homeless? How much money went to that rail? That fucking high-speed rail? Like, billions of dollars later, there's nothing done? Like, what are you doing?
Which is insane because America, the leader of the world, should have incredible high-speed rail.
Yeah.
I want it. I want to go to Dallas, Houston in a couple hours on a high-speed rail. Maybe Texas could do it, but just give California anything and they'll find a way to mess it up and lose all the money.
Well, this is like, the rail one is crazy because, like, nothing's, but how much have they spent on the high-speed rail so far? It's something bonkers.
It's billions.
Like some insane amount of money, and nothing's been done.
Yeah,
and
so
there's this guy
that's what
on
happened.
YouTube. Do you remember the guy
yeah,
on YouTube,
I don't even
Jamie?
think they've broken ground, and I think they've spent several, like 20 billion plus on it, and they haven't even broken ground. And I think it's been over 20 years too. I remember, like, I was a kid in high school, and they were talking about that shit.
On Instagram, rather. The guy was on Instagram who says in the same amount of time that it took California to not do that, this is what China's done. And it just over and over and over again, all the miles of high-speed rail they put in, all the this, all of that, all, like, for the same amount of money that California spent, this is what could have been done. And it's
crazy.
Fucking nuts.
Brightline's private.
Spent an order of mid-teens of billions. Mid-teens so far on the high-speed rail, roughly around $14 to $16 billion as of the mid-2020s.
Got a puff with some SC2.
Done,
Okay, cool, dude.
How much of that rail's done?
Well, some of it is actually getting close to done, I think.
Oh my God, amazing.
To what? Bakersfield to...
Completed, I guess.
Yeah. How much is completed? 14 feet.
Wow.
Very little.
119 miles are under active construction.
Oh, 119 miles. Madera near Bakersfield are under active construction. What a great way to spend $14 billion. I bet the homeless people are pissed. You could have spent that money on us.
And then once it's done, you'll get on the train. You'll have fare evaders, people that just jumped over that are doing drugs on the train.
Check this out, I asked a question.
If you were 25 in 1990, you made an average U.S. salary for 40 years, saving 5 to 10% per month, and the S&P 500, how much would they have now? They would have around $2 to $5 million, depending on exact assumptions.
Starting with $21,000 salary.
That's
Shit.
insane. Like, this is hard for me to... And we have the best disposable income in the history of the world.
This is how crazy inflation is. The average salary in 1990 was $21,000.
It's crazy.
Isn't that nuts? You imagine if someone told you had to live off $21,000 today? You'd be like, oh, fuck.
And yet, even still, they could retire multimillionaires. Even still, even with that. It's beautiful.
That is nuts if you know how to do it. But how would someone start doing something like that?
Honestly, low-cost index funds. I'm sure you got a money guy, but for the average American, there's these target date retirement funds. So Fidelity or whatever you want to use, they have... Essentially, just pick, like, within the 5 years that you think you're going to retire, you just buy into that, and it balances it for you. It goes more aggressive now and just more conservative by the time you retire. It's so easy. There's no reason most people, like, aren't doing it. Even in their 401k where it's free money matches and everything. It doesn't really make sense.
So did you have to teach yourself all this stuff?
I mean, I'll be honest, pretty much any personal finance book or just like, not even a class, just watch like a couple YouTubers, the dry YouTubers that maybe no one's watching. And I mean, you'll get it like this. It's super simple, that kind of stuff. It gets a little harder if you're thinking like, what kind of perfect insurances do I need? You know, if you're trying to individually stock trade. You know what scares me though? People in our position right now, people under 30, 60% of them are doing their portfolio trades based on the podcasters they're listening to. That's what's scary to me.
What? Really?
Yeah, 60%.
Which podcasts are giving them advice?
Any
Fleet on
personal
us.
finance.
Well, to be fair,
even on, like, Kick
if they're
or,
under 30,
Twitch, there's streamers.
if they're under 30 watching, you know, personal finance, then they're probably on the right track regardless of who they're listening to. I mean, probably.
I'll log on in the morning, just see who's streaming, and some of the top viewed people are day traders.
Really?
With like 25,000 concurrent viewers that are getting hundreds of thousands of views a day.
Okay, so the Kick streamers that are doing finance, are they just essentially like letting people know what they're trading and what to trade?
Exactly. It's crazy.
Oh,
so they're
you
following
could
along.
basically just mirror them. Mm-hmm. So you could say, okay, buy BlackRock, whoa, and you could whatever you want to buy, whatever they're doing, you'll do, like sort of like the Pelosi stock trader.
Yes, which
That's
I
a good
bought
one.
into the Pelosi fund.
Yeah,
It's doing really well.
I bet it is.
Yeah, I only put $1,000 in there. I was a little scared, but it's doing really well. It's beating my own money, guys. So, I mean,
It's kind of hilarious.
she knows what she's doing, or people knows what she's doing.
Yeah, someone knows something. Yeah, they know something. It's crazy that it's legal. It's
Yeah.
crazy that you could know, oh, we're going to do this big deal with AI chips. And so NVIDIA makes AI chips. I'm just going to buy a shit ton of
Yes.
NVIDIA stock. And then, boom, we pass this thing. Hey, look at that, 500% increase. Whee!
I think my thousand's up like 20 or 30% in just a couple months. It's crazy. It's crazy. S&P 500, what he searched up, averages 10% a year. So it's crazy.
It is nuts. What and like, what are the laws? It's like you can clearly follow her, but
Are they enforced? That's the question.
what are the laws in terms of like what she's allowed to do? Like, how much information is she allowed to have?
Yeah. Well, that's what's hard to track, right? The insider trading's hard to track. They're getting into that shit with Kalshi now.
Right.
You know, some of the people that were in the operation for Maduro in Venezuela, they're getting in trouble. George Santos, you know George. Did you ever have George Santos?
No, but he's
Okay.
hilarious.
Yes, he's hilarious. But big investigation just opened up
Whoopsies.
yesterday or
Oh,
today.
no, he just got a pardon for something else.
He bet on he went on Instagram or
Poly
something,
Market.
and he was like, "Hey guys, I'm gonna 100% be at the State of the Union. 100%, I'm gonna be there. Here's my seat." And then he immediately bet that he will not be at the State of the Union. Yeah. So 4 people close to him have been working with the FTC on that.
Oh my God, he's retarded.
Yeah.
That's so
After
dumb.
a pardon and everything.
That's so dumb, bro. You got free. And you're fun. You should just do a podcast. That guy should,
Yes.
he could make millions doing a podcast.
Yeah. He's been on other podcasts. He's good.
He would be great.
He's a sassy gay. He's perfect for the camera.
Sassy, fun, smart, talks a lot of shit. He would be great as a host of a podcast. Don't fucking do scams like that.
Yeah, insider trading. So I guess that's his future now.
We
But-
had was it Poly Market? What was it? Where they had odds on things that we do and what we're gonna say, what guests we're gonna have on.
Probably both of them. Probably both of them. I'll look into.
We looked. I said, Jamie, shut that fucking laptop and do not open that website ever again, because like you could do it, like we could.
I
rig
kind of
it.
want to.
But anybody could.
I'm not going to, but I kind of want to bet that I would be on here.
Right. Like, what are the odds? Like, you could probably bet a substantial amount of money through some fucking offshore account.
Yeah.
This episode is brought to you by Simply Safe. One thing you
We're
probably
gonna let
don't
the
think
ads
about
play.
when you're planning the perfect summer getaway is protecting your home.
Actually, no, we're not.
But if disaster strikes, you want to be prepared. There's no safe. Like, what is pull up the Santos case, find out what's happening. I'm fascinated by that.
I mean, honestly, it's today's the second. I guess it was yesterday. He
Yeah,
was
it's brand
contacted by NPR, and
He's
his
contacted by
response
NPR?
Was like, it's news to me.
He said it's news to
There you
him.
go. Reached by NPR.
Well, that's news to me. When asked about the insider trading probe underway, this activity on Kalshi, Santos said, "I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no." On the NPR question whether he had a Kalshi account, he went on to say the co-founder of Kalshi, Luana Lopez Lara, is a fellow Brazilian whom he personally knows. He said he would call her to get to the bottom whether an investigation had been launched. Santos promised to update NPR on how the call went. He did not respond to NPR's follow-up messages. The thing is, like, he had some crazy background discrepancies that, they deviated from the truth slightly, right? There was some other stuff. It wasn't just this. Like, that's what the guy does.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, he's in this amazing position. He's got a name. He's famous. People like him. He's fun. And he got a fucking pardon from the president.
It's crazy.
Like, bro, straight and narrow.
Yeah.
Get yourself a podcast. Get yourself a YouTube show. You would make some real money. He would make some real money.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't even know who George Santos is, if I'm being honest.
I think he's just trying to get rich
It
quick.
sounds like it was
Let's
a
see.
troll.
Jamie put it into perplexity. It
I hope
says
he didn't
built much of his public persona on false claims about his biography, finances, and identity, and later also faced criminal charges tied to deception and fraud. Damn. He falsely claimed degrees from Baruch, is that how you say it?
Oh, that's not good.
Baruch College in New York and NYU, even though, even saying he graduated summa cum laude, although he has no college degree. He said he worked at Goldman Sachs and Citigroup. Both firms reported no record of him as an employee. Finance and career, Santos portrayed himself as a seasoned Wall Street financier and successful businessman, reporting a rapid jump in income and large loans to his campaign, while journalists found big gaps and unclear sources of wealth. He claimed Jewish heritage and that his grandparents were Holocaust refugees, later backing off, saying he was Jew-ish. After his maternal family background, not actually Jewish. He also made disputed statements about being a landlord with a family real estate portfolio,
so it's sounding
and about
like
his mother's
this
death
dude's
being
just
related to
making jokes
9/11,
all the time.
although she died in 2016.
That's crazy. What a king. I love him.
There's a bunch more.
Yeah, it sounds like
Animal
he's just
rescue
a
claims.
troll,
He
dude.
said he founded a nonprofit that rescued 2,500 cats and dogs, but reporters found no records of such an organization. Cultural and lifestyle claims. A Brazilian drag performer shared photos of Santos in drag. He initially denied ever doing drag and later minimized it as just dressing up for a festival when he was young. That's a funny dude. He's a funny dude.
Back to jail.
He's either absolutely insane or
He's
just a troll.
fucked. He was sentenced to 87 months in prison for wire fraud and aggravated identity theft, with officials describing his conduct as a mountain of lies,
that's not
theft,
good
and
either.
fraud.
Holy shit.
His short house tenure ended with expulsion after an ethics report detailed misuse of campaign funds, including personal luxury spending. Fucking dude, you could have been in jail for 87 months, and you got out. And you blew it all on a bet. Like, how much did he
That's not
make
good.
off the bet?
I don't think.
It's very fresh, this story.
Yeah.
I heard it on the news this morning.
Homie.
I don't think it said specifically how much, because it was more about what he did. So I don't think they tracked his account. Kalshi, I don't think they've announced like how much he bet on it.
And that is hard to trace, which is why I think he did it.
Right.
I mean, those platforms are hard to trace. I think Polymarket, I think they're specifically like even just in crypto on the back end.
Oh, really?
If I'm not mistaken, or in those similar kind of exchanges. So, like, it's hard to track. So it's a good place to insider trade, and he made some money. But I think I listen.
All right, look, give me just a second. I won't be gone very long. I'm just gonna get myself a drink. Thirsty.
They sat us down in senior year and dimmed the classroom lights. Put on that famous movie, said the end is near, alright. Al Gore stood tall upon the screen with graphs that couldn't fail, while something in my stomach said this fairy tale smelled stale. I raised my hand, a timid soul, and asked a simple question. The silence hit like winter wind and froze the whole damn session. The teacher sighed, the students glared like I had lost my mind for daring to ask questions about the gospel they assigned. Oh, it was an inconvenient truth. A most convenient load of you know what. They scared us good in high school seats. Woo! While the prophets cashed their checks and flew in private fleets. They swore the snow on Kilimanjaro soon would disappear. They swore the Arctic ice would vanish any year. They swore the ocean ocean soon would swallow every coastal town. But 20 years have come and gone, and the ice is still around. The Valu cry, we're sinking fast at the United Nations Hall, while the coral reefs were harvested and sold off, one and all. The islands didn't vanish, they just kept on standing tall. But the fear kept flowing freely, and the money flowed with all. The science was settled, they shout with righteous fire, while the data kept on screaming that the models were a liar. They dodge and weave and lecture like it was some kind of game, and heaven help the child who dared to ask again. They'll never say they're sorry, they'll never face the cost. They just move the goalposts and the grift goes marching on. The fear has long since faded, but the money's flowing still, like royalties from terror that they peddled with such skill. Now they found a brand new monster, shiny, bright, new artificial intelligence. It's gonna end us all, it's true. They scream, we need more power, more rules, more chains in place, while they attack the ones who build it, trying to take us all to space. Digital IDs, their latest plea to seal our future tight, to finally close the vice and keep the future out of sight. The mild little cancel culture from the days of old has grown into a monster that will demand total control. Oh, it was an inconvenient truth. A most convenient load of you-know-what. They scared us once, they'll scare us twice. It's the same old grift, and the price is always choice.
All right, I'm back. We're here. All right. We're good. I made myself some iced coffee. All right. Oh.
He woke up every morning just trying to build a life.
On the news this morning, it said 4 people close to him reported him, though. So, yeah.
Well, when you're that kind of a fraudster, allegedly, and that kind of a liar, allegedly, you tend to not have close friends that you could trust. You probably fuck those guys over, too.
Yeah.
If they're turning him in, allegedly. I think it's funny, though, because it's really unfortunate, because he had a real opportunity.
Like
he became a public person.
Maybe he still does. Maybe he'll get another pardon.
No.
Who knows?
I doubt it. I doubt he'll give him a pardon for
I
that.
don't know why I got the first one.
He'd probably be so mad if Trump got a phone call from him asking for a second pardon.
Why did he get the first one? Do you know?
I have no idea. Let's find out. Let's ask.
Well, why he got the pardon?
Yeah, why did he get pardoned? There's a lot of people that got pardoned where you're like, wait, what?
Yeah.
The Biden thing was nuts, where they pardoned more people than ever, any president ever. And how much of it was done with the auto pen? So he's literally like barely there, right? We all agree at this point. I mean, there used to be dispute. Oh, yeah, it was a stutter. We all now say he was barely there. So someone else was doing that. So what's the legality of that? What is the legality of selling pardons?
And the preemptive pardons, too.
Oh, those are nuts.
Yeah.
How about for crimes that just don't exist?
Yeah.
You're not accused of anything. What'd you do? He did not receive a pardon. His prison sentence was commuted by President Donald Trump, which let him out of prison early but left his convictions in place. Interesting. In October of 2025, Trump signed a commutation with for former Representative George Santos, ordering his immediate release from federal prison, where he was serving a roughly 7-year sentence for fraud and identity theft. Commutation shortens or eliminates the punishment, but does not erase the conviction or declare the person innocent, unlike a full pardon. Trump said Santos had been horribly mistreated and had spent long periods in solitary confinement, which Trump framed as too harsh for a rogue politician compared with others. Commentators widely interpret the move as fitting Trump's pattern of granting clemency to political allies and loyalists rather than based on traditional justice system criteria. I mean, look, it's a weird thing that you could do. The fact that you're the president and you could just say, what did you do? You robbed a bank? You're sorry. Get free. Meanwhile, if you don't know the president, you're in the bank forever. Like, that is a crazy loophole that still exists that makes no logical sense whatsoever.
Yeah, you just help people around you, or your kids, whatever it is.
Or a friend of a friend.
Yeah.
Or
Donation.
somebody hooks you up, and you know them, and their cousin needs a thing, and there's a guy, and maybe he did it, maybe he didn't. But you can get him out.
I mean, I'd pardon a lot of people if I was
I would pardon a fuckload of people.
Yeah, I get it.
Well, on this show, we've done a lot of work with my friend Josh Dubin, who used to work with the Innocent Project, and now he works with the Ike Perlmutter Center for Legal Justice or Criminal Justice. So it's all people that are wrongly convicted, and there's a shit ton of them. And you find out that there's these rogue politicians, or rather prosecutors, these rogue prosecutors and rogue DAs and rogue cops that just have fucking dozens and dozens of bullshit convictions where they fucking hid evidence. They absolutely knew the person that they arrested was the wrong person. They don't care. They just want a conviction. They don't care. They lose their ability to give a fuck whether or not the person that's in jail is actually guilty of that crime, and they justify it in their head, well, he was a drug dealer, or he was a this, or he was a that, and he fucked off his whole life. We're better off with him being in jail. Let me go to Morton's and have a steak.
You take that, and then you compare it with like every violent crime that has happened in Austin this year are people that have been repeat criminals just let loose.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, so locking up people that don't deserve it, and then a guy off a 360 here in Austin killed his family.
Yeah, like it's just these repeat offenders are being it's anarcho-tyranny is what it is. Like, you're just letting the criminals wander free, and you're holding the people who do minor crimes that you have to look for in the first place to account.
He was let out a couple times before.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. That's a different thing. You know, so you got both things, right? You have these very liberal DAs who are letting people go if they think that they're, you know, from a protected class, or if they think they've experienced racism or they've experienced some sort of an unjust situation as a youth and they need a second chance and the system is racist, and so you let them loose. But you've got people that, you know, like the guy that pushed someone in front of the train in New York City had been arrested over a dozen times. Like, the fuck are you doing? And there's some kind of crazy statistic, particularly about New York City, that something like 50% of all the crimes are by a very small number of people.
Oh, yeah.
A very small number of repeat people. And if those people were in jail, literally crime, you could half violent crime, half robberies. Half.
Yeah.
50%.
It's crazy. I saw some people do an analysis of like the kind of content and news we were getting in 2015 by people that I watched and liked, like the Vlog Brothers and stuff on YouTube, where everything was about the prison industrial complex, which I'm not saying is not a thing. It's certainly, there's definitely issues for sure. But it was about how, you know, we have the highest prison population and stuff. And again, these aren't untrue things, but it started putting out all this unchallenged information about how we are too critical in this country and too punishing. And then what you started to see after that was the politicians like the DA here or the DA in San Francisco coming around the 2020 stuff after the George Floyd situation and everything, where all of a sudden it was beyond soft on crime, like beyond, where they could do any amount of property damage that they wanted in San Francisco and just no challenges. Or the DA in Chicago that raised, I think, the theft for felony threshold from like $50 to $500 or something. It was something crazy. So all that information,
I think it was $900.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah.
All that information that we were all consuming was just unchallenged. And all you had was like a boomer on Fox News just yelling. That was like the only challenge to that kind of information that was coming around 2015. And I was a fan of that information. I ate it alive. And then now we're facing the consequences of it.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
Well, it's also, you find out that there's sort of a dark element to it all. And there's people like George Soros and the Open Society Foundation. And what they do is they invest their money in politicians. They invest their money in DAs, and they get like the most liberal, the most, you know, progressive, the one who's going to do the most damage to the city in terms of crime. And then he funds the next guy to compete against him who's further left. And they just go further and further and further until you've got people like the guy they got rid of in Los Angeles that, you know, was just violent crimes. This guy pulled a knife on a sheriff who was trying to attack a sheriff with a knife, and then they let him out, and then he hacked up some guy with his kids with a fucking machete in Malibu or in Santa Monica, wherever it was. It's like you hear these stories and you're like, this is fucking insane.
And why is this being allowed to happen? Like, because it's obviously being allowed to happen.
When someone's a violent criminal and they commit violent crimes, they need to go to jail. And if you don't do that, you're going to encourage people to do violent crimes. So why are these prosecutors doing this? Why are these DAs doing this? Are they doing it because they want to? Do they want society to fail? Well, some of them do. Some of them actually do. They would like our civilization to fall. They think America is evil.
Interesting. That's interesting.
Elon's deep into it, man. I've had conversations with him about it, and he explains the way Soros does it, and that it's a great investment because, like, to invest in politicians in terms of, like, to spend money on a campaign for the president, it's a lot of money. Spend money on a campaign for becoming the governor, that's a lot of money. But a local DA, not that much money. And for a great return on your investment, you can fucking tank a city by having one insane DA. Like, who was the guy in L.A. they got rid of? Was it Garza? Was that what his name? This guy was fucking out there. I mean, he was releasing all kinds of crazy criminals. And you're like, why would you do that? And there was a podcast that I was listening to where there was a former gang leader who was leaving Los Angeles because he was saying it's getting too dangerous and they're about to release thousands of people from prison because the prisons are overcrowded, so they're releasing thousands and thousands of violent offenders, and he was sounding the alarm for it. Former gang leader. He's like, this is too hot. We got to get out of here. Like
That's the primary reason I'm against the things like all the funding for the train in California, specifically because I actually really I'm a big advocate for public infrastructure and even like dense living. Like I love when you visit a place that is like dense and really cool, lots of community. I love that. We can't do that because we have these people that just let the violent criminals out. They let people hop fares in San Francisco and smoke meth on the train. I want trains. I wish Austin had an incredible subway system. We can't if we keep letting out these horrible people that'll be everywhere. These people with mental health issues that we won't put in a place that is more humane than letting them sleep on the street. We'll let them crash at the anytime me and my girl, we drive past a bus stop and we're just like, we would never ride a bus here.
right.
Because just I've seen people light up a meth pipe on South Lamar at a bus stop, and there's just people that are just sleeping there, and you can't even wait for a bus. I want these nice things. We can have these nice things, but we can't if we just let people overrun them.
So what do you think if you had to put on your tinfoil hat and really try to make an assessment of like
I'm gonna ask him if it's on
why
purpose
this
or
is
not. Like,
happening?
if is this coordinated or intentional? I think is what he's gonna get at.
Like, why are they allowing this? Why hasn't no one done what is the sensible thing? Protect the peaceful, tax-paying, kind, and compassionate people of the city from violent criminals. Why are you allowing these people to continually be released? Why are you so soft on crime? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Well, honestly, definitely not as deep as Musk is on this, but for me, I really think this is political capture. When you get in those ecosystems now online, you can get on TikTok and it'll immediately figure out within 3 minutes what group to put you in, and then you hear no other perspective.
Right.
And we know young generations, especially young women, they've moved more politically extreme than any other generation in the history of the United States. And they've moved to the left, left, right, I don't care, but they've moved to the extreme version. And when you're politically captured, you then vote for the people that are more politically captured on that left, and there is a lot of that moral masturbation that comes with it. It sounds good.
Yeah.
We had all that information around 2015, 2020 that anyone that's going to prison is, just for having weed or anything like that, we're just evil as a society.
Right.
And when you get that and you start moral masturbating about everything, it sounds right. Like things like rent control, it sounds good.
Right.
It sounds like the moral thing to do. Not just putting people in prison.
Yeah, I have a whole song about rent control called the gentrification equation, because rent control causes the gentrification that the left hates so much.
For a long time sounds nice. Not kicking people off the street when they're homeless, it sounds nice. Not doing those sweeps, it sounds nice.
Yeah.
And people that are politically captured online, especially in our algorithms, it's just so brutal, and they just vote for that on repeat because they hear no alternative perspective. And even still, it's so politically captured now where it's like, if you disagree with 1%, you're a Nazi and you're get out of here, you're not one of us.
Right.
It's pretty brutal. I always considered myself like pretty left of center, actually. I'm probably more centrist now. Economically,
Sorry,
I've moved a
let me
little
fix
to the
this.
right over the past few years, but compared to the people surrounding me in college that were definitely like far left, because music school and all that stuff, but they were still algorithmically captured, I was borderline like a Nazi because I just didn't agree with everything.
Yeah.
Maybe the taxes shouldn't fund tits.
Right.
I'm sorry if I'm a Nazi for that. Like, we have too much bloat.
I think you're absolutely correct about the political capture, but I think it's also manipulated, and that still doesn't account for who's funding the DA campaigns. And the fact that Soros does get involved in these kind of things, and not just him, but others as well.
Do you think he truly believes in it, though? Like, this is the right thing. Like,
Well,
we have a
he's-
prison issue.
No, I don't think so. I think he banks on it. He's made money off of collapsing societies. It's like he's of interesting character. He seems like completely immune to the consequences, like spiritually, of what he does.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
It's a flaw of mine, I guess. I just assume the worst until I see the best. So
That's not a flaw. That's you're a good person.
well, it's fucked me over a lot of times. But like, I mean, I just assume that even if I disagree with them politically, they think it actually has a positive outcome.
Yeah.
I want to think that.
I used to. I think now more they want to pretend that they think it's going to have a positive outcome because it justifies what they're doing. And then it also, I think with politicians, it's really a self-serving thing. They just know that people are politically captured, so they say the things that the politician, like, listen, Gavin Newsom in any other world could easily be a Republican, okay? If we were living in the 1990s, he might have been. Like, this is nonsense. Like, his perspectives on things is about personal gain. It's about his campaign and his image, and that's why when he addresses any of the issues with California, he always goes into this pre-planned speech about we're the biggest tech sector, we're number 4 in the world, and the world economy. He starts moving his hands around. He's got a little fucking voodoo dance he does, because it's not really about addressing the situation. It's about framing it in a very positive way so that he looks good, so that he moves forward. And that's what he wants to do.
And you're starting to see him come closer to center now, being opposed to the billionaire tax and other things like that in California.
Because they're fucking leaving.
They're leaving, but a lot of the, everyone running for governor on the left was okay with the billionaire tax, but since he's going to be eyeing for president, he needs to be a little more sane. And I mean, pretty much every independent report says yes, it'll capture tens of billions quickly, but it'll lose hundreds of billions over the long term because the wealth that you tax on a yearly basis is just leaving.
It's not just that. It's a slippery slope. It might start with billionaires. It'll work its way down. It'll work its way down to thousandaires.
Yeah, taxes
especially as the
They
billionaires
always do.
leave.
As soon as and also they have the ability to change the goalposts once the bill gets passed. The bill gets passed. They don't have to have you vote on who gets taxed more, and we can just decide. Like Bernie Sanders used to rail against millionaires. It always used to be millionaires. All these millionaires, that's the problem. They're not paying and now it's billionaires. Why? Because Bernie's a millionaire now. It's adorable. It's adorable in its transparency. But like these fucking kids don't understand. Like there's a giant number of kids today that come out of the university system that think that communism is the solution. They genuinely believe in it.
Yeah,
it's very scary. Because you're literally saying, first of all, how does that get enforced? How do you think it gets enforced? How does it work? Who tells the people that they have to give up their money and their property? The fucking government. And then who's holding the military and the property? The government. Oh, so the people with the guns? Oh, so you want a military dictatorship, essentially, to be able to control all the finances, who owns a home, who owns a farm, where the food comes from. You think that's a good idea?
It's never worked. I don't know why they're for it.
Ever. There's not even a mildly decent version of it out there that you can go, well, they're not as good as us, but it's not too bad.
I'll give them some credit. I'll give them a little bit of grace. Sure, I think they're a little retarded, but I'll give them some grace. A lot of times when you ask them, those people that come out of college, what communism is, they think it's like Scandinavia.
Okay.
And socialism, that's how they define it. Not like very literal. And those aren't socialist countries anyway. All their programs are funded on capitalism. It's taxed through the income that's earned on capitalism. So I'll give them that grace. But no, it is true that many people are viewing communism in general as more favorable.
Yeah.
And we know college is also very politically captured. It's very politically captured.
That's the danger. The danger is children
try
getting
being a conservative and getting an A in your classes.
What the reality of the world is, like right out of school, by people who don't live in the world. That's what's so fucked. Like these people that are teaching, they've essentially gone from being a student to working in a university to being a professor. That's their entire life. And they're telling you about the outside world. They're literally prisoners who are telling you about things that are going on in places where they never go and never visit. Like you're not living in the real world. Like your concepts about socialism and communism that you're teaching these kids, like you don't live in the real world. You didn't start a business. You don't get fired by one company and hired by another, and you're trying to build your own small business. You're not doing that. You're just teaching concepts and ideas, which most people that have done those things, that have jobs, that have started business, think are fucking ridiculous and don't work and have never worked anywhere in human history. And yet that's how you're employed to shape young minds. That's crazy.
They've looked at some universities.
I'm glad to see Rogan getting so hyped up over this. He's
doing
right.
pollings on different departments.
I guess it's safe to lean a little more right, huh?
Because
it's really funny if you think about it. Like I'm pointing this out, right? Like, Caleb is the left of center person in this interview. Like, Joe Rogan is actually kind of like putting his right-wing opinions out there right now. Joe Rogan used to be very left-wing, and he's got somebody who's kind of probably maybe even a little left of him now on the stream, and he's just like popping off with the right-wing commentary, which is great. Good for him. He's waking up, but you know, it would have been nice if he was here a couple of years ago.
Democrats and one registered Republican. Which, again, I don't think there's anything wrong with having a left-wing position or viewpoint. I'm not saying that at all. Again, I agree with a lot on the left. But when something where you're spending 4 years has that ratio, it's going to get overwhelming in terms of the information you get without any alternative perspective.
Right.
Actually, I was in college, again, in music school, and this was the amount of just craziness that I was around. Even though I'm have those left-wing social positions, I'm vehemently against that woke shit, because when I was there, we had a visiting professor talking about music. She played a piece of music, and she was like, okay, give me your feedback. I just want honest feedback on this. And I was, I didn't really like it. And I was like, to me, I can't really describe it, but it's a little weird. Then I had to listen to a 10-minute lecture about how the word weird has been used for colonialism and slavery and imprisoning people and murdering people of color and people who have transitioned and stuff. Because I said the word weird. It's politically captured.
Yeah.
And there was... No one would speak up against that. No one would speak up against that. I don't know if there were other normal people around me, other professors that didn't believe what she was saying, but no one was willing to, because you'd be ostracized.
Right.
You'd be fucked. You wouldn't have friends there.
Exactly.
So when the ratio is something like 500 to 1 in certain departments, you're never going to get an alternative viewpoint. So it makes sense that it gets more extreme. Yeah. It doesn't even have to be 50-50, but 500 to 1 is crazy. 200 to 1 is crazy. Even 50 to 1.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it's something. You need to have alternative perspectives from respected people. They need to be able to communicate with each other. That's what the real diversity is all about. It's not just like where your fucking ancestors came from. Mm-hmm. It's also diversity of thought, and which is crazy that the people that are really into diversity reject completely diversity of thought. And this idea that no one who is more to the right of you could possibly have a point is insane. Now, I'm with you socially. I'm very liberal. Financially, I agree with you. I tend to swing more to the right because I believe in human nature. My problem with the concept of socialism, it goes against human nature. People, if you're going to punish people who are ambitious and reward people who are not, that's not good. That's just not good for human nature. It rewards laziness. It rewards people that feel entitled. Mm-hmm. It rewards this idea that the government, that they should pay, that these rich people should pay because they've done well. Well, why aren't you doing well is a question that doesn't get asked to these people.
Well, the question of taxes is getting completely turned on its head anyway. I've never been opposed to paying more in taxes if it went to something good. Right. But people are no longer proposing it to go to good things when you see it advocated online. Now it's that person has a lot of money, let's take some.
Well, yes, exactly. And it's also very abstract. Like, they should pay their fair share. Shouldn't we figure out where the fucking money's going first? When you have thousands and thousands of NGOs, you have all these billions moving around in very mysterious ways. You're not concerned with that, but instead you want to take money from this guy who's got this giant penthouse, like that Ken Griffin thing, where Mamdani's standing in front of it like, look,
yes, it's crazy.
This guy has a $250 million. You're doxing his fucking house.
Crazy. Which is stupid, because now he's just going to take all the wealth from New York and go down to Miami.
I know, but it's a weird thing where some of these, Democrat socialist mayors, they don't seem to think that that's a problem. Like that lady in Seattle is like, well, if they leave, goodbye.
Okay, I actually like Mandami as a person. I really dislike the lady in Seattle as a person. She seems like a bad person. Just laughing at people leaving, laughing at wealth leaving, laughing at jobs leaving. They're not even leaving Washington. They're going to Bellevue. They're going across the river where Microsoft and everyone's building new campuses. They're leaving Seattle and she's laughing at it. They have the second highest downtown office vacancy in the country and she's laughing at it. That's not a good person.
Well, she's also never had a job. Yeah. Which is crazy. Imagine your first job, you're the head of a fucking city.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, then you end up with that, and now people are leaving. And
The
Who would've
Mamdani
thought?
thing is also interesting because one of the things he said recently is that if they have bad landlords, they might take the house. Have you seen that?
Yeah, it's
Which is like, okay, communism. You're going to
Basically.
capture real estate. The farm is spending it's too much money for a tomato. We're going to take over the farm. Like, this is North Korea. This is how it started. Give us your farm. We'll feed everybody. Oh, great.
Yeah, I'd love to
How'd
see
that
that
work out?
survive the courts, but
No.
it's a crazy idea that we're even there. And of course, those bad landlords that we're talking about, they're usually like rent-controlled units where they can't bring in enough money to even maintain the units.
Right.
So then the units fall. I mean, the percentage of units, I don't know, you can look up the exact number, but that are just sitting empty because there's not enough money to put into them just to bring them up to date is crazy. This is the most populated city in the country. People need places to live, and we have a system right now where people can't even bring units to rent up to date for people to live in. So there's like 10% of rent-controlled units or something that are not rent-controlled, but it's brutal. It's an absolute brutal system. It's performative in the end.
There's also this weird thing that goes on in New York City with really expensive apartments where people buy them and never live in them because it's just a
Yes.
place to put your money.
Which
And-
we do too. We do that overseas in Europe.
Oh, do we?
Yeah. American billion. I mean, billionaires all over the world do that because real estate's just a good protective asset. It's a good
Right.
way to preserve. But no, I mean, it makes sense. And places like Texas have banned people from China doing that. But it makes sense from a wealth preservation standpoint.
I'm
but
sorry, I should
it's
probably
shitty
hit
for the
myself when I'm
residents of the
burping my
city.
back.
So, I mean, I think
just
it'd
drank
be
a
fair
bunch
for
of that
them to
coffee.
outlaw that if they wanted to.
So-
Kevin
Real
O'Leary's
fast.
counter perspective, though, have you heard his?
No.
So on that, and I don't know if I agree with it, but it's worth considering, is that, okay, but they're there, they buy it, they don't go there, so they're not using any public services.
Right.
But they pay the property taxes into the public services, so they're just a net contributor.
Well, that does make sense.
Yeah, but it is also a place that someone could live that no one is living, so.
Right, but when you're talking about these $100 million apartments, like the Ken Griffin spot, like,
Yeah.
guess what? You're never going to live there.
Yeah, and they
Shut the
wouldn't have
fuck up.
built it if they couldn't sell it to people like him anyway.
Exactly.
So-
That's the whole reason why they invested in the property in the first place. I mean,
Yeah.
there's that one that I was looking at. They built this kooky fucking tower that's like a popsicle stick. Have you ever seen that one? And it's waving in the wind now, and it makes
Yes.
weird noises, and no one wants to live in it.
Uh-huh. I think some glass falls from it too, right? Yeah.
really?
I think so. The one right off Central Park?
Glass
Right.
falls? I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's happened a few times.
I don't know. I watched a video on it. The video was essentially talking about like the engineering that was involved in making sure this thing anchors to the ground. And you would think you have to worry about this big thing that's really, and then you would worry about sinking, right? Well, actually, they worry about it lifting because the wind is slowly rocking it back and forth, so it's fucking coming out of the ground.
And then the people will just buy there and not even live there. Wealth preservation.
Well,
So it works.
I think they're having a hard time selling spots because I
Probably.
think people were probably. I would look at that. I go, I'm not going to be able to sell this.
Yeah.
Like, so if you do buy into it, you might be stuck with it.
No, absolutely. I'm, again, down to pay more in taxes. But like you said, there is the fear of, like, where's the money going? What scares me, I want to have Mr. Marco Rubio, if he ever sees this and runs for president on my show, the Pentagon hasn't passed an audit in years. Even that alone.
They're working on it.
They're working on it for years, for
Never
going up
passed-
to a decade.
They've never passed a budget. Never passed an audit.
It's crazy. Like, that alone. I mean,
know.
that alone. And I know military is still, it's, what is it, 10 to 20% of the federal budget, so it's a smaller percentage, but the fastest growing category of the federal budget is interest payments on our debt. That's the fastest growing category in the federal budget. If that's the case, why are we allowing the Pentagon to not pass an audit? We're going to raise defense spending to $1 trillion a year, but it can't pass an audit? I want good defense. I want broad defense. I want a lot of benefits for our soldiers.
Yeah.
It has to pass an audit.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. I mean, exactly what we're talking about. Like, we're in favor of paying taxes. It'd be great if everything was nice. The schools were great. The streets were clean. But when you know that there's so much waste and there's so much fraud, and then all they're saying is we need to make people pay their share. To pay it to where? Where's
Yeah.
it going? Who's benefiting from it? You know, when you see the $24 billion that was spent on the homeless in California, it's like, you don't have any knowledge of where that money went? You can't audit it? This is bananas. That's so much fucking money. And not only has it not been effective, it's been the opposite of effective. The homelessness increased during that time.
Yeah.
So you spent all that money, and more people are homeless now than when you started.
It's performative. It sounds good. It sounds good. It's all performative.
It's
That's
also
what I hate
jobs.
about politics.
It's jobs. There's so
Yes.
many people that have jobs in nonprofits, and they make an extraordinary amount of money.
Well, that's why they should look to Houston. Instead of nonprofits, it's one central city-run organization, and they've actually decreased homelessness with like a 10% of the budget per homeless person than LA. But LA has all the network. For every little corner of the homeless services, it's a network of different nonprofits and organizations. So it doesn't work. The city program, one central city program, did it in Houston, and it's actually been working.
How do they do it? What are they doing differently?
Well, instead of these different organizations that all have these different incentives to maintain the jobs, like you said, and not even report certain data, this is a city organization actually held responsible by the people, by the voters, by the city council. This is one place where the money goes. It's not these endless nonprofit jobs. The incentives are just misaligned across the board.
Yeah.
And I'm glad he's talking about that.
interesting that there are
Incentive structure
examples of cities
is
that
the
have done it
most
well.
important factor in
And
economics. It really is. If you're incentivizing people to have bad economic behavior, you're going to get bad economic results.
Austin had a real problem in 2020, and they did a great job in cleaning it up a little bit. But it's a small city,
Yeah.
relatively.
Still pretty rough downtown, though.
It gets rough. Listen, man, I have a club on 6th Street.
I know. I go there all the time, and I almost get shanked. It's scary.
Join later when you're off.
It's
Okay.
wild. I think, though, that once you get in, it's kind of exciting. Like, whoo, we made it. It adds to the
Yeah.
show.
I was I put my parents in a hotel. We went to the rooftop patio, and it overlooked the alley right behind 6th Street. I don't know if it was the other side of the road or not, but the alleys are scary there.
Oh, yeah.
It's brutal. It looks something out of like a Batman movie from the 90s or 80s. I can't believe it's actually allowed. And it's not, and they say it's sympathetic. They say it's sympathetic and nice to it. I don't know how that's considered any more nice than any kind of, gosh, forced rehabilitation seems brutal, but the mental health places,
Yeah.
I know they weren't great before Reagan tanked that.
It's
I know
better than a fucking alley.
Exactly, it's better than an alley.
Yeah, it's better than an alley. And there's another weird thing about 6th Street is that 6th Street is like this booming, like bars and music and comedy. And it's crazy and it's loud and everybody's drinking. One block over is a homeless shelter.
Yeah.
So you got all these people that are drug addicts and trying to stay clean.
Oh my God.
Drinker,
Right.
like that's the other thing. You can't do drugs and stay there, so people will just surround it. They surround the outside area and they have their tents laid out there. Not anymore. They kind of pulled the tents up, but you see those people there all the time. But imagine you're trying to stay clean and you're.
So we're going to have to watch this. We got to watch the Skybrows drop. We're going to watch the Skybrows drop. Oh my God, this is so cool. So we're going to watch this. Because I'm really excited about this. All right, let's watch this. The Brick of Mormon. This is going to be great. All right, let's give it a shoot. Let's hide this for right now. Just while we look at this.
I'm walking a thin line on a slack line, reading warning signs as a flat line. Got a claim form in a backline and a story changing by the halftime. I say I didn't do like wind do. If it ain't true, then I walk through every interview, got a bend to every memory, got an edit menu. R2D2 unto others, swearing on my Mormon mother. There's no bigger layer lover, but I keep her undercover. I ain't greedy, I'm protective. From a certain point perspective, every fact is more subjective. When the shelf looks so collectible, more and more men call me shady, call me litigation crazy. Call me maybe, call me daily, just don't call the feds Ben, maybe. Got a bad feeling, that's tradition. Got a mission and a superstition. Got a witness with a contradiction. got a lawyer, so that's permission. No castle run, I simply squander. I don't hide, the truth just wanders. I don't lie, I merely launder your questions, non-responder. Jedi mind trick, mind a fib, and certain facts have gone missing. Certain boxes gone fishing, certain cameras.
This is a bop, dude. I love the wordplay.
Return the Lego. I say why so black and white though life's a spectrum. Let the force flow. Finders keepers, that's my life code. A faithful millennium falconist, brick acquisition specialist, plastic preservation archivist, part-time amateur escapologist.
Oh my god, the wordplay.
I pray for shelf space allocation, searching for divine confirmation for collected grade valuation. The force awoke inside my heart near the vintage Lego part. Some call that the darkest start. I call that a brand new start. I say, look, let's be objective. The collection looked neglected. I was simply redirected by a higher force directed. Walking a thin line on a slack line. Every headline turns to backfire. Every fact check fuels the tire fire. Every witness suddenly retires. Got more spins than a lightsaber. Every month the tale gets stranger. Every statement shape changes later, like a legally distinct changeling vapor. Swearing on my Mormon mother, blaming one thing then another. Every brother backs a brother till someone calls an undercover. I would never stoop to theft. I merely shifted assets left. You say my morals are bereft. Let's leave the matter unaddressed, like Joseph.
Let's leave the matter unaddressed.
On this shaggy bro. Reckless spin, do not pass go. Send you straight to Mexico. The force is strong with my collection. The source is wrong on inspection. Foreign forces, divine protection. Stacking bricks of misdirection. Walking a thin line on a slack line. My tiny planet stars shine. Castle waiting in the skyline. Fly my falcon through the divine. If the kingdom's everlasting, ooh, and celestial worlds of fasting, ooh, why you still busy asking where I keep those boxes basking? Never let go, never let go. That's the motto, that's the tempo. If the force says no, then maybe. If it says stop, then move it slowly. R2D2 unto others, swearing on my Mormon mother. There's no bigger layer lover, but I keep her undercover.
Brock doesn't understand Lego. That's funny. Okay, cool. Well, we just make sure you like. We gotta like and comment if you can. I didn't mean to like my own post. Sorry. Oops. Didn't realize I did that. I meant to like his. Okay, cool. We did that. We're gonna close this off. We'll move on. It's amazing.
A block away from madness.
It's crazy.
It's the dumbest place to put them. Put them in the fucking country. Like you see squirrels and hear birds chirp. Why are you putting them right there?
That's where I park when I go to a show. When
Right
I
next
go
to
to
the
a
homeless
show
people?
at the mothership, I park right next to the Ark. It's scary. It's apocalyptic. It really is. Even the police station just right down the street, they surround that as well.
Yeah.
And we just it's a police station, and
I
they're
know,
doing
it's
drugs.
Fucking
It's
nuts.
kind of crazy.
It's nuts. Well, they're trying to do some things with 6th Street, and one of the things they're doing, they're investing a lot of money in trying to open up high-end places and restaurants and businesses. But, you know, it's going to be a slow slog
Yeah.
to try to clean it up.
I mean, I'm sympathetic. The people do need help, but
Yeah.
when
Let me,
when homelessness is like at minimum 25%, this is reported from polling done via homeless people, so can't 100% trust it, but 25% mental health issues. Like, what are you going to do? You're just going to let them forever be wherever they want and do whatever they want, endanger themselves and others? There's a dude constantly wielding a machete down there that's always just twirling it. When I had friends visiting, other big podcasters, I took them downtown. The first thing I saw on 6th Street was a guy spinning a machete. It's like, we're just allowing that? That's the sympathetic thing to do. That doesn't make any sense to me. 25% forever. We're just going to allow them.
That's a very low number.
Yes, I think so, but...
Being very kind by saying 25%, I would say it's probably 80. Listen, if you just by definition, if you're a drug addict, you have a mental health problem.
Sure.
Just by definition, you have an addiction. That's a mental health issue. There's a physical aspect to it, but there's clearly a mental aspect to it. It sucks. It sucks that there's so many competing philosophies on how to make a society run correctly, and a lot of them just completely ignore reality, and we deal with the consequences of it. And then you have people saying, "Oh, the billionaires aren't paying their fair share. That's what's wrong." That's not what's wrong. What's wrong is you have a completely captured government, and there's also this weird aspect to it where there's people that are working for nonprofits to make things better that don't make anything better. They don't do a good job at all because they're not beholden to all the pressures that you would have if you were an independent business. If you were an actual private business that was assigned a task of cleaning up the homeless issue, you wouldn't make any money if you didn't do a good job. You would lose your business. Like if homelessness, cleaning up the homelessness was an actual business, and you started a private business to clean up the homeless, and you got all this money, nobody would invest in your company. Your company would fall apart. It wouldn't work. But because it's a nonprofit, you can have a $700,000 a year salary and do a fucking terrible job and have no fear whatsoever of being unemployed.
Yeah, exactly. And another difference between Houston and LA that I forgot to mention earlier, I mean, a part of it is the cost of labor, cost of housing, but a shelter or a room to put a homeless person that is starting to get clean in Houston costs a few $100,000. It costs $1 million or more in California. That's just, you can't compete against that.
Yeah.
It's impossible. Now, oftentimes that's California's own fault. Their laws and permitting issues and red tape and environmental codes are crazy for building. And the labor unions that they use for their building contracts are very, they like to extort. So there's a lot of issues there. Houston's able to build it on the cheap, which means more people are able to get in housing. But California is very set on the housing first, which again is the moral thing. It sounds moral, and it really started to take off a couple decades ago where, okay, let's get someone into housing first and then try to get them clean, because no one's going to get clean then housing. But Houston's been trying to, and Texas cities have been trying to do the opposite, and it's been working, where we try to get people clean first and then get into that housing and get their life set up. Because people have been going into these places in LA that are multi-millions of dollars and trashing it, and they get like lore and stories off of them. Like a dude that was like building like chairs or something and then burned down his apartment in LA. He was named like Chair Guy. Like everyone knew him. It's just crazy that we allow that. People that are not getting the help and support they need because it's housing first, because it sounds good. But it hasn't been working. And I don't know why. I don't know. It's the political capture again. I don't know why we're willing to do something for 5, 10, 15 years, see it doesn't work, and then just say we have to keep doing it and put more money towards it.
Well, I think, again, what you're saying earlier about social media and these echo chambers is really important, because in their world, this is the only thing to do. And that all just gets this feedback loop where it's the right thing to do, the only thing to do. And they come up with reasons why it's not working and then call everybody Nazis.
Yeah, and that's why also those echo chambers are why, when polled, younger people are more okay with violence against people on the other side of the political aisle from them, which is a very scary place to go. Yeah. It's very scary, especially when I see death threats all the time in my inbox and, doxing and shit like that. They call me a fascist for saying don't spend more money than you make. Okay, so I'm a fascist. Now I'm afraid for my life and I have to get security and all this stuff. It's crazy.
So you get threats for, like, what specifically do they get upset at? It's literally just saying don't spend your money?
It's everything. They don't like that I do roasts. Consensual roasts. Like I call a fat bitch a fat bitch. But I had the conversation with her before, and if she didn't want me to, I wouldn't have done that, because we have a no-no list where people get to say what they don't want us to talk about, and then I just won't talk about that. But
that's very nice of you.
It is very nice, but that's because we try to run, a moral, consensual show, all that good stuff. But I love to roast people and just call out their features and just dumb shit like that, so people get offended by that, offended on behalf of someone who's not offended in the first place, and then they get very angry. I got a death threat on Twitter yesterday for saying Americans spend too much money on cars. He said I should, that it's crazy that Caleb Hammer is still breathing air and that he should come up from San Antonio and kill me or something. I don't remember. It was something like that. It's kind of crazy because Americans spend too much money on cars.
Maybe he sells cars.
Maybe, but objectively, we do.
Did you check his profile? Is it a real person?
It said San Antonio. That's all I know. That's all I know. I'm sure it was like a
Could be a bot.
second profile. He was responding to it. He was excited. You know, he got his
could
attention.
be a crazy person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we get emails all the time. No, people think I'm evil because they say I don't talk about the issues that led us here in the first place. But it's a personal responsibility show because more people have agency than they're willing to acknowledge.
Right.
Like, we're in the highest disposable income society in the history of human existence. Not everything's perfect. Cost of housing's gone up. Cost of school's gone up. Cost of healthcare's gone up. We can acknowledge those realities. But people have agency. People have agency.
Yeah.
The amount of going out to eat
I was
among
homeless
the
for like
Generation
5
Z.
years. I had to pull myself up my bootstraps. I worked 2 full-time jobs. I slept behind a dumpster. I rode my bike between the 2 jobs, and I showered at friends' places while I was homeless. And none of the government programs helped me. None of them. Maybe stamps, food stamps. I took some food stamps. There was nothing else for me. Nothing.
Is insane compared to any other generation. And not only that, but now for 25% of their going out to eat multiple times a week.
So now people want to take me, now that I've pulled myself up my bootstraps and got myself into a good place, now that I'm not, paying, I'm not struggling anymore. Now I need to help other people with programs that were never available to me anyways.
Is getting food delivered. And that has a 90% markup. 90%. And then they're complaining that they can't afford to pretty much do anything, get a nice apartment or whatnot. But if we're spending like $1,000 a month, which is very normal for a person on my show, going out to eat, you're right, you can't get a apartment of your dreams when $1,000 a month is going to McDonald's and other places. Cooking at home's become like a burden, become a victim complex now. Well, actually, that was another thing that triggered the internet. I kind of agreed with Kevin O'Leary when it said, oh, young people are broke because they spend $28 going out to eat. Well, it's not that specifically only, but it's the death of of 1,000 cuts. And yes, just $28 3 times a week becomes an actual halfway decent retirement fund if you put it in the S&P 500 for a few times a week. That does put off future goals that you have. And the internet went crazy against me. They hated me for suggesting that they shouldn't be able to. They're like, well, how do we eat? Well, groceries, meal prep, meal plan. This is what everyone's done since forever. We live in the best period ever for humans. Best period ever. Our jobs are better. Everything's better. Even when you think of like buying the starter home in the 50s and whatever, they were like the size of this room that we're in right now, mass produced. Okay, that's still a home that's great you could buy, but you were going to a job that you hated, that you were sweating, that had no AC, where you're working with your hands all day, and it was miserable. They didn't like the jobs. They liked that they had a good paying job. But now people go to the office, and they think they're a victim for not being able to meal prep before going to the office, the AC'd office. Like, it's hard for me to sympathize with that, especially when I film 3 of them a week. All 100% real people, mostly Gen Z and millennials, who are absolute victims in everything. They are victims in everything. They think if they don't get a 2027 brand new car instead of a 2025 car, that they're going to die. That all of a sudden cars 2 years ago were the most dangerous things. They have to get a $60,000 to $70,000 car loan at a 20% interest rate, or else they're...
Yeah, and the new cars that they're paying so much for don't even last that long. They're not even worth it. Like my dream car right now is a 2002 Trans Am WS6, right, with T-tops. That's my dream car. It's a 25-year-old car, man. It's a 25-year-old car. That's my dream car. I don't want something new because I know it's going to fall apart. That I know isn't going to fall apart.
Their kids will die.
You've actually had that conversation?
Oh, every
where they think
time.
that they're going to die?
No, because the excuses they use is that I wanted a safe car for my kids. That's fine. But is the insinuation that 2024, 2023, 2022 cars would literally go on the highway and blow up? Like, I don't understand. They insist if they don't get a brand new car, that it is not a safe car. And that is an argument every time with Americans. The $1.6 trillion or $1.5 trillion in car loan debt.
So do you think that's just a lack of education? Because like a car from 2020 is just as safe as a car from 2026. There's no difference.
Absolutely.
There's no difference in airbags, no difference in anti-lock brakes. There's very few differences in any of the technology involved. In fact, I tell people, especially people that want a nice car, one of the best investments you can get is get an electric car that's about 2 years old. Electric Porsches and electric Audis in particular, fucking nobody wants them, man. Nobody wants the used ones. And they're still great.
Oh, yeah.
And okay, let's look up an Audi e-tron. Look up a 2023 Audi e-tron. How much does it cost now to buy, and what was it new? I think it's like less than 50%.
Yeah.
So there's certain cars where you buy them and they're worth as much a couple years later, like a nice BMW or a Porsche. Like you could get an M5, a BMW M5, and then sell it a year or two later and lose very little money, if any. You get a fucking electric car and you try to sell that bitch in a couple of years, like an electric Porsche. Okay, look at this. 2022 Audi e-tron, $25,000. 2023 Audi e-tron, $27,000. Do you know how fucking crazy that is? That is a 2023 amazing car. Those cars are fucking incredible. It's a technological tour de force. They're fast as shit. It's all-wheel drive. It's an SUV, a premium plus quattro, $27,000. It only has 37,000 miles on it. Those things don't have engines, like a combustion engine. Yeah. They don't have nearly the kind of maintenance that a regular car does. You don't have to change the oil. You just plug that bitch in. You have a fucking amazing car. Yeah, the battery range is not the longest.
That's the excuse they use.
226 miles is plenty for you to get to work and get home.
Thank you.
And go out to dinner, and you can plug that bitch in. I have a Tesla, and it has like... It's a Model S. What does the Model S have? 340?
I can understand this argument that this person might not have anywhere then to charge it unless
that's
it's
an issue.
at their
That's
work.
so easy to get in your house now.
If
you live in an apartment, that's totally fair.
Not easy at all.
Yeah, and if you go to one of those charging stations, you're very vulnerable. If I was a chick, I'd never get an electric car
have to do that
if I didn't have a house.
You have to do it every single day.
Every day.
For
Fair enough.
like gas
Every day.
station once
That's
every
true.
10 days or something.
And like, how long does it take to charge up one of those bitches?
30 to 45 minutes.
So you'd have to 30, 40 minutes every day. Yeah.
That's fair enough.
That's fair.
For the
but you're
apartment
getting
livers.
a fucking bitchin' car for 27 grand.
And more apartment complexes are installing those charging stations anyway, that you can just leave your car in overnight.
I live in one, and you can never actually get to the thing.
Oh.
Why is it? Because
People
someone's always in
get
there?
to it and they never move their fucking car.
That's
Oh, they
fair.
keep it plugged
And
in.
I don't know whose
these
it is. You can go
cunts.
call them, and
Flatten their tires.
Jeez.
Don't do that. I'm just kidding.
But I try to think of
And
options,
they're
right?
broken, too.
Because there's even the options of the place you work might have one. Right outside my building, there's where we film is multiple car charging places. Park in, you go to work. So I'm not saying everyone can do it, but
if you can
there's
do
options.
it, it's a great option.
But even
And-
still, you can get used gas cars for relatively similar.
Right.
But they will defend to the death on my show having to get a $60,000 large SUV at an insane interest rate for an 8-year loan, 8-year term. Crazy. But no, you asked me why are they doing it? It's American, baby. That's American. That's freedom. You need a car to get to your job, and you need a job to get to your car. And our culture is built around the house and car. You're a failure if you don't get a house. You're a failure if you don't get a car.
Yeah.
It is American as it gets.
That is true. And it is true that people want a new one. They want a new one. That's part of the status of owning a vehicle. You want to be able to say it's 2026.
Yeah.
Look, it has these new features.
It's fun.
Apple CarPlay.
And people actually care what the person next to them thinks is the stoplight for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's a weird one. It's a weird one, but we do. And we especially do when we're not doing that well. So you want like every single sign that shows that you're doing well. You know, a nice watch, a nice this, a nice that, a bag, whatever it is. Whatever it is that you need, like a reward for this job that sucks.
Yeah, oftentimes the poorest people I know are the ones that have more souped up, nicer cars.
Yeah.
And then they have a shitty place to live. But they prioritize that because it's a wealth symbol. It looks good.
Yeah.
They get the expensive clothes, the flashy items.
That is true, but if you have money, a car is one of the few things that you put money into that you actually enjoy. You actually feel it when you drive it around in it every day. It's exciting. It's fun.
I just got my Model X. It goes fast, so I'm happy.
Those are great.
That's it.
They stopped making them.
I know, it's really sad.
They stopped making the S, too.
I was actually sad that day.
Me too.
That was a weird thing to get sad about, but I was actually sad that day.
Also, I was sad because I knew it was the rise of...
Yeah, I still want my gas car. I'm actually not gonna lie. I'm really interested in the new Rumblebee trucks that are coming out. I kind of really want one of those.
The robots, because they're using it to make these fucking Optimus Prime robots, and they're going to be flooding the streets everywhere.
Yeah. I honestly think the Model X is one of the best cars ever made.
It's a phenomenal
love
car.
That thing.
It dances. Tiffany Haddish has one, and she was in the parking lot of the Comedy Store, and the wings go up, you know, and it starts dancing. It moves around. I'm like, this is crazy. Like, it actually moves to music.
Now that I have one of the last ones ever made, I honestly, fuck, man, I really don't know. I don't want another car. It's actually really sad.
Well, Elon told me it's super over-engineered. He's like, the car's incredible. It's like one of the safest cars you could ever drive.
Well, I guess it's the last one I'll ever get. It's a bummer.
So when you are explaining to these people that a car that's just a few years old is just as good as a car that's now, does anybody go, you're right? Or is it like a natural inclination? Like, is this just this thing that they want, a status symbol that's in their head that they need a 2026?
People are very defensive on the show. I can convince them of smaller things. Getting rid of a car in our culture is usually a big thing to overcome, but I'll see weeks later that they sat on it, they thought about it, then the video went uploaded and millions of people shit all over them in the comments, and they're like, okay, you know, maybe I should get rid of this car. So some people actually, many people do change their perspective on cars, but that's a hard one to overcome. Telling them to close a credit card, it's kind of easy. Car's a big one. I've told people to not get a house, and they're really close to getting a house. That's something they will not give up, because that's another obsession that we have in our country.
So would you say not get a house today because of interest rates?
Not just interest rates. The overall marketplace, S&P 500, it just beats real estate. Commercial real estate's good to get for tax advantages, but the American dream isn't owning a home anymore. It's the freedom of renting, because you can live wherever you want. You can move for a job like that. Getting a house, you're stuck in a house. It requires a massive amount of money for a down payment, and it's just a lack of flexibility in a generation and age where people want to be more flexible and travel and explore and take new jobs everywhere. But it also just doesn't make sense as an investment anymore. It doesn't. It used to be the defining trait of the middle class and one of the largest wealth creating things for the middle class. But now with the incredible stock market that we've had over the past 50 years or so, it beats it every time. If you rent and just put in your money into the stock market instead of that down payment on a house or the little extra for a mortgage, you'll win every time. And then you get stuck. Let's say you got the good interest rate. Everyone with the good interest rate is stuck right now because they're not willing to trade up for a house they actually want, but with a higher interest rate. So homes become like these people's prisons. You can buy a home, that's great. If you know you're going to stay somewhere and it's what you've always wanted, there's nothing wrong with doing it. But it is not.
I almost kind of wish I saw this earlier, like
financial
before I bought a house.
That has defined America. That being said, Americans suck at investing. So if the only way for you to invest is put your money in a house that you literally cannot touch, maybe it makes sense. Because if instead you need to put an extra 20% of the market if you rent, but Americans just want to go spend that on a vacation, then maybe you're better off in a house because you need that forced investing.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people don't feel secure unless they own the home. They don't feel like settled. This is not really my place. I'm just renting it.
Yeah, which is true. But I mean, I just tell them to fuck off. That's your feelings.
Yeah.
I mean, that is just their feelings.
Right.
Like, I don't know. Math is math in the end. Like, I own, but that's because it was very affordable for me. It made sense for me. But it doesn't have to for everyone.
Right.
And that's okay. In renting, you don't have to do maintenance. You don't have to get a new roof. You don't have to, deal with the AC going out and all this stuff. If you're renting for, especially even like larger corporations, they're actually even better to rent for than a mom and pa because they'll have someone on standby that'll fix your shit overnight. Or a mom and pa landlord, it kind of sucks. It might take a couple weeks.
Right. If they're not good.
Yeah.
What do you think when you're talking to these young people that are talking about their future, what do you think about what's happening with AI and the potential for AI to displace jobs? And these people that are investing their future and going to school and getting this job that might not even exist.
Yeah, totally fair. It's a big fear. So I'm going to start this part by saying I don't 100% want to listen to anyone that says they know what's going to happen. Because there's the doom and glooms that says everyone's job's going to go away. And then there's those that say it's going to create a shit ton of new jobs. I don't listen to any of them. No one knows what's on the other side of the hill of AI. But we do know AI is coming. So there is the best things to prepare for it. Trades, very smart. They've been smart for a while, but they're very smart with AI because it's probably not coming for an electrician job. Probably not. Degrees, in general, what degree you get in school has been one of the largest and most consequential decisions that people have been messing up for the past few years. And it's actually one of the leading causes for that gender wealth divide that is always talked about. When compared for the same job, same person, same experience, which is never compared in that study, it's actually 99%, very similar. But what we see oftentimes, and I feel bad for the women my age with this, is statistically they've gone and got lower paying degrees, and now degrees that are very susceptible to AI, which is going to be very damaging for a large
for like human resources, the jobs that require very little to no effort.
Group of people that are going to push them to become even more radical. But women have gone and borrowed a lot more money for degrees that provide a lot less return on investment, like sociology, psychology, the arts, things like that, where you can't maybe even get a job. You can
see, that would be an interesting study, is breaking down women and men based off of ROI of the degrees they take.
To be a barista, or if you are going to get a job, it's usually a lower paying job.
ROI being return on investment.
Men have gone, we've fallen this thing in our society where men have always tried to go to that higher income side and give up a job they like for it. So they'll go into engineering, the maths, the sciences, even if they don't like it, or the trades, very labor intensive. And even though AI, they're susceptible to some things in tech there, it's always been higher paying. And that's what's made that gender wealth gap so heavy. That, and then women post-birth is the second highest leading cause. But when it comes to AI, people are already making the mistakes in the degrees they've been getting over the last 10 years, and now this is just going to accelerate that even further. When it comes to data entry jobs, things that are super easy.
Yeah, like I keep saying, I don't feel bad for anybody who got an art degree. I don't. I feel bad for nobody because everybody told them. Everybody told them. Like, the big running joke for decades now has been getting an art degree. And now it's just an even bigger joke. So I just don't feel bad for it. Like, you told it was a joke when you got it. You probably went in because you thought it was an easy thing to get. You didn't have any interest in quantum physics or quantum computing or, being a surgeon or building rockets or anything. So now AI is going to replace that.
Even, unfortunately, who knows if we'll allow it for therapists, but it's getting there pretty quick. People are willing to trust AI way more than we thought. In these psychology degrees and whatnot, writing degrees, things that, unfortunately, that large
and about psychology, I'll be honest with that, too. Like, most of the people that I've ever known who went into any kind of psychology or wanted to be a therapist, they're the most messed up people, and they were trying to find insight into why.
Has got,
which is kind of unhealthy in and of itself.
And they're much more susceptible to AI, and I think it's going to lead to a lot more political radicalization, and that's what scares me more than anything.
If you think social media was bad, wait until AI is just telling you everything you believe is right.
Was it the UN? A reputable source said 40% of global jobs are susceptible to being replaced by AI. Now, the more developed countries were a little better. It's a little easier, but we're talking about those that are doing like customer service jobs in India and things like that. That's they're going to be damaged heavily. We're going to be a little better in Europe, in the United States, in Canada, Australia, but it's scary, and people need to prepare themselves by trying to borrow the least amount possible when they get their degree. go to community college if they can, and go into something that's more AI resistant, which to me is, again, things like trades, things that need that extra creative edge where AI doesn't seem to be able to get there yet.
Hands-on stuff.
Maybe it'll be able to at some point. Right now, they're really good at going through numbers and stuff, but that true creative edge, actually coming up with something new, that's what I think people should be going towards in college right now.
Yeah, I completely agree. Hold that thought. I have to take a leak. We'll be right back.
You're good.
So one question that I have for you is, because you got a degree that's not really a good degree financially.
I dropped out.
Yeah, well,
But close, yeah.
But going to school for something that's not viable financially. Why do you think, and particularly women, why do you think so many of them get these degrees in sociology, get these degrees in gender?
Or it's fun, or they can hang out with people that they're interested in hanging out with, or are like-minded. It has nothing to do with the goal. I mean, even the goal that they have is predicated by the social circle that they're in. Oh, everybody says that I need to help the homeless because that's what I need to do, because that's what a good person is. So that's what I'm going to go work for a nonprofit.
Study
stuff like that.
Get these degrees in things that where you're just not going to be able to make a living in what you're going to school for.
Yeah, I think you can do a lot of good in a lot of them. So if you're doing social work like that, nursing actually does pretty well, but in that a lower paid part of medical, you're doing a lot of good. We spent a lot of decades trying to really fix the percentage of college. We were having like men. It was only men going to college. And we put a lot of effort into women going to college a bit more to catch up, which is fair. That was good. I am for that. But once they got there, why they're doing it, it's harder to say, but they definitely do more gravitate as a cohort towards those lower paying degrees like psychology and whatnot. And I don't know, men just go to the higher paying degrees. I don't know if it's just something in our culture where men feel like they need to be a breadwinner or whatnot.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, if that's what it is, the need to be a provider, and the thinking like these low paying jobs are not going to be able to give me any money.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look at the dating scene. None of these women are even going to entertain a dude unless he's making 7 figures, right? So of course, like, this is the natural step for them.
Gonna have a family. How am I gonna pay the bills?
Yeah. But now men are starting to kind of fall off that platform, though.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've been watching the trends, but now it's closer to like 65% of new degree holders are women, and men are just not going to college anymore. Some of them are,
really?
It's pretty crazy. It's like 60 or 65%.
Yeah, but we won't address the new numbers, right?
It's getting pretty intense. And
well, what are men doing instead?
There's a lot of losers. There are a lot of losers where they're not getting any education. They're not looking for any kind of job. They're not even collecting unemployment. They're literally just sitting on their ass. That is a big cohort of people right now.
What do you think what's causing that?
There is a lot of the red pill victim mentality. I don't know if I want to fully enable it, but I mean, maybe there's some justification a little bit, but they think that everything's against them. They think that DEI specifically was preventing them from going to work or preventing them from going to school, that schools politically captured.
That part's true. I don't know about the other stuff. School's definitely politically captured.
That were choosing not to go to college. 30% said that it's because 30 or 40% said it was because college was becoming too politically captured. So there is that. Then they don't have jobs. They don't have skills. They don't have experience, so it's harder to get a job. It's easier to just kind of sit at mom's home, play video games, do drugs.
Jesus. That's bleak.
It's bleak. And the gender wars are horrendous right now. I don't know if you see any of it online, but the gender wars are horrible.
The gender wars.
Oh, yeah. Young women just being so anti-men and young men being so anti-women and cheering against each other. It's horrible. It is horrible.
Like uniquely new? Like this is
much more than ever before.
What do you think is causing that?
A lot of it started 2016 election. A lot of women got very angry that Trump was elected, and they followed something that happened in South Korea as well, where the women said, no men, no dating, no sex. There was a term for it, but they cut off everything. And there was a little bit of that movement after the 2016 election here in the United States as well. It didn't gain as much traction, but this is very divisive, and it goes back to the algorithm that we were talking about earlier as well. A lot
the
of
algorithm feeding
people
it to
get
each
put
side.
in those echo chambers where you need to have a villain, and the men are the villain or the women are the villain. The women are the reason men aren't doing well. The men are the reason women aren't doing well. The men have been holding us back forever. They've been, keeping us in the kitchen and everything like that.
The 4B movement.
Yes.
Women boycotting men. Anti-men movement. 4B movement is a radical feminist rebellion that emerged around 2015. It's named after 4 Korean terms, starting with BI, meaning no. Bihon, no heterosexual marriage. Bicholsen, no childbirth. Biyone, no dating men. Bisekyu, no sexual relations with men. Okay. Participants argued this is not about misandry, but rather a drastic method to opt out of an intensely patriarchal society and protect themselves from gender-based violence such as digital sex crimes, spy cams, and workplace discrimination.
So it picked up some pretty big steam here in the United States after 2016 as well.
But I gotta think that everyone who's saying no dating men and no sexual relationships with men isn't attractive.
Probably not.
Yeah.
But sexlessness among young people is so high compared to any other generation right
Very
now.
high. Very high virgin rate, which is really odd. We're finding a lot of people, and a lot of them identify as Christian, and that's the reason why they're saying, or Catholic, this is the reason why they're saying they're virgin. And I'm like, what's happening? You don't get horny? What are you doing?
It's interesting.
You don't like people?
I've had a lot of people on my show say they want to have sex but can't have sex. So I guess they haven't used that cope, the religious cope, but I don't know. But that's another example of the radicalization. So they blame each other. Like, okay, Trump got elected. Many of the women in this country that lean to the left didn't like it, so they got very upset. They blame the men for electing him. Men blame women. DEI policies, which, yeah, there are things to complain about. I do get it, like on both sides probably, but they've just gone so extreme. So there's a gender war right now where it's just trying to nuke the other side. And
Does this spill over into real life as much, or is this a lot of people that spend way too much time on the internet already?
definitely more that than anything.
Yeah.
Definitely more that. But the unfortunate real life consequences lead to that loneliness online, because the real life consequence is that people are staying inside and on screens and more lonely than ever. So that's the real life impact. They're not going out and talking about the 4B movement on the corner of the street, but instead of going out like they used to and having more friends, they're sitting inside and complaining about it on Reddit. So that is the real life consequences. It becomes online.
Yeah. It's just so strange that these people don't recognize that you have a finite time to exist, and you're spending all your time captured in these fucking stupid echo chambers.
Feels good to be a victim though, because everyone online that is in your little ecosystem, they give you the thumbs up. They make you feel reassured. Feels
And
good.
Complaining is
Yeah,
exciting. People do
exactly.
love
That's
to
what
complain.
it is. It's just a
It
circle
excites
jerk,
you.
man.
It gets you
It's a circle
going.
jerk that has really bad consequences the longer the circle jerk goes on, man.
I think this gives a little insight into the Korean 4B movement. This is a post on Reddit from 2 years ago, but this paragraph here is...
Oh, about Korea?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're talking about a country where a woman's career can be jeopardized for something as innocuous as wearing a t-shirt that reads "Girls don't need a prince," or for liking a Women's March post on Twitter, even if it was 7 years ago. I'm not exaggerating. Incidents like this have occurred, and as recently as last year. We're talking about literal termination of a contract due to a heart made on a post regarding women's safety issues on Twitter dating back to 7 or more years ago due to incel gamers throwing a fit. So they have an incel problem in Korea too. A lot of, and also low replacement rate.
Worst in the world, yeah.
Korea is really bad. Is it the worst? It's worse
in the world.
than
Cultural
Japan?
collapse within a few decades, yeah. By the end of the century.
Oy.
Yeah, South Korea is done. But no, it's true. And like I said, there are valid logics to it. I'm not saying everyone's just doing it inherently to be evil.
Right.
But if your outcome is to become radicalized into something like the 4B movement, then no one should be fired for wearing a dress or liking a post.
Right.
You know?
It's crazy.
But to become radicalized and start this thing where it divides the genders, because we have more political division in in the Gen Z gender than any other generation, more religious division. It's crazy. And to fuel that, because things have been not perfect.
So when you say political division, is it that young men are going to the right and young women are going to the left? Is that what it is?
Yeah, when they've done tracking and polling of post-election results and how people have voted, age groups and gender groups, they've seen that men have moved to the right a little bit. But women dramatically since 2016 have moved to the pretty far left. Young women, not millennial or Gen X or boomer women especially, but Gen Z women have moved very far to the left.
I wonder what changes, if anything, in that when women have children. Because one of the things that I found is that my friends who wound up having children, my female friends, they almost all started moving to the right. They almost start all
when you're protecting your own,
recognizing that there's like real.
Yeah, because when you start protecting when it becomes real, when it starts to come to home, and you realize that your kids are on the altar for whatever political decision is made, you start wanting to influence the political decisions a bit so that your child isn't on that altar.
Real safety issues, there's real crime issues, they're wondering where their tax money goes, they see corruption and fraud, things that they never really talked about at all when they were single and didn't have a child. But as soon as they get married, as soon as they have children, then they start going, hey, fuck this place. You know, they like, so many of them wound up moving out of LA right after they had children, and so many of them started moving into a different sort of ideology.
That changes.
But people have to get married and have kids for that to happen. And we just hit our lowest birth rate in the United States.
Is it the lowest ever replacement rate?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, yeah. It was before, the last time we had actual replacement rate was before the Great Recession. And ever since then, this has gone off a cliff.
That's why we need immigrants.
Well, I mean,
Open the
actually,
border,
yes.
let 'em in.
Well, we do need some immigration.
Of course.
Because we need a growing population, because you don't want to be like South Korea.
Like, listen how far
You can't-
left right Rogan is here. He's just making fun of immigration altogether. And even Caleb is like, yeah, we'd probably want some immigration. And I agree with that. You want the best. You want the best trade skills, the best knowledge holders, and you want them to immigrate to your country and assimilate. That's what you want. What you don't want are the criminals, the unvetted masses coming over and stealing people's identities and then voting.
Have a collapsing population because you use the argument, not you, but people could use the argument they'll destroy our culture if we let in all these immigrants. And yes, of course that would happen if you just let anyone in no matter what, uncontrolled. Sure. But South Korea is also going to lose their culture because their population will not exist by the end of the century. So there's multiple ways to lose a culture, but I'm a big proponent of selective, high-skilled, good proportional immigration. And
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
honestly, I think that's the more bipartisan issue. That's where like Bill Clinton was in the 90s and whatnot.
Yeah.
So I think that's fair. Open borders is fucking crazy. I don't know what was going I didn't even realize what was going on.
It's nuts. I have friends that were down there that went to the border and then say you have to come to understand it. You have to see it. It's fucking insane. Like you see the numbers of people coming across, like how is this real?
Yeah.
They just no vetting, right into the country. Wee.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm on an
I just see what I'm
economic
saying,
issue.
even
'cause
Rogan's been
I always go back to
radicalized.
economics. I don't get as fired up about the social stuff, but I do like some kind of immigration for sure. Some people are like completely anti-immigration, but I like some kind of immigration because we do need a growing job pool specifically to maintain an economy so that people my age can retire. If the dependency ratio of every person not working for every working person is getting close to 1-for-1 in South Korea. In the United States, when we implemented Social Security, it was closer to like 60-1. Now, the United States is like, it's like 5 or 10-1. It's going in the wrong direction. And if for every one working person, you have one person not working, the whole system breaks. And that's what we're starting to see in places like South Korea. So we can't become this.
You will automatically get that in any kind of redistributive society every time. And the reason why is there's an old adage that says if you rob from Peter to give to Paul, you're only going to get more Pauls. You're not going to get more Peters. You're not going to get people who willingly and intentionally are up there working to have their paychecks taken away for people who aren't. You're just not going to get it.
So if people aren't fucking, people aren't making babies, you got to bring some people in, but selective, high skilled. What gets scary is if you start fucking up an economy enough with really bad policies, you get brain drain and then immigration. So you see what happens in Italy, Spain, the United Kingdom.
Brain drain.
Yeah, educated
Where your
people.
skilled workers leave.
They're born there typically, or they even emigrate there, and they become very educated. They're the ones that are going to contribute to the tax base, create jobs, do higher skilled jobs, great doctors, everything like that.
And they leave to go somewhere else that's
But
safe.
they look around them, the economic policies have failed, so they come to the United States. And then there's only the immigrants that have come in that aren't able to replace that brain because they come from somewhere where no fault of their own is just less educated. So they aren't able to contribute to that tax base. We're actually starting to see something similar in LA right now with the wealth flight and brain drain. Though the net migration in LA is not looking the absolute worst, people that were contributing there moving away and providing to the tax base versus people that are coming in and aren't being true net contributors is becoming horrendous. And they're looking at like $1 billion deficit coming up pretty soon for the city of LA. It becomes very scary. So that's why I rail against performative policies, because I don't want to end up like a place like the UK, where it would rank 51st out of all 50 states, by the way, in terms of GDP per capita, which is absolutely crazy, worse than Mississippi. You know, and then if you're having immigration while that's happening,
And I just want that. I want that. I really want that to sink in for a second. The average individual in Mississippi contributes more GDP, gross domestic product, to the economy than the individual in the UK does, on average. Really. I want you to think about that. This state of swamp and hillbillies has an individual per capita valuation of having more wealth than the individual per capita valuation of UK citizenry.
Just that. And all your high skilled people went somewhere else. Same thing's happening in Canada. They become educated in Canada, and they go down to Silicon Valley for a high-paying job because they don't pay as well in Canada. But if we start reversing that with bad policies, you start looking a little more like LA, and their budget's not looking really good.
It's interesting how
he gets the economics of this. I really appreciate it.
Discussions are problematic. Like, people don't like it, and they look at it and like, you're not talking really even about politics. You're just talking about pragmatic decisions in terms of like how do you invest your money, how to save your money, how to do that. That becomes right wing.
Oh yeah.
That becomes somehow or another cruel. It's like categorized in that way as heartless.
Yeah, people will clip that last moment and say I'm anti-immigrants. Like, that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's this literal economic theory that we're seeing in the real world right now that's tracked and trackable. The Labour Party acknowledges, the left-wing Labour Party in the United Kingdom acknowledges the wealth flight and brain drain. This isn't a right-wing position. This is just reality.
It's interesting, though, that people, like, in general, don't think of it that way.
Well,
People in general think of it
think.
like someone who discusses finances, someone who's like very financially astute, gives pragmatic advice. That's a conservative person. That's a
People
bad
in general
person.
are more concerned
They
about
do
being
think so.
ostracized
I'm
by their
right-wing
community
coded,
than
is
having
something I
an informed
see a lot.
policy
White-wing coded, or my vibe is
perspective.
off.
Well,
Because personal responsibility.
yeah, but what do you think? Why do you think personal responsibility is thought of that way? Is it because people cherish this idea that they're a victim and they hold on to it, that's a part of their identity?
Well, as
and
soon
if you
as here's
challenge
the
that
problem.
and say no,
As soon as you're not the victim, you have to take accountability for your mistakes. And suddenly the position that you're in isn't some phantom, obscure obstacle for you in your life. You're it. You're the obstacle, and you have to make changes. And you are forced to accept that you need to make changes. And people don't want to make changes, so they don't want to accept that they need to make changes, so they don't want to face the understanding of the consequences of their own decisions. It's much easier to blame someone else and then just wallow in misery than it is to, put on your boots, get to work, and fix it.
Some of this is your fault, then you're
At least
being
in the
cruel. You're a sociopath. You're a fascist.
There's a large group of people that want people like me or Dave Ramsey to just give them a hug and then complain about the systemic issues that got them there in the first place.
Right.
You can vote. That's great. Go vote for a policy change. Wonderful. But you do have a little bit of agency. And I'm not going to talk to you about what policy you should vote for, because that's going to require millions of people to overdo a system that you don't like. What you do have control on right now is whether or not you swipe the card somewhere, whether or not you get a high interest rate credit card or get a bullshit degree from a private.
I think we spent like $1,000 on DoorDash last month. Me and my wife looked at ourselves. We went, "This is ridiculous. We should not do this. This is embarrassing." And we've uninstalled the apps. We're not blaming anyone else. We're not saying these prices are outrageous. The companies are ripping us off. We made the decision for each purchase not to, go out and do something or go get groceries or whatever. And that was on us. We made those decisions. We're going to be accountable for that decision. That's what it is. We're changing behavior because of that accountability.
Private institution out of state. You have those controls right now. And they don't like that. One of the biggest complaints that people like me and Dave Ramsey get is, why aren't you talking about the system that got you there? But that's not the conversation. It isn't. It's a one-on-one personal financial conversation. Let those people fix their lives. Budget. That's why I made a budgeting app, DollarWise, by the way, is for that kind of thing.
What is that?
I made a budgeting app called DollarWise with my team.
It's called DollarWise?
DollarWise, yeah.
Okay.
So the average person can actually budget and take some personal responsibility instead of just falling on the victim mindset.
So this app, what do? You put in your income, you put in your bills.
Yeah. It's that automatic account connections through multiple different services. So you get your accounts connected and you get to immediate insights that show where your money's going, what you can do to actually improve your life, and the steps you need to take. It fully guides you in that process.
So we're
So are you
almost done. We
motivated
might
to
be
do
able to
this
get
just
here
based
in a
on these
minute.
conversations you've had with people that don't know what the fuck to do?
That and to make a shit ton of money. But both have worked pretty
Three tabs.
But yes,
Which
no.
is funny. You're making a shit ton of money by people that can't figure out how to save money.
Yeah, but if they make more money because they save money and I make more money, that's capitalism.
It's a
winning.
value.
Yeah, exactly.
You're providing a value.
No, I mean, that's the point. Like, I used... did you ever use Mint?
No.
You remember Mint? Okay, so it was a big budgeting app a long time ago. But for some reason, the service that bought it shut it down. And that's what everyone was using. But even then, I remember stopped using it. Like many people, most people fall off of budgeting apps because they're just burdensome. It takes a long time to figure out the systems, and they're just over-engineered for the personal finance nerd that loves every little detail. So the average person doesn't do it. So we just built something simple that just shows people immediately where their money's going and what they need to do to change. So that's what we focused on when we, engineered this thing.
And so when you're having all these conversations with all these different people that have like these terrible budgets, doing a terrible job of taking care of themselves, do you ever get this feeling like that you're not helping? Like this is like an insurmountable problem. You're sticking your finger in a dam and there's a fucking million leaks and this is not going to work?
To a certain extent, yes. Luckily in the United States, we have some tools that help. So if someone's in that situation where the dam's about to burst, everything's about to just blow up, they can go through bankruptcy. But bankruptcy does not make sense, and this is what a lot of people mess up. Bankruptcy doesn't make sense unless you actually change the behavior that got you there in the first place. Because we've had people that have come on my show that have been through bankruptcy twice, and now we're there again. It makes no sense. You can get rid of the dam. You can get rid of it by bankruptcy, but you're going to build up that thing to explode again if you don't actually fix the behavior. So people take shortcuts through credit card consolidation, debt consolidation, personal loans, all that good stuff. Those are good tools. But if people don't actually fix their behavior first, they're going to fuck it up. Yeah. So Dave Ramsey is vehemently against debt consolidation for a reason that is fair. I don't like being anti-something 100% because personal finances is personal, but this is his argument, and it's kind of fair. You build up this much in credit card debt from here to here, and then you can consolidate it. into this new debt. So this is one new debt that consolidated this down to zero. But now what happens is the credit card limit is still all the way up there. So people now have this debt, and then without changing their behavior, they build the credit cards back to here. So now you have double the debt. That's the issue with that consolidation, and not changing the behavior. So his philosophy is correct. But what we try to teach people on my show is that change the behavior that got you in that first stack in the first place. And if you can prove that you can follow a budget for a few months, then you can take that shortcut by consolidating and then probably just close those cards so you can't use them. But the same thing applies for bankruptcy. So that's why our show's simple stuff. You just fix the spending. You get it under control. You live in even Elizabeth Warren's 50-30-20. She's the one that pioneered 50-30-20, which is 50% on needs, 30% on wants, 20% on savings. That's Elizabeth Warren's rule, and she's relatively correct on that. Doesn't apply to everywhere like LA, New York, of course, but if you can follow that and prove you do it for a few months, then you can go through bankruptcy. You can use a personal loan, and that solves the damn issue. It solves the bigger issue.
Yeah, the changing your behavior thing is very hard for people.
It is.
And it's also very hard for people when the spending of the money is the only reward you get for a job you hate.
Yeah, it is. And I'm the one talking to them, and I'm a fat fuck. So, like, I get it. Like, I haven't, fully taken control of my health behaviors and eating behaviors. So I know that it's hard to fix it. But oftentimes the people on my show, I've been in the exact same situation. I was when I was 20, 21, and I've seen what it's like on the other side. Just like many people in your position have seen what it's like on the health on the other side. You know how good it is, so you want other people to do it. And since I've been through that personal finance side and gone through the work, I can at least help hold people's hands and show them what it's like to go to the other side of that tunnel, to put in the work, the temporary sacrifice of a few years, and really live the rest of your life in such a better way.
Yeah, it's just changing behavior requires a change in perspective, and it requires something. And for some people, they have to hit rock bottom, or they have to have some, they have a birth of a child, like something rocks them into reality, and they go, whatever the fuck I'm doing right now, it's not the right path. But it's just so hard for people when they're playing this blame game, and they're looking at successful, wealthy people as being the problem. Look at Jeff Bezos and his fucking yacht. Like, that has nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
It's not why you're broke. And you should look at him and go, how the fuck did he do that? How can I do that? I want a yacht. Fuck it, let's go. But no one's doing that. They're instead deciding that they're a victim, deciding that the game is rigged, deciding that there's a cap on their ability. Meanwhile, this is, if there's any place on earth where you have the ability to rise from the bottom to the top, this is it. This is the spot. There's no place better. You could say it's not fair, but what does that mean? It's possible. Like, you could do it. People have done it. You just have to figure it out. And, like, you have to spend less time playing video games, less time smoking weed, less time doing nonsense, and more time plotting your fucking future. Figure out what it is.
Weed.
I think there's also a problem in a lot of people have something that they really want to do that they're not doing, and they're not pursuing that. And so then they're even more bitter because they're spending time doing this job that they hate, which sucks. They think it's taking away from their ability to do this other thing, which sucks. And then they come up with all sorts of rationalizations for why they're not doing it.
Yeah. No, but what you said is 100% correct, but let me phrase it back.
Yeah.
It's not fair. The world isn't fair. Now what?
Right. It is what it is.
Like, it is. Okay, so accept that. Are you going to sit on it and cry? Like, that's the only option, right? It's that or do something.
But you're denying people's feelings, Caleb.
I am.
You're denying people's feelings, and that's very right-coded.
Yeah.
That is, right? That's the argument, isn't it?
It is. It is. Like, I don't know, man.
Right-coded is fun.
If people
word.
if they're getting the bullshit degree and they borrowed a shit ton of money for it, that's not my fault. I didn't do that.
Yeah.
The system Bezos didn't do that either. They say, well, sociology and stuff should pay more. Okay, the market's determined it didn't. So now what? You still get to choose what you do what business you start. You might fail 1,000 times, but you have so much more agency than people right now are willing to accept. And that's all I really care about telling people in the end. That's all. You have agency. Take some personal responsibility. You are not the disabled person that actually does not have agency.
Right.
Because there are people that don't.
Right.
You're not that.
Right. Yeah, it's so important to say. And I think, as much as it's probably frustrating, when I brought it up that you're putting your finger in this dam and there's 100 holes, I really do think that you have a positive impact, because I really do think there's a lot of people. I mean, you get millions of views. There's a lot of people that are watching these conversations and it resonates, and they go, this is me. He's talking to me and he's right. Fuck. What do I do? And at least it puts them in this mindset that a change needs to take place.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you give them tools. You give them, like, you explain to them what the steps that they can take, and that's the fucking crazy thing is they're not getting this from school. School's not teaching you how to organize your future, which is fucking a critical skill, a critical piece of knowledge, like having a path that you can actually follow.
I think it's a lot of the time it's the student counselors there, because I remember being in high school, and the student counselor, I met with her once a year, and the only conversation is, what do you want to study in college? That was it. That's all they cared about.
Right.
And it's fair for most people. College does still have like a 60% premium on those without a degree on average. But that's the only conversation, and it is becoming less and less valuable as every year goes on. And if that's all school cares about, they don't care to even show you how to... Okay, I mean, full admission here, and I'm going to look like the most beta pussy in the world, but I don't know how to do a fucking oil change. I don't. Why didn't school teach me that? Why? Why wasn't there any life skills? Now, I have the personal responsibility. I can go teach myself that right now, but I have a Tesla, so I don't need to. But why wasn't there anything about actual life? The only thing there was to do was go to college, nothing else. That was the only conversation.
When I went to high school, we had auto shop.
Yeah.
So I did learn.
I think they got rid of it the year before I went.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. When I went to high school, I went to Newton South High School, and there was this guy who ran the auto shop that was a Mustang enthusiast. That's what he loved, old Mustangs, and he would, like, fix them. And he would take his cars and teach kids how to fix his old Mustangs. He had, like, 1960s, early 60s, like 65, 66. He liked the small Mustangs. He was a fucking very interesting guy. And he would explain to you, like, how spark plugs work. Like, this is your carburetor. This is why it's jammed. This is, this is how the internal combustion engine works. He would explain it to you. He'd, like, teach you things. Teach you, like, general maintenance stuff on cars. And it was very valuable. Teach you how to jack up a car, to, like, how to do it safely. Where's the jacking point? Where's the lift points on the bottom of a frame?
Yeah, and home ec classes, too.
Yeah.
Used to be a big thing.
Teach you how to cook.
It's falling away. And now, of course, now that we don't teach people how to cook, they're complaining about not eating out.
So, disappearance of traditional shop classes did not happen overnight. It happened in distinct phases. 70s and 80s budget cuts. Major tax revolts, such as California's Proposition 13 in 1978, decimated public school budgets because maintaining workshops, buying heavy machinery, and securing...
I want to point this out. They won't teach you how to do auto work. They won't teach you how to change a car. They won't teach you how to, balance a budget. They won't teach you, but they will teach you the appropriate the gender appropriate terminology for people that you're interacting with who might get offended if you use it incorrectly. They make damn sure you learn that, don't they?
Liability insurance were expensive. Shop programs became easy targets for elimination. 1990s college prep push. High schools shifted their focus to standardized testing and 4-year university preparation, marginalizing vocational training, which meanwhile, which is really crazy, what you were saying earlier today, or earlier on the show, was very important, is like trades might be the only secure pathway. Becoming a carpenter, becoming an electrician, heating and ventilation. Like, people are going to have those systems installed and maintained, and we're going to need people for that. Like, that's a job. You start your own HVAC company, like, you can make some real fucking money.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And even things like apprenticeships. If you get an apprenticeship, you have a 90% chance of being retained to a full-time position. Get into apprenticeships.
Yeah.
Like, I know, just like a little fat dude with some soft hands, but it's okay to do. You know, those are good jobs. They're good paying jobs. They're good career position jobs.
They are, and if you want a good job, and it's like there's a weird thing with degrees. Like, degrees means your value as an intellect. As a person who can think, you're a smart person. You went to school and you got a degree. But if you have a degree and you're fucking poor, and you know what I'm saying, and you're depressed, and this guy is a tradesman and he's wealthy and he's making money, people with degrees still will look down at this. Oh, he's a plumber. Well, the fuck does he know about how this country works? Like,
and I'm sorry, some of the wealthiest people in our country that have built the largest companies are college dropouts.
It's true.
Like,
Bill Gates.
I can't just fully respect the college degree only, especially when you can get the most bullshit degrees now, and especially where the average GPA and passing tests have gone substantially higher because our standards.
Oh, you have a degree in intrinsic feminist art dance theory. Well, you must be highly educated and, you know, have a significant, you know, much better and more authoritative opinion on, you know, economic subject matter than the person who's, you know, spent all of their free time reading economics books because they find the perspective enjoyable and the information acquisition fun, right?
Are so much lower in universities now. It's pathetic. It's becoming harder and harder to respect a degree. There's good degrees. There really are, but it's getting harder and harder to just respect it as a blanket statement. It's
No, you're absolutely making sense. And it's also, education is so readily available. If you want to educate yourself, there's for just YouTube alone, you could kind of learn anything. You can learn anything about anything.
Yeah,
and if
or
you're
with
really
AI
interested
even. I actually think AI is even better because AI will give you step-by-step text instructions, which for me, for whatever reason, is often much easier to understand than the YouTube instruction videos that take a lot longer. So I actually like AI for learning how to do and fix things. I use it for my computer all the time.
and actually doing the work and actually trying to absorb the information, you can get a high-quality education without ever stepping into a university.
Yeah.
Just with audiobooks, just with YouTube, just with, I mean, there's so much knowledge, much more than any other time in human history. So the idea that the only way to get an education is to go to these socially captured, these politically captured environments and be force-fed this indoctrination of horseshit by communists who have never had a real job, and also be in debt.
Man. Dude,
an
that's
insane amount of money
Joe Rogan.
because
I'm
you're
so glad to
spending
hear him
more
talking
money
like
for
this.
that education than you're going to spend on anything else when you're fucking 18 years old. There's nothing even remotely close to a year in a university degree unless you're buying a new car every year. Like, what the fuck are you spending that kind of, like, what is, how much, like, what's Harvard a year right now? How much per year is Harvard? What is it, 50, 60?
I don't know.
Way more than that?
Man, it depends if you're in state and out of state too, but I don't think it's a state school.
Plus, student loan balances people borrow on average ranges from $25,000 to $40,000 for just an 18-year-old to sign away.
Nuts.
Well, through their 4-year degree. It's crazy.
It's crazy.
And it's all administrative bloat now, too.
Yeah.
It's not even going to anything.
It's also subsidized. Like, the whole thing is gross.
62 for undergrad.
$62,000 a year. What else are you spending $62,000 a year on?
That's
now
without,
imagine. What's that, Jimmy?
It's without fees.
Including housing, health fees, and student services.
I'll tell you.
80.
For sure.
Oh, including housing, health fees, and student services, coming to approximately $86,000 to $95,000 before financial aid. So, with housing, health fees, and human services, it could get you $95,000 a year.
For 1 year,
fucking
$100K.
Crazy. And if you go through that and you get a degree in gender studies,
Yes.
that's wild.
Now, for a fact, there's a $62,000 car out there, but for a fact, they will not lend that car amount to an 18-year-old.
Yeah, for
I
real.
don't know why they would do it.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's ridiculous. I gotta use the restroom. Restroom break.
Well, did Steve woke up every morning just trying to build a life. Welded steel and honest work kept his head down through the fight. They took his land, they took his name. They laughed while he went broke, till the only thing he had left was a Komatsu. And with that, he would bring the smoke. He spent 3 days and 3 nights behind a welding mask, turning yellow iron into something no one could get past. No speeches, no goodbye notes, no final grand manifesto. Just the sound of steel on steel and a heart that said, "Let's go!" He rolled out of the shop like a storm no one could see coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he came down the street. And for one single day, no one could stop the beast. They threw everything they had at him, bullets, bombs, and prayers. But he just kept on rolling like he didn't even care. Every building that fell before him felt the weight of what he'd lost. One man against the system, and the system paid the cost. They called him crazy when the smoke finally cleared. Said the man had lost his mind, that he'd gone too far, that's clear. But the ones who knew him best just stood there with a quiet respect for the man who fought the system till there was nothing left. He rolled out of the shop like a storm no one could see coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he came down the street. And for one single day, no one could stop the beast. He tore through the town like a judgment long overdue. No barricades or plans they made could stop him from getting through. And as if blessed by God's own righteous fury, no innocents would get hurt. The guilty reaped the whirlwind and got their just desserts. Years go by and people still talk about the man in the machine, the one who finally said enough when the system got too mean. Some see a madman, some see a saint who finally broke free. But everybody knows what it's like when you can't breathe. He rolled out of the shop like a storm nobody saw coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he rolled down the street. For one single day, the common man could not be beat.
darkness without a name. Like the black thing from forgotten tales, it rolled across the stars and veils, enforcing wonder, uniform shade, crushing every spark that disobeyed. It made its home where laughter reigned, twisted joy into chains of shame, to Pandora's of the modern age. Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian lifted the lid on the forbidden jar, unleashed the howling storm of war. False accusations, public scorn, one innocent soul was crushed and torn, driven to the final silent night, a casualty of their holy fight. This is the first stand for the light we built with our own two hands. This is the first stand. We are the gatekeepers of Gamergate. We held the line when all others would capitulate. This was the first stand. This was Gamergate. Then rose the herald voice of stone. Total biscuit called across the zone. His words cut through the digital night, awakening the sleepers to the fight. From the very heart of the light they came, a warrior cast forged in digital flame, ever vigilant, ever pursuing the dark, sworn to hunt it, to tear it apart. Then from the glowing heart of light arose a weapon forged that no shadow could oppose. Beam swift spells of truth and savage mirth, the one true blade that pierced the darkness first. Viral thunder rolling across the plain, laughing chaos driving out the pain. The darkness howled and recoiled in fear, for memes were something it could not endure. From the light they drew their ancient rage, rip and tear across the shadow's cage. Like the slayer born of crimson hell, our crusaders charge where demons dwell. Doom incarnate in pixel and steel, they ripped the darkness, made the shadows real. No mercy for the creeping blight, the warriors of the endless fight. The people of the light rose as one, struck the first blow, the battle won. That wound cut deeper than the darkness knew, a sting that burns and echoes through and through. For the curse that Pandora set in motion, the ever-shifting storm of false devotion now turns upon its makers without cease. Yesterday's champion of darkness, today's released. This is the first stand for the games we love and the joy we demand. This is the first stand. We are the gatekeepers of Gamergate. We held the line when all others would capitulate. This was the first stand. This was Gamergate. The first stand. The warrior still remains. The first stand. Gamergate. Artistic eyes wide open, watch him abuse the rules in every game they play. We're not ashamed, we're not ashamed, we're not ashamed, we're not ashamed. Seeing patterns, seeing patterns, seeing patterns in the hate. That's not okay. This is weaponized autism, so let the tism fly. Proud and bombastic. This is autastic. We're not ashamed. We're not ashamed. We're not ashamed. We're not ashamed. Seeing patterns, seeing patterns, seeing patterns in the hate. That's not okay. This is weaponized autism, so let the tism fly. Sense of justice, as true as his aim. Proud and bombastic. This is autastic. Yeah. They sat us down in senior year and dimmed the classroom lights. Put on that famous movie, said the end is near, alright. Al Gore stood tall upon the screen with graphs that couldn't fail, while something in my stomach said this fairy tale smelled stale. I raised my hand, a timid soul, and asked a simple question. The silence hit like winter wind and froze the whole damn session. The teacher sighed, the students glared like I had lost my mind for daring to ask questions about the gospel they assigned. Oh, it was an inconvenient truth, a most convenient load of you know what. They scared us good in high school seats, woo, while the prophets cashed their checks and flew in private fleets. They swore the snow on Kilimanjaro soon would disappear. They swore the Arctic ice would vanish any year. They swore the ocean soon would swallow every coastal town. But 20 years have come and gone, and the ice is still around. Tuvalu cried, we're sinking fast at the United Nations Hall, while the coral reefs were harvested and sold off one and all. The islands didn't vanish, they just kept on standing tall. But the fear kept flowing freely and the money flowed with all. The science was settled, they shout with righteous fire, while the data kept on screaming that the models were a liar. They dodge and weave and lecture like it was some kind of game, and heaven help the child who dared to ask again. They'll never say they're sorry, they'll never face the cost. They just move the goalposts and the grift goes marching on. The fear has long since faded, but the money's flowing still, like royalties from terror that they peddled with such skill. Now they found a brand new monster, shiny, bright and new. Artificial intelligence, it's gonna end us all, it's true. They scream we need more in place while they attack the ones who build it, trying to take us all to space. Digital IDs, their latest plea to seal our future tight, to finally close the vice and keep the future out of sight. The mild little cancel culture from the days of old has grown into a monster that will demand total control. Oh, it was an inconvenient truth. A most convenient load of you-know-what. They scared us once, they'll scare us twice. It's the same old grift, and the price is always choice.
woke up every morning just trying to build a life. Welded steel and honest work kept his head down through the fight. They took his land, they took his name. They laughed while he went broke, till the only thing he had left was a Komatsu. And with that, he would bring the smoke. He spent 3 days and 3 nights behind a welding mask, turning yellow iron into something no one could get past. No speeches, no goodbye notes, no final grand manifesto. Just the sound of steel on steel and a heart that said, "Let's go!" He rolled out of the shop like a storm no one could see coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he came down the street. And for one single day, no one could stop the beast. They threw everything they had at him, bullets, bombs, and prayers. But he just kept on rolling like he didn't even care. Every building that fell before him felt the weight of what he'd lost. One man against the system, and the system paid the cost. They called him crazy when the smoke finally cleared. Said the man had lost his mind, that he'd gone too far, that's clear. But the ones who knew him best just stood there with a quiet respect for the man who fought the system till there was nothing left. He rolled out of the shop like a storm no one could see coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he came down the street. And for one single day, no one could stop the beast. He tore through the town like a judgment long overdue. No barricades or plans they made could stop him from getting through. And as if blessed by God's own righteous fury, no innocents would get hurt. The guilty reaped the whirlwind and got their just desserts. Years go by and people still talk about the man in the machine, the one who finally said enough when the system got too mean. Some see a madman, some see a saint who finally broke free. But everybody knows what it's like when you can't breathe. He rolled out of the shop like a storm nobody saw coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he rolled down the street. For one single day, the common man could not be beat.
darkness without a name. Like the black thing from forgotten tales, it rolled across the stars and veils, enforcing wonder, uniform shade, crushing every spark that disobeyed. It made its home where laughter reigned, twisted joy into chains of shame, to Pandora's of the modern age. Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian lifted the lid on the forbidden jar, unleashed the howling storm of war. False accusations, public scorn, one innocent soul was crushed and torn, driven to the final silent night, a casualty of their holy fight. This is the first stand for the light we built with our own two hands. This is the first stand. We are the gatekeepers of Gamergate. We held the line when all others would capitulate. This was the first stand. This was Gamergate. Then rose the herald voice of stone. Total biscuit called across the zone. His words cut through the digital night, awakening the sleepers to the fight. From the very heart of the light they came, a warrior cast forged in digital flame, ever vigilant, ever pursuing the dark, sworn to hunt it, to tear it apart. Then from the glowing heart of light arose a weapon forged that no shadow could oppose. Memes, swift spells of truth and savage mirth, the one true blade that pierced the darkness first. Viral thunder rolling across the plain, laughing chaos driving out the pain. The darkness howled and recoiled in fear, for memes were something it could not endure. From the light they drew their ancient rage, rip and tear across the shadow's cage. Like the slayer born of crimson hell, our crusaders charge where demons dwell. Doom incarnate in pixel and steel, they ripped the darkness, made the shadows real. No mercy for the creeping blight, the warriors of the endless fight. The people of the light rose as one, struck the first blow, the battle won. That wound cut deeper than the darkness knew, a sting that burns and echoes through and through. For the curse that Pandora set in motion, the ever-shifting storm of false devotion now turns upon its makers without cease. Yesterday's champion of darkness, today's released. This is the first stand for the games we love and the joy we demand. This is the first stand. We are the gatekeepers of Gamergate. We held the line when all others would capitulate. This was the first stand. This was Gamergate. The first stand. The warriors still remain. The first stand. Gamergate.
All right, we're back to continuing. Hey, sorry about that. It took a little bit longer than I wanted, but it was nice because I was talking to my wife about our kid. I found he's tattling on me to Mama now when he doesn't get his way, and it's really funny. He doesn't know many words, but he knows when he doesn't like something Dada's doing. If he calls Mama, Mama might change the situation, so he's been ratting me out. Oh, okay, so let's go ahead and get going here.
Go for a college degree.
So
It is kinda
from
nuts.
the New York Times, 1983, about it's titled "1980s Grads Baby Boom to Job Bust." But this sounds a lot like right now, but it doesn't mention anything
Sounds
about
familiar.
debt or AI.
Yeah. So more than 900,000 of them in the 1980s have discovered that they must put aside college daydreams and settle for jobs that do not require a degree if they want to work at all. So this was when?
1983.
Like one of the first
Whoa.
technology
Yeah, they're all
bubbles,
going in for
actually, when
jobs,
computers
and
first started
none
coming
of the
out.
jobs that they want are available, so they're
Yeah.
gonna have to,
They're getting
Look
bullshit
go back to
degrees.
that.
Now, to be fair, that was immediately followed by a massive boom. So,
It says, the Federal Bureau of Labor Statistics has long predicted that the number of college graduates would exceed the number of technical, managerial, and professional jobs available to them, a result in part of a decade-and-a-half long influx of well-educated baby boom generation into the labor market. The problem is, like, young kids, if you ask kids, the vast majority of them, what they want to do, I think.
you hope I had a good Killdozer day. Hey, what's up, Shirtugal? How's it going? I don't know if you recently sent that or not. I didn't get a notification, but thanks for being here, dude.
I know this is in California. They was like overwhelmingly they wanted
Sorry,
to
I
be
was
famous.
talking to my wife. We were talking about
Yeah.
plants.
I mean, we're in the
and
world
moving.
of influencers. It makes sense. Everyone's trying to be a TikToker.
We were talking.
Well,
We like my wife has family in California that we kind of want to move closer to, but we literally agree that my son's future is better here in Florida for sure.
everyone's also wanting to do what you're doing.
Yeah. no.
You're an entertainer now. You're giving financial advice, but you're also an entertainer.
Yeah, it's very cool, and I wish everyone could do it. Most of us aren't lucky. I got lucky. I don't know.
Oh,
I mean,
what's
this
that?
is not a
Okay,
realistic
something
thing, right?
cats. I
We gotta
can't
be
actually
realistic.
read the
But
whole
what does
thing
that mean?
because I did
If
something
someone
stupid
can
with
do
the
it, you
layering,
can
so
do
let me
it.
fix that.
It's the numbers aren't good in terms of like the amount of people that are going to make it, but what are those factors that are keeping people from figuring out how to do it?
Well, you know what though? I wasn't fucking retarded about it. I had a full-time job, and I only allowed myself to go full-time on this thing once I proved I
If
had
it's
enough
on Kick-
income to replace it for a
If
few
it's a
months
sub on Kick, we
consistent.
might see.
Most people, they're like,
either a
let me
bot
just quit my
or
job, borrow some
nothing,
money,
but
and start recording some
they'll
videos.
have to wait a minute.
Like, you're a moron. You're gonna fail at that.
Yeah.
I was strategic. If I didn't work, or if this didn't work for me, I would still have that job because I didn't quit that job.
What were you doing?
I was a product manager at a tech company.
Did you hate it?
Kind of. Actually, yeah, that's why I started applying for other jobs, and a YouTuber almost hired me. Then he didn't, so I did it myself. That was kind of the path. So it was
So
pretty
what
boring.
was the job that you were going to get hired for, the YouTuber?
Do you know Tyler Oliveira?
No.
Oh, you've probably seen his clips. He runs around and like records like, oh, look at all these Indians in Frisco, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Either way, I was gonna be like a production manager for him. Good guy, but I just didn't get the job. So, yeah. But I wanted to be a YouTuber.
So you decided I'm going to just go and do it myself.
Yeah, I just recorded
Doing it
ordered a
myself.
bunch of equipment.
Nice.
And set up something and started recording financial audit. Because it was a show I wanted to see, but it didn't exist yet, so I decided to make it myself.
Really? So no background at all in entertainment? Nothing?
No, I was like making stuff, like making music. That's why I went to college, making YouTube videos with friends in high school. But
In an ideal world, would you be making music?
no, I'm way richer than.
But is that
Those
what you
people.
like better than the actual music itself?
No, this is so much more fun because it impacts more people's lives. It really does. Like, that's fucking cool. I mean, there's a lot of YouTubers, but being able to leave a legacy and actually say that you've helped tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people actually fix their lives, that's actually something special.
Yeah.
That's something special that not a lot of people get to say. So I don't want to give that up.
That is cool. But do you still do music at all?
Not really. It was like concert band composition. And I'll be honest, I don't think they would let me into the world because I'm right-wing coded.
Yeah,
And
oh god.
It
Yeah,
sounds like a
he's
joke,
right.
but it's actually real. Like
Totally true. Like,
if you
they're
go
gonna
on the
gatekeep the
music
hell
side
out
of
of him
Facebook,
now.
where they all are different band directors and different things like that, they're all very, very woke, which is cool. I'm down to hang out with them, grab a beer with them, but they kick you out.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty toxic. But no, I mean, for fun, I write a little on the side, but my passion is this thing.
Do you perform music or you just write it?
I used to play trombone, but it was
Trombone.
mostly writing.
Oh, I
That was the
see.
passion. But my passion is building my business now. I have 40 people that work for me here in Austin. It's really cool.
You have 40 employees?
Yeah, we're doing a lot of different things. We have over 100,000 people to our paid membership on YouTube, so that's an entire business on its own. It's crazy huge.
So what is the paid membership? What's the difference between the paid membership and the free membership?
It's $10 a month, and they get access to. We put on 3 premium shows that me and my production staff make daily. So we have a whole almost like network for them to consume behind the paywall.
And what are these shows about?
It's a variety of things. It's breaking down financial audit episodes. We have a show called Fat and Fatter where me and one of my talent people or whatever, we test food from different restaurants and rank them based on finances. They're all finance-based shows. So there's just these really cool, fun things that engage with the community, and they love supporting it. So almost 110,000 people a month subscribe to that, which is really cool.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and then the budgeting app DollarWise that we're building, financial audit, and then we have these personal
See, Joe
services on
Rogan's
our
really
own website
good
as
here
well,
about
so
like
people can
letting
apply for
people
personal loans and
letting
things like
people talk about themselves and what's exciting to them, and like he's really good at just like igniting a person's passion and then just letting them like just run on it.
that. So we're trying to really scale something, and that's much more of a passion than writing music ever was. So it's much more fun.
That's very interesting. So you're doing that. You got the DollarWise app. You have this YouTube thing where people can subscribe. So, but you seem like you've got some plans to build out and to take this even further.
Oh yeah, we want to scale this budgeting app like a lot. We want to really make it one of the top dogs out there and really provide a value that isn't being met in the marketplace. I'd love to build up some other YouTubers at some point. We have figured out the algorithm. We figured out what people like, and I want to help other people that want to create different finance content, because finance content is boring, like you said.
Yeah.
And we found a way to make it interesting and entertaining. I'd love to help some other people launch their stuff. And then like the personal financial tools, similar to like what Ramsey has, Dave Ramsey, they connect people with mortgages and stuff. We want to make sure we can provide that, but in a way that isn't so limited and stringent to a strict ideology. So there's a lot in the market that's not being met that I really want to build out.
That's what
And
good
for
economics
young
is,
people,
man,
like
is
that.
finding a neglected sector and then creating value where there isn't any. And that's capitalism 101. He's got it. He knows what he's doing.
Have a resource like that where there's someone who doesn't have a boring, stale sort of perspective that could teach you how to budget yourself and how to like take your money and invest it. And then I'm sure there's a ton of online platforms that show you how to cook, that can show you how to shop, how you can save money by going to a grocery store and what's cost effective and getting your nutrition in, but also saving some money.
Yeah. What's the question? I'm sorry.
No, it's it's a beautiful time for young people if they access these things. I'm just
Yeah,
saying
it
that
is.
like for young people that are listening to you and like, I don't know what to do. Oh, you're right. Oh, I do spend, like, let me look at the amount of money I spend just getting DoorDash. Holy shit. That's actually a large percentage of my check. And how much would it be if I just went to the grocery store once a week and I got all my food?
You see, Joe Rogan's like onto something here that I don't think many people understand about like the world that we're living in right now. Even I am not taking advantage of this as much as possible, but I am trying to, like with my AI learning and the AI generation, the videos and things like that, right? So the thing that like he's getting right here is we live in like an ecosystem of possibility where if you want to learn how to fix your car, you can go on YouTube or ask an AI, you can fix your car. You can do it yourself. You can learn how to do it. You don't have to pay anybody anything except for those services or access to them, right? Or if you want to learn how to play an instrument, guess what? There's a service you can learn how to play an instrument in your own home. Or You want to learn how to program? Guess what? You can get a certified, never have to leave your home. We are in probably the most information accessible like culture the world has ever seen, and we're the least excited about it the world has ever seen. Like, if you were to take people during, say, the Depression in the 1920s and give them the access to the toolkits and the learning resources that we have available now, they would fly off the shelves with skill sets that they learned, that they've picked up. They wouldn't let that go to waste. They would completely and utterly take advantage of it. And our culture, our people from now just do not do that.
For the week, Jesus Christ, I'd save $300.
And here's the reality. You don't get to have fun if you don't have a fully funded emergency fund. That's a basic reality. Only 60% of Americans can cover a $400 emergency, meaning 40% can't. That's $400.
So when you say emergency fund, like, what do you consider an emergency fund?
So there's a debate between 3 months to 6 months of everything you need to live for a month. I'm on that 6 month side because, things like the pandemic and shutdowns, we're in that kind of world now. So we may as well go that full way, get a 6 month emergency fund that protects you in case of layoffs or just losing money or a medical emergency, whatever it may be. You got a lifeline. But that's basic. Like, that is so critical to life for like a sick pet or a broken car that if you don't have that, I don't want to see you in a drive-through. That can't be acceptable. Going on a vacation is not acceptable if you can't protect you and your family at the basic level. I'll give you a little bit of grace if you're not fully investing. Okay.
I mean,
but
he's
this
right.
is like
He's
basic
completely
survival
right.
shit.
Hey, Trent,
it
what's
needs
up?
to be just as critical as
There's
having like a first aid
Gundam
kit in the
Road?
house because it's that serious.
When did it get
and
dropped?
that's
Where?
what causes Americans to just
if you want,
fuck
drop me a
up
link,
their
Trenton.
houses financially. An emergency happens, a layoff
If you want,
happens,
go ahead and
they're
drop me a
not
link
ready.
for like
It's
an ad
scary
for it.
and
I'll
people
watch
are
it on
not
stream.
ready.
I know, it's like that.
I think
the
you're
problem
able
is hearing that with young people, it's like, that's boring.
If not, I'll fix
It
it.
is.
You know,
I know.
They don't
You
want
got
to think
VIP
that
status,
way.
so you should
They
be
just want to
cool.
go have fun. They want to play video games. They want to go to the bar.
Which is fair. But a 6 month emergency fund isn't that crazy. It's not saving millions for retirement. Do that, then have some fun. Get to 3 months, then have a little bit of fun while you're saving to 6.
But he's absolutely. I need to
Just
do
that.
this myself.
Or at
I mean, I
least
have
at a
everything I
minimum,
want.
Be able
I need
to cover
to
your highest insurance
just do
deductible,
this. This
or
is
like
what I
a
need to
1 month
do.
emergency
Like,
fund.
I
Have
really need to get
something.
a full
The
6
fact that
months
40% don't
fund.
have $400 set aside.
I
Half a
need
rainy
to
day
get
for an
ammo
actual
too.
emergency
Like,
is
obviously more
terrifying.
ammo.
Yeah.
I got a lot of 9mm,
now,
which is
what are your
great, but I do
thoughts on
not
crypto?
have. Do not
I
have
like crypto. I have a small amount of
45
Bitcoin in
that I
my
want.
portfolio. It's pretty good. 10% of Americans use it as an investment tool, so it's still pretty small for the overall American public. But I mean, I like it in general. Have we hit the full bubble and pullback? I wonder.
Well, it's
Curious.
the crypto outside of Bitcoin gets very odd, like meme coins, and I'm heavily invested in Melania coin. I don't know about you.
No, not personally.
I'm kidding.
Not in my portfolio.
But there's like things like that where like, what's going on? Like who's putting their money into the Haktua coin?
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's like it's a very weird gambling thing we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a legal pyramid scheme.
Yes, exactly. And it's mostly just used by people for a get rich quick.
Real quick.
Like, I don't even know if she made money.
I think
Miss
she got fucked.
Haktua.
I think she got
Yeah.
fucked, and her reputation got destroyed. Like people hated her; they're angry at her afterwards. And
Yeah, she gets like 5,000 views a video now. It's pretty brutal.
I think she got sucked into this idea, somehow or another that it was going to be okay. And like the people that got sucked into the NFT thing. I remember.
Oh,
man,
yeah,
how
dude,
many
remember
conversations did we
NFTs?
have about NFTs
Jesus
where I was
Christ.
trying to get someone to explain it to me. Like, no one can explain this to me in a way that makes sense why I can get that same picture and put it on my phone and it's free. But you have that picture on your phone and you own it?
Yeah. And then
So-
it died in 6 months.
Right.
So.
But that was one where I was like, what are they trying to sell and how are so many people buying it?
Yeah.
Where if you can't explain to
Yeah,
me
'cause
what
you
you're
can't even
selling,
I
but
never
yet
understood it.
millions of dollars. I know a guy who made over $1 million in art NFTs.
Oh my god.
Yeah. No, it's an actual thing. And I think what every single person that gets in every pump and dump thinks they're going to do is get the pump but not
Right.
the dump.
Yeah.
They think they're going to be that exception.
Yeah.
they're not going to be. It's like day trading. Day trading's even better, and that's still only 85 or 15% win. Only
Really?
15% win day trading,
Really?
which is higher than you'd think. Yeah.
Wait a minute. So 85% lose at day trading?
Yes, actual like day trading, like intraday trading, it's brutal.
Holy shit.
Those pump and dumps are even worse. But everyone's a special little snowflake. They think they're gonna be the one. They're gonna beat the system.
Yeah.
It doesn't work, but I think there's some good value in like Ethereum or Bitcoin. It's actually being utilized. I'm good with
Aren't
it.
these meme coins also a good way to launder money?
Oh, well, Wander actually. That's interesting. I bet. I wouldn't be surprised.
So certainly distribute money to people.
Sure.
Like if you made a Caleb coin,
Yeah.
and I said, what do you think? I got an idea. Why don't you and I collaborate? I'll finance your
Oh, here
Caleb
we go. Let me
coin,
check this
and
out.
you dump out early, and you get all this money from it, and fuck all these other people that thought they were gonna.
Let's see what we got here. Let's open it up. Open link. Just check it out.
On Earth, mankind measured time by seasons, not sirens. For a moment, the future felt promising.
They're inside! They're inside!
Out here, that promise is a lie.
Gundam Rogue Orbit. Okay. Okay, so far looks good. Oh, shoot.
Every breath taken is inside an armored shell.
What the hell?
You're our last hope.
Okay.
The darkness coming for us.
It's just like a its own Gundam thing,
remembers
just
one
Gundam
man.
IP name. I'm okay with that. Oh, that looks sick.
Pilot.
Okay. It's like Armored Core Gundam, but like... Okay. Yeah, okay, I'm down. Okay. Sorry about all the okays. It's just I don't know how else to react. Oh my god, yeah, okay, we're getting it. I will be playing this. Yeah, I'll play this. I will 100% play this.
Find me. I'm here.
Nice. I dig it. Okay. Alright. Streamer represents himself in court and wins. Alright, we'll put this one up for later.
Going to make money, and they're not going to
True.
anyway.
Yeah, dude,
and
that's
now
sick.
you've got that money,
That is
and
too.
now we're
I'm
gonna work
excited.
together
I
to
hope
do
that ends up not
something
sucking, because Gundam
No,
You know,
it's
has a
crazy.
it's a
tendency
way
to
to
suck.
move
But if
money
they make
around
this
in a
good,
way
I'm
that's
okay.
not directly
Dude,
financially
the sad thing
compensating
is,
someone,
though,
but
is
yet
there's
you
nothing
are.
And
recognizable
there's
about
entire
it. It's its
websites
own
dedicated to the
IP.
pump funds. I think
So
it's like
it's gonna
pump.fund.
be a hard
Really?
sell for a lot of the
Pump.fund, something like that.
dedicated.
You can make a
I'll
coin,
give
you
it a
can
try
invest in
though.
it. It's all for pumps, but everyone thinks they're gonna be a part of the pump, not the dump. It's crazy.
But this is the wild west of unregulated currency.
Yeah.
And my fear is people are going to eventually wind up being stuck in a centralized digital currency that the government controls. And it's attached to a social credit score
Yep,
system.
yep, 100%. That's
know.
That's scary.
Summer Games
That's a
Fest. I
scary
seen
thought.
Gundam and
Further
immediately
down a
thought
scary
of you.
path.
Thank you,
Well,
dude.
people have actually proposed that, saying that we
Feel
need
free
this
to tell me if
compete with
anything else
China.
awesome drops,
I've heard
Trent, and I'll
this-
be here.
Yeah, I've heard this being
We'll
proposed
watch
by
it.
politicians. It's quite terrifying because if they can turn your money off or on,
You
if
can
they
be my
have
go-to,
and turn
man.
your
I
ability off
appreciate
or
it.
on to buy things, whether you can buy plane tickets or if you're problematic, you've done something that's crazy.
Because that's
But
what I'm
where
doing
all
now,
this
basically. I'm just doing like
control goes to.
commentary and
Sure.
building
It
because I like
definitely
doing
goes to,
both
like,
at
what's
the
the
same
best way to
time.
control people, completely
Also, I think
eliminate
it's a
their
good way
ability
of
to spend
making
money.
unique
Lock
content.
them
At
Still
least.
let people smoke meth on
Because
the
I don't want to
trains.
give up on streaming my model builds,
You
but I
know,
did want to do.
We have a racist system.
I did
Caleb,
want to do.
and,
I did want to do commentary, and so this has just been the way I've decided to do it. I'm just going to do both. That's the way I see it.
These people who have been victimized from the time they're young.
True.
Yeah. I've always said that if you want to make America great, really what you got to do is have less losers. So figure out what's going on, like why there's so many people that are homeless,
That's a
why
good one.
there's so many people that are locked into these crime-infested neighborhoods and gang-infested neighborhoods.
Yes, I did. I watched it. I even did commentary on it. It was great. I dropped a comment on it and everything. Tess, yeah, I definitely did, and I'm really happy he made it because, like I said, every little video like that. I was having a conversation in the Skybrowse Discord for a second over it. I was saying every single little like video like that he drops is a sledgehammer, blow in the culture war. And I even posted, he's my keyboard crusader, that just dealing blows in the culture war, and I love his topical like videos. I really do. For that reason. Legal Mindset did a great video on it. Yeah, I've got some stuff over here. I've already watched a couple of them today, but if you look, I've got this one here to watch. This is actual Justice Warrior, right? So that'll be later, and then we get some stuff about Hassan from both Osmongold and Nuxtaku, and then I've got some news stuff I wanted to check out, and then it looks like we've got a leaflet video on the Lego issue I want to watch. And then I just saw this, which a streamer represents himself in court and wins. So we're just going through this. These are things I wanted to watch. That's another thing, right? Is I decided that, like, why sit there and watch the videos and then go and rant to my wife about what I'm watching in the videos when I could just watch the videos and rant about it and then potentially monetize myself ranting about it anyways. It's the same time I'm going to spend watching the videos, and it's the same time I'm going to spend building models, but now I'm just streaming it on YouTube. I just don't see a reason not to do it that way. So I said, fuck it, that's the way I'll do it. So now I've gotten to a point where, like, when I see a video I want to watch, I literally just save it and then add it to a list for, like, the next stream instead of watching it and taking time away from my family. So it's been beneficial in that capacity, too. So now I'm, when I'm watching content, as a Mormon, I hate to see this happen in Utah, especially if any involved are members. I hope people don't think we're trash because of a few bad actors. I'm going to hate to tell you this. I'm going to really hate to bring this to your attention. Before this video, I had nothing but the highest opinion of Mormons. And my opinion has radically shifted because of this. To me, it's no better than the whole Somali fraud situation. It's just another group of people who are circling the wagons for corruption and profitability at the expense of other Americans. It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing, and I don't like it. And it doesn't make me racist because whether it's Mormons or whether it's Somalis, I don't like it. I don't fucking like it, and it's not right, and it needs to be squashed. So in either situation, it's obviously not a race issue. It's a corruption and fraud issue on both instances. And I think this is a great parallel. If somebody's going to tell you that, oh, you're only racist because of the Somali fraud, I can now go, well, what about the Mormons and how I feel about them? Does that still make me racist? Or and the problem is that the Mormons have now given that as an argument, and there's no taking it back. And that's rough. I feel really bad for Mormons, but that's a fact now. That's just how people see it. And it's all because of this. I remember, I know it's not all of you. I know it's not. And I understand that. And I'm not trying to cast a big net. What I am saying is the damage it's done to people's opinions. I'm trying to be realistic about that, right? That's what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is it looks really, really bad, and public opinion on it is going to be really, really bad. That's what I'm saying, and that's a fact. Regardless of what my position is or how I feel about Mormons, right? Because like I said, every Mormon I've ever met have been like the most stand-up, honest, justified, people that I've ever met. And then this happens, and it's like, okay, well, if I feel that way about Mormons and I have that opinion of them, what's the normie going to feel who didn't have an opinion before they saw this? Right? Oh, yeah, no, I know that. And there's even, somebody did a video on the Jews, I think, in New York that have like 18 kids and are completely living off of welfare. Like, any kind of group that is, like I said, benefiting by making American citizens pay for it, I think that's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. It's completely wrong. Are they Americans or are they Jews? Are they Are they under the jurisdiction of America, or they're Jewish like group? All right, because it's one or the other. If it's their Jewish group, fine, no welfare, bye bye, it's gone. And if it's not their Jewish group, then okay, bye bye, the welfare, it's gone. Right? Same solution. Either answer. So, and it's not making me racist. I just don't like circling the wagons for corruption in group dynamics, and that's just what's happening. Man, it's good to be home from work. My work was crazy this week. I'm so glad I'll be at my normal work schedule next week. And yeah, but just to clarify, Test, every Mormon that I've ever met has been just a completely stand-up, respectable individual. And I actually have admired Mormons for that. What's the word I want to use? Fortitude, I think, is a good word. I think the Mormon people have an unprecedented fortitude and dedication to justice and the right things. There are some things that I think are odd about Mormons, but I absolutely admire that fortitude for right and good that they have. Like, there's no doubt it's there. But then you see stuff like this, and it does damage to the public image. There's no doubt about it.
Completes itself over and over again, decade after decade. Like, invest money in that. You want to make the world a better place? Fix all that. But there's no effort to do that whatsoever, and no politicians ever bring it up. It's never a discussion.
Yeah, and it's good to set up incentives in the system as well. So,
well, I think judging. I mean, I've always thought judging people by groups is stupid. Like, always, because like here's the thing, right? Is like, I may not like what I see in a lot of black culture, but one of my heroes is black, so I'll never be a racist. I'll never be a racist because one of my heroes is Thomas Sowell, dude, and he's black, but he's written books that, man, have just blown up my brain and made me, come to realizations that I love. So I don't think, and it's a race issue. I really don't. But I will criticize culture every day. It's not race to me, but it's 100% culture and the acceptance of, the racism of low expectations is another problem.
California is moral on a lot of things with their social programs, but because a lot of their social programs
Thomas Sowell's a national treasure, dude.
They're 49th in unemployment. Like, it's not great. The incentive isn't there for people to go out.
Is that really what they are, 49?
I think they were 50th until recently.
Oh, God.
Yeah. No, it's not great. But an incredible tech boom and whatnot. But when the incentives are, easy to manipulate and take advantage of.
What percentage of people in California are unemployed?
I don't know.
Let's find that out. It's 48 now.
48.
California is moving on up. 5.3%. But that's also 5.3% of people that are actively looking for jobs.
Exactly.
They drop off as soon as they stop looking for a job.
Which many of the young men are not. They're not doing anything.
And how are they making money?
I don't know. Parents.
Yeah, that's why you got to look at the real unemployment rate, which factors that in at least.
Can you imagine if you're a fucking parent?
Clarence Thomas is an actor. Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
40-year-old.
But between Thomas Sowell and Clarence Thomas, how am I supposed to be a racist, right? Any kind of accusation about actual, like, biological racism goes out the window when I have to reference those two national treasures, right? But I can make arguments for culture.
Your old son is living at home with you?
No, I was pulling up some nerd stats before coming on here, and I was reading through Bureau of Labor Statistics or Gallup poll that 40% of people aged 18 to 29 regularly receive help from family and relatives.
Wow.
Which is an incredible percentage of that age group. That's scary.
Yeah.
Again, the incentive is like, I don't know. When I was 18, I'm not even that old. I'm 31. But when I was 18, I was so excited to go out there and be independent and be on my own. That was everything. I was so excited to make my way in this world.
Right.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to leech.
I
wouldn't
so
want to leech
excited
on
to get
any
out there.
system.
Bad,
I want to Well, maybe that's why I'm
I had,
successful. I don't know.
like
Maybe I
undying
am.
optimism.
That
for
definitely
things
has a
went bad.
fact. It's a part of it.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a
Some
fact.
cultures are superior to others. That's for sure. Yeah. Like, I mean, are we really going to compare the morality of the United States against, you know, the Incas or Mayans that sacrificed children to get rain? Like, are we going to compare ourselves to cultures that had bloodletting rituals in mass of people, and we're supposed to think, well, we've got a lot to learn from them? Or are we going to go, yeah, no, we're kind of past that. Maybe their morality's a bit off tilt. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll take option 2.
Factor.
But there's a lot of people that just do nothing, and they're not looking for anything else. And I don't think we should.
For example, as an American, right? I can say I think Japanese culture is superior to American culture, right? I think they have a better culture. They have a more their culture is more. They have more property rights and views on property rights than our culture does. They don't, they don't trash their city when they're upset like we do. You know, they have a lot of things culturally that I think are actually superior to us. And as somebody who's an American, and as somebody who's doing side-by-side comparisons of culture, I'd be lying if I didn't say there were aspects of other cultures that were superior to ours. But that doesn't mean that I can't also say that our culture is superior to others too, right? Both can be true. And I shouldn't be like castigated or ostracized for saying one when I can totally get away with saying the other. And they're both just as true.
Support those who need help. I'm for robust social safety systems, people that become unemployed, people that need help getting food on the table for their family. That stuff is important. But if we are enabling bad behavior, it doesn't work. Exactly. And then we have a failed society because people aren't going and creating things. Luckily, we're not there yet, but I just don't want to head there.
Yeah, and the recognition of human nature is not cruelty. It's just you really can't help people all the time. They have to be able to help themselves. And one of the best motivating factors
obviously
for helping yourself is desperation.
Agreed on the whole. I do dislike very few things like cultural drinking pressure and heavy pressure to work crazy hours. I mean, I get that. And you know, I don't drink anymore, but I've had parties where I've had a Mormon over, you know, and then when I realize they're over, I just don't drink and I don't bring out the booze. You know, I'm totally okay with that because it's you know, I'm happy to respect how they feel and be. Oh, agreed on the whole. I do dislike very few, like cultural drinking pressure. Oh, that's what you meant, the cultural drinking pressure. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, they are a little competitive in the working hours, and that's kind of like a hyper capitalism thing, and I get that can be bad. They're you know, they're superior in a lot of ways, but you know, they're not in others. You know, you can't have a discussion if you're going to silence the entire comparison, is what I'm saying, right? So you can't even make the comparison. And pick it. Well, you know, they do. You know, they're really good on crime. Maybe we should find out what's good about on crime. Oh, they're bad with work. Well, maybe we just won't, you know, take that onto ourselves. You know, you can't have the conversation about what you want to pick and choose to incorporate to your culture if you're not allowed to make comparative cultural analysis.
You know, people don't like to hear that, but that's true. If you bail people out every time, they're never going to bail themselves out, and that's just a fact.
Yeah.
You know, this doesn't mean that like a family that's on hard times, that's down on their luck, shouldn't get social safety nets. Of course they should. That's a big part of a community. A community should help its vulnerable people. It's a part of it. But you also have to teach people how to not be
there's a
vulnerable.
lot of things that are superior to American culture.
That's
like, for example, I disagree entirely about their weapon culture. Like, I think American gun culture is incredibly superior to Japanese weapon culture, right? And that's why one of my favorite expressions, you know, the key tagline for my character now is "Be the American the Japanese think you are."
How does this make any sense?
What does it say?
I mean, it's a...
California holds contrasting unemployment rankings depending on the metric. It ties for the highest unemployment rate in the nation, but places second overall for the best states to work due to strong wage policies
the American
and
the
worker
Japanese
rights.
think you are.
That's also probably why a lot
That's
of people
my goal,
are unemployed.
man.
Yeah,
That's
that means
all.
those that get a job have it great. I mean, same thing happens in places like France where they have aggressive
my entire
unemployment.
character's built
But if
around
you get
exactly
a job
that
there
concept.
with the vacation policies and worker rights, it's like the best thing in the world. It's incredible. Like, even in Poland, which is one of the more capitalistic countries in the EU, if you get fired, they still got to let you work for them for a month or two.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like, you have to let the employee you fired work for you for a couple months still. Like, it's pretty brutal. So
they have to still show up?
Yeah, they still have to show up.
So when you get fired, you have a 2-month grace period?
Basically. Yeah.
Wow.
You get paid,
Imagine how bad that guy's going to perform when he has to get paid and he's there for 2 months and you have to deal with this disgruntled asshole kicking around the office.
Yeah. So that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about performative policies. It's nice. It sounds good. I don't morally disagree with most of anything California does. All I care about is outcomes. But politicians don't get elected based on outcomes. They get elected based on what sounds good in an election cycle.
Yeah.
What they can promise, the performative things they
see, and
promise.
we're talking about Thomas Sowell. One of Thomas Sowell's, one of my favorite quotes from Thomas Sowell is, in economics, the number one rule is scarcity. There's not enough of everything that everybody wants to go around, right? And then he goes on to say the number one rule of politics is to disregard the number one rule of economics.
Outcomes are never tracked. They're not what matters. That outcome is 48th in unemployment. That's the actual outcome. You were a little anti-California when I see clips, and you didn't even know it was 48th. Like, that is crazy.
Yeah.
Like, we should know that. But outcomes is not what's tracked here. We don't track that. It's not in our nature.
Right.
It's not in the politicians' nature either.
Well, it's just such a problem with people that finance and talking about money and talking about jobs is just not sexy. They just don't enjoy it.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, and it's part of the reason why so many people are on these bad paths is that they don't have these thoughts in their head. They don't really understand. And I think that's one of the more important things about these conversations that you're having is that people do need to hear what the consequences are for fucking up, what the consequences, and that there's a path forward, that you can actually fix your fucking situation.
For everyone. We are so lenient in this country with our bankruptcy protection laws. It's crazy. We are... If there is a place to escape a bad financial situation you're in, the United States is pretty damn good.
Except for student loans.
Except for student loans.
I would just like to point out. I would just like to point out that student loans were incorporated and made what was it? What's the word? You can't bankrupt on student loans. You can't default on student loans because of the Affordable Care Act. It was part of that bill, and I warned people about that at the time, and nobody gave a fuck. And here we are. I don't think the medical industry is any better than it was before the ACA, but now you can't bankrupt on your school loans. And I warned people about that. Nobody gave a fuck then. And now we're dealing with the repercussions of it. But nobody wants to listen to Autastic. Nobody wants to listen to me point these fucking things out and then point out exactly how they're going to go wrong. At the time, I was saying, dude, you really think making a product that everybody has to buy is going to make the product cheaper? Like, you really think you're going to put a gun to people and then say, buy this product or else, and that the price is going to go down? You think the corporations are going to make it cheaper? You're so stupid. So stupid. 1912, they made they passed the federal income tax and created the Federal Reserve in the same year.
Loans are under default. That's the biggest of any kind of debt category in the country. It's bad, and people don't understand the consequences. And you know what's so stupid? This is
same
what
year the
pisses me off,
Titanic sank, by the way.
People talk to me about it all the time. They say the
you and
student
a lot of
loan
other people,
system
but
is
too few. What do you mean by that?
It is, but they get
sorry, Portugal. What were you talking about?
They say this is too expensive. I can't pay it, and if I don't pay it, then they're gonna garnish my wages because of winning a default. Brother, Republican Donald Trump signed in the big beautiful bill the repayment assistance program, which is different than the previous program, but that allows as little as 1% of your income, depending on your income situation, to qualify as the minimum monthly payment. 1%. You won't default. Do 1%. But they're complaining that it's too expensive. They're just not willing to look into the actual reality and just say, hey, give me
other people warning about the ACA. Yeah. Like, these people were literally so fucking retarded, they thought it would make healthcare cheaper. Well, we're like 10 years later, we're past 10 years, or did it? Fucking did it? Or were all the people who were saying that this is a really bad idea 100% right? Huh? And why the fuck do I have that track record? That's what pisses me off more than anything, is that I got a track record of being accurate for like 20 fucking years now. I'm just tired of it. Yeah, that's pretty cool if it's true. I agree, Test.
Program. They just want to be victims.
Like, I was arguing about the polar ice caps back in fucking 2004. Back in 2004 and 2005, I was pointing out, what about the hole in the ozone layer? Because that's what I was learning about in elementary school. And then it turns out research has shown that the hole in the ozone layer has been there since the dinosaurs. Oh, oops. Right? No, I've never heard of that term, Cassandra. I haven't. But yeah, like, and then, you know, I was even pointing out back in like 2005, 2006, I was pointing out, you know, the difference between different, like, I was so deep into the science back then that I was telling people the difference between carbon atoms and sorry, not carbon atoms, molecules, and I mean to say, God, nobody even talks about it anymore. CO2, carbon dioxide. Or like we're talking about how much radiation carbon dioxide molecules actually absorb compared to other things like hydrogen and shit like that. It's more prolific in the atmosphere by a landslide. And we're talking about like the hydrocarbons, the fucking like carbon dioxide molecules. They store like 1/1000th of the radiation energy that a fucking hydrogen atom or molecule stores. But in none of the climate models are they factoring in hydrogen. So you've got something that is 99 times more prolific in the atmosphere, that has 1,000 times more radiation absorption, and you're not even factoring them into your global climate models? Like, I could have told you it was bullshit. I could have told you then. But no, nobody listened to Uncle. Nobody listened to Uncle.
It's all bad. It's all evil. It's not perfect, but they don't understand why. They complain about the wrong thing. What's wrong is we'll let you borrow whatever you want to get whatever bullshit degree at whatever college you want to go to. That's what's wrong. Every time we raise how much you can borrow for school, schools conveniently raise how much it costs to go to school.
I got so much shit when I was in college. I was in my human impacts on the environment class. And the Chevy Volt had come out or whatever, and the dude was like super ecstatic about how what was a Trojan priestess dedicated to the god Apollo and fated by him to utter true prophecies but never be believed. Oh, yeah, I'm a fucking Cassandra then. Yeah, totally. Yeah. And like even back then they had the Chevy Volt out, right? And I was talking to my teacher about it, and I was like, okay, yeah, you think it's a great thing. How much, considering that it plugs into the electrical grid and it gets its power from the electrical grid, how much of our electrical grid is based off of coal, and at what percentage does it become more environmentally friendly than gasoline? And like that was my question. The dude's like, we can't talk about that right now. We don't have time for that in this class. Da, 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 da. And like I was ostracized afterwards for just asking that question. And to me at the time, this is why I've, get so pissed off with having good faith discussions with leftists for 20 years, because I've been having them. And they just avoid the topics. If it's counter to what they believe, they will just cease the conversation. And all I was doing was asking a legitimate question. How much of this battery-powered car is going to be powered by coal? That's it. That's all I was asking. I could not get an answer. And 30 seconds before I asked this question, the dude could not stop glazing the fucking Volt. I was like, have you even thought about it? Have you thought about the third order consequences of where the fuel source is coming from? Or are you just like literally an environmentalist teacher that is literally buying into advertising schemes? Is that what we're dealing with here? Because it sounds like it.
School. When it was cheap to go to school, when everyone's like, back in my day, it was cheap to go to school. You couldn't borrow money to go to school. It's set in line.
Right.
Why wouldn't they charge more for administrative bloat and creating,
exactly,
like Southern schools have? I think in Alabama, a freaking lazy river on their campus. It's a recruitment tool. They do that. If you can borrow more money, they will charge more money.
Yep, that's the same thing. It's the exact same thing with the Affordable Care Act. It's the exact same thing. If you have to buy the product, they can charge more money.
Technically,
Lefts do not care about
your
facts or
student
logic.
loans
Truth,
discharged
objective truth is
via
a right-wing
bankruptcy.
value.
It's
Truth
just
is
a
not a
waste
left-wing
of
But
value.
it's not
Yeah,
automatic
you're right.
and takes
Neither
extra
is
steps
tolerance
and proof
or
of undue
acceptance.
hardship. What is that? How do they define undue hardship?
Well, you gotta go to a judge.
So, like, maybe if you got paralyzed.
Honestly, it's going to be case by case, but I've looked
Oh,
it
yeah,
up
now
a
I'm a
couple
Cassandra.
times,
Great.
and it's
God,
not.
what a
It's just difficult.
Yeah, it's just,
Why
just
do you
a-
have to give a fucking name to what I am now? That's great. That almost feels like a curse test. It almost feels like you just told me, you know, may you live in interesting times. God damn it. That's what it feels like you just did.
impossible.
A trudge.
It's pretty rare as far as I know.
Yeah, as far as I know as well. Listen, Caleb, I think what you provide is very valuable. I really do. And
Thank
I
you,
like
sir.
and then you've found like this new avenue where you're entertaining, but you're talking about finances and giving people like really good advice, like sound advice.
Fuck Apollo, man.
And if you don't follow your
Fuck
advice,
you,
like
Apollo,
people are
that's
going to
not
continue
right.
down the same fucking
I don't
shitty
like
road.
this, no.
And their life
Stop
will be
it.
ruined. And I think it's awesome that you do that. And it's awesome that you figured out a way to do it and make it entertaining
Not
and
okay
fun.
with it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So my pleasure. Thank you. And thanks for being here. And one more time, your app. Tell everybody.
Dollar-wise,
That's like the old adage, you know, like those who learn from history are doomed to repeat it, right? Or those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it, right? Well, there's a secondary part of that that adage that says, and those that do learn from history are doomed to watch others repeat it.
I don't think you guys are
Start
really gonna
this
like
one.
it.
No, okay.
But we're getting back either way, so it's like you can either.
So you can leave. If you come back here, we will call the cops. If you don't leave right now, I will call the cops.
So you don't want to do the easy way?
So you're threatening me. What you are doing right now is illegal. It's an extortion.
So catching you guys in illegal activity, that's illegal on me.
Yep.
Okay, you've been asked to leave.
100%.
Please leave.
So that clip right there will go down in the annals of internet history as one of the biggest obvious offers that should have been taken by the CEO
Yep.
of Bricks and
100%.
Minifigs way
Yeah.
at the beginning of
Everybody's saying they chose the hard way. Everybody's agreeing. Yeah, they chose the hard way, and now they're this is the hard way. This is what they get. They should have taken it when they had it. I guarantee you, whatever they got off that $200,000 Lego kit is not worth the damage they're experiencing right now, and no court in the world is going to offer them damages for this bullshit.
this whole process, because we have now had a controversy that has spiraled completely out of control, and it spells the end of this particular company, because in reality, according to what I've seen, my opinion of today's subject matter, Bricks and Minifigs and the franchise owners in
done.
question
Over.
have acted as absolute scumbags in this scenario, essentially stealing the Legos from a man called Brian Manzel, who of course ended up working out an agreement with a previous franchise owner in order to sell the Legos to pay for the treatment for his dying father. And if you guys are unaware of this, essentially what this boils down to is that Brian Manzel had a father that was sick. This father also had the largest Star Wars Legos collection in the entire world, so he decided to make a deal out in the state of Oregon with a store that sells Legos called Bricks and Minifigs, a company I've never heard of, but is actually
gonna go into the full
incredibly
thing?
popular
That's cool.
among the Lego collecting community, or at least was incredibly popular among this community. And yeah, he was going to get, I believe, 65%. They were going to get 35%. And essentially, his collection was so big that it actually represented about half of the inventory, according to multiple reports, of this particular store. But then we have a situation where the franchise gets taken over by new owners / with the aid of corporate. And yeah, even though we have a video of one of the people from corporate saying that they're going to take over the consignment agreement.
In the security cam footage, it's him at the store kicking her out. In that footage they sent us is Crystal asking him, how am I supposed to pay this guy? These are
To the store location in order to collect his Legos. They end up giving him the supervillain corporate bad guy. If you saw it in a movie, you would think it was too fake for said movie, because it doesn't seem like reality treatment, where they say, listen, we're taking your Legos, more or less, I'm paraphrasing, you can sue
if you
us,
try to
but we
fight
will
it,
drag
you're gonna
this
lose
out
even
in
more
court
money,
to the
essentially.
point where you lose far
Well,
more
this is
money
good,
trying
yeah.
to get what's actually owed to you, when in fact
Looks
is
like they're
your
starting from the
property
beginning,
that
which is
happens to
good.
be in our inventory.
So I
you
went
guys?
down to the store, brought a copy of the contract. We're like, you need to let me in back and let me see the sets that you still have. All you have to do is let me in back. We can go that route or we can go to court. And the guy just looks at me crosses his arms and goes, let me tell you what's going to happen. If we go to court, we're going to drag this thing out so long, and you're going to end up spending so much more money than your collection is ever worth or what you ever would have gotten on it, that it ain't worth it, man. So if that's the route you want to go, and I go, that's really the route you want to go, rather than just letting me walk in there and go, nope.
And again, while you might not believe that and think it sounds like it's too much out of a movie, and I could totally understand why.
They're trying, okay, so one of the things that they're doing right now, right, is they've severed Josh, the owner of the company, right? And they've given him a very, very large corporate golden parachute. Now, what the company's going to try to do now is they're going to try to go after that GoFundMe money and other money and try to ruin him financially. And they're going to try to say that they had to pay out that golden parachute, among other things, and demand compensation from the YouTuber and the GoFundMe money to pay for that damage. That's part of what they're going to try to do, I guarantee you. I've studied law a bit. I didn't become a lawyer, but I studied it extensively before I changed my mind.
Why? The fact is that the original owners of this particular location...
The police are Mormon. The owners are Mormon. They all go to the same church, and they all graduated from the same Mormon academy. All of them.
Actually uploaded a video, and included in that video is audio of a conversation that they had with somebody at corporate, and guess what? They said nearly verbatim the same.
Part of the video was they went to the church that they all went to and asked random people who didn't know what was going on to hold the guy accountable because he swore on God that he would rectify the situation and make it right. And so they took that audio that they had of him making that statement and took it to the church where everybody was at. And that's like right after that he got arrested. And he didn't even talk to him. He was just talking to the churchgoers outside the church and showing them the audio and sending it to them so they could go ask the guy himself about it. Apparently he's high ranking in the church, so they were pretty baffled that it was happening. And the good Mormons, you know, who were not happy about this, were trying to do something about it, like ask him why this was happening, why he would swear to God that he'd make it right, and then go out of his way to be a jerk like this. And so, you know, there are good Mormons out there, but there's a lot of circling the wagons right now. And they actually wound up calling the police on their own churchgoers that were trying to go to his house to ask him questions about it. So that's a thing that happened too.
Same exact thing about how they're gonna basically bankrupt them with the process, and they even had a line in there about how this sounds like a threat, and I understand if you feel threatened, because it kind of is.
They told us the same thing they told Brian Mansell, that we could fight them, but they would drag it out and make it so expensive we would be putting ourselves into a whole lot of shit. Their words. Here's their executive product manager and director of operations, Kai McAllister, on the phone with us the night they took the store.
If we go the legal route, it's going to be a very expensive battle for you. And it's not
he's got it on.
Position for you guys to get into. There's not a whole lot of options for you. If you want to go the legal route, it's just going to be a mess and it's going to be expensive for you.
Yeah, so why not consider talking with us rather than leaping to this?
We jumped on the call with Crystal this morning.
And you talked with her or you talked at her?
We talked at her. If you fight this, then you're putting yourself into a whole lot of shit. It sounds like a threat, and I can acknowledge you feeling that because in a way it is.
I mean, we have no choice, correct?
Yes.
Notice, that's not some franchisee. That's corporate.
So yeah, that context 100% leads me to believe what's
so
going on.
they've done this before. This is just a habit of them with what they do.
Thinking that their corporate power.
Look at them. They're super woke. They're super leftist. This machine kills fascists. Like I printing press. All right, that's cool.
vastly higher resources can allow them to do anything.
Whatever.
It sounds like a threat, and I can acknowledge you feeling that because in a way it is.
And yeah, this has led to an absolutely chaotic situation after a YouTuber called Reckless Ben decided that he was going to be on the case and he was going to try to get these Legos back. And by the way, this story involves the Mormon Church, police corruption, all sorts of other ridiculous things, people potentially fleeing to Mexico, all of that is currently being denied right now. And we are only at part 2 of apparently a 6-part series from the YouTuber Reckless Ben, who, by the way, despite the fact that this company has tried to silence him, has rocketed up to over 1 million subscribers. I believe he started around 500,000 at the beginning of this journey, and his videos are getting 2 to 3 to 4 million views. So this is what we're going to talk about today. This is what we're going to discuss. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money, okay?
Thanks. You're supposed to be getting a hold of corporate.
Basically what the manager's saying is that if someone did steal the Legos, it wasn't her, it was corporate. But little does the manager know, I already did this. Yep, I literally went to the corporate Bricks and Minifigs headquarters.
How's it going?
And this was corporate side of the story.
You have to talk to the store owner. Yeah, like they're all locally owned and operated. Yeah, we can't do anything with it here. Their decisions are their decisions. For sure.
So when they say go to corporate, how do we respond next time?
I have no idea. You have to take it up with them. It's your thing with them. It doesn't involve us.
So I showed the manager what corporate Bricks and Minifigs said.
When corporate tells me this, I'm supposed to come back to the store, right?
Yeah, it's just a rehashing from the very beginning of everything,
so
which is great
at
for
the
people who
start
are
of this
here
particular
aren't
video,
aware.
this all boils down to a Lego collection, a Star Wars Lego collection that was apparently subject to an agreement, a consignment agreement with a local Bricks and Minifigs location in Salem, Oregon. I believe this is where this whole thing started. Now, of course, they ended up ousting the previous owner of that particular franchise, and what we hear from corporate is that it's down to the franchise issue, and in reality, what we're seeing right here is a standard corporate game from a very sketchy corporation where you have the franchise owner saying that you need to talk to corporate, and of course you have the corporate side of it saying that you need to talk to the franchise owner. And obviously Ben, who has busted up a number of these schemes in the past, who has dealt with a bunch of different cults, is well aware of this, so he actually documents every aspect of this via spy glasses and via other forms of filming. And this is where we end up with the beginning of this whole situation, which is of course the rampant calls to the police, because just like Brian Manziel was criminally trespassed for life from this location for trying to get his property, Reckless Ben ends up being criminally trespassed as well, again from this particular store, despite the fact that he's walking in
you gotta go for a bit. Wife wants to spend time and watch some anime. Probably for a while. I mean, I'm hoping to finish this
so basically my friend
2 others and then get to priming, actually, which I'm really excited about. That's fun. That's right before painting, but we'll finally be getting to some heavier work on these parts, which I'm actually quite excited to get to. So I'm hoping to do that all night tonight. It's Friday night. This is my time to sit and relax and do whatever I want, which I'm going to do.
Well, I'm not harassing you.
No, you are. Hi. You want to watch the cameras? I'm being harassed by you. Watch the cameras. I am being harassed. You need to leave.
Literally all I did was just bring up that my friend has some Legos in their store, and the manager started freaking out on me. But I wasn't going to leave the store without hearing her side of the story. Before showing up, I printed out a copy of the contract the store made with Brian, saying that all of these Lego sets will remain his until sold. Because I have a contract, legal reason to be here, legally this does not count as harassment. Instead, the manager should be checking the store's inventory to see if these sets are still in their store.
Well, so here's still all of the Lego sets.
That's just not how it's going to go down. Cops are actually going to work.
The game that is being played right here with the new owners of this particular store is the I didn't sign anything game, therefore I am not subject to the contract that previously applied with the previous store owner. Now, to be clear, this is not how this works. If you have somebody else's property in a building and you end up taking over that particular building, in no way, shape, or form does that license you to take their property. And by the way, they like to play a bunch of different games where they acknowledge that they have the inventory, but then say in other circumstances that they don't have it. And this, of course, appears appears to be a coordinated strategy between corporate and the local stores, as both of them go back and forth on whether or not this exists. And Reckless Ben shows this off beautifully to the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs when he says that they don't have this inventory. And then, of course, he shows them the social media posts of this particular inventory. And not only that, acknowledging that it is the property of Brian Manziel.
So you guys are holding some of our Legos?
No, we're not.
You're not?
No.
Is that a lie?
No.
That's a lie. You did take the Legos.
No. So we have our attorneys have visited. Like again. So who's
Brian Mansell.
Okay, and who is that?
He's a guy who had he had like $200,000 worth of Legos in your guys' store.
Nope. Never happened.
I mean, it did happen, yeah. It does happen.
No, we didn't.
So sleazy,
yeah, because
dude.
his Legos were in the store and you guys took them. I know you think lying to us right now is kind of like helping you out.
I'm not lying to you.
Well, look, we both know you're lying, but...
No, we don't know that.
So I showed him some social media posts his own company made that are still up that claims that these are Brian Mansell's Lego sets. And these Lego sets that they're still holding on to are worth $200,000. All of these claims are from his own company. We just caught the CEO of the entire company red-handed in a lie. Yeah, it's crazy to me that even the CEO is in on this cover-up.
Yeah,
so essentially, what Bricks and Minifigs is trying to do is pull a Darth Vader and say, I altered the deal, pray I do not alter it any further.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm altering the deal, pray I don't alter it any further.
Although, to be more appropriate, since this is Legos and Star Wars Legos, their statement looks much more like this.
I am altering the deal, pray I don't alter it any further.
Now, of course, we should never forget that offer from Reckless Ben at the beginning of this whole process, which is the easy way versus the hard way, because it appears that Bricks and Minifigs has chosen this at a corporate level, and of course, this was chosen at the franchise level by both the individuals in this particular store. And again, I want to be clear, we have surveillance video of this being acknowledged at the time of the takeover of this particular store, that the inventory in said store did not belong to Bricks and Minifigs. It did not belong to the previous franchise owner. It actually did belong to Brian Manziel, and of course, one of the individuals who is the subject of this particular video acknowledges that during the takeover, and this is a clip that is, of course, in Ben's video.
He tells the previous owner that he's going to be the one taking over the contract now.
So that right there appears to be Brendan Best being told at the time of the takeover that a significant portion of the inventory at this particular location actually does belong to the Brian Manziel guy. Thus, it is not his to take, it is not his to steal, because this would be theft when you take somebody's property and of course you void a contract in order to do so. And of course, the other guy is a guy called Joshua Johnson, who we're going to get into in just a little bit. But like I said, early on the strategy was intimidation, dare you to sue them, tell you that you will lose everything in the lawsuit in just your lawyer fees. And this is something that Brian Manziel has had to deal with for a long time due to the fact that Bricks and Minifigs, both corporate and at the franchise level, appears to be in on this particular conspiracy. And again,
worse than that,
corporate could direct them to honor the contract. Corporate could not lie on their behalf. Corporate could refuse to participate in this back and forth game where they end up blaming one another. But instead, what these people intend on doing, based on their own statements, according to this video, is just try to get everybody arrested.
What's really funny is after you left, I got a call from my boss, and it was like, how do we get them arrested?
Dang.
How do we get them arrested?
So that way you can be bullied and intimidated into not taking the property that is yours. And I don't know if I said this earlier on, but the total value of this Lego collection is in and around $200,000. And we don't know exactly how much inventory was sold. That was like the starting value of this and how much remains. But the point is, it is not theirs to take. And of course, the owner should be able to come to the store and collect his merchandise at any point in time. But unfortunately, he was criminally trespassed, and Reckless Ben was
that's how consignments work. It's your item
this particular process.
Shown on a store face, someone else's store face.
We can't do anything with it here. Their decisions are
like
their decisions.
That's how consignment always
when
works.
When they say go to corporate, how do we respond next time?
I have no idea. You have to take it up with them. It's your thing with them.
So basically, if you put all the blame on your lower franchises, you're safe. So I registered 5 franchises under my We Steal From Old People company.
Who wants to be the owner of the first company?
Ooh, I want to be an owner.
Congratulations, you're a franchise owner!
So look, you really got to watch the full videos, all of which will be linked in the description of this particular video to understand how crazy this whole scandal gets. But one of the things that I found incredibly entertaining about Reckless Ben's video is the lengths that he would go to in order to get justice for this man that was robbed by the franchise owners, and yes, by Bricks and Minifigs Corporate, in my opinion, because one of the things that he's really put off by is that back and forth that I was talking about, where essentially corporate says the franchises could do whatever they want. So in order to prove a point to this particular individual, one of the things that Reckless Ben does is he actually legally files, becomes a corporation, and of course he ends up doing franchises under the particular law in Oregon to make it legitimate, and then he ends up getting into a situation where the corporate is mad at him because what he did was essentially use their logo as his tagline, named his company We Steal From Old People, in an attempt to bait Bricks and Minifigs in order to sue him, because as Ben acknowledges, when you file initially, you end up embracing the upfront costs of the litigation.
Let's lay out the puzzle pieces really quick. If Brian and his dad sue Bricks and Minifigs, it's gonna ruin their lives. And by the way, this Bricks and Minifigs company has been treating this family. I only think it's fair if they're the ones that get their lives ruined. In order to make things right, it looks like we gotta do this.
But there's a point in time where the CEO, Eamon, ends up realizing that this guy is not only hilarious, but he's going incredibly hard on this particular issue, because when they have another confrontation and they end up talking about this, and he tries to come down on him for the piss poor behavior that supposedly Reckless Ben is participating in, Reckless Ben presents him with the franchise stuff, and he realizes exactly what's going on, because this is not only a plot to get this stuff back, the stuff that is rightfully the property of Brian Mansell, but this is also to humiliate Bricks and Minifigs because they deserve it, and of course to humiliate the franchise owners who think that they can get away with this.
They're now in a situation the police can't help them with. The only way this will ever end is if they sue us. So I went back to the Bricks and Minifigs corporate offices to see if the CEO of this company would sue me.
Going about things the way that you continue to do this is not the right way. Understand that?
So what's the right way then?
Do you understand?
Yeah.
That like the harassment style that you have conducted, and bragging to people that you've vandalized the store and done other things along those lines, that's not the right way of doing it.
Well, I never vandalized the store, but
people have told us that you have.
I mean, whatever my franchises do underneath me, I guess that's I can't really control them. I'm just corporate, I guess.
Are you a registered franchise?
Yeah.
You guys have FDDs and everything else?
Yeah.
What states are you registered in?
Oregon.
You're a registered franchise, so
yeah, I'm actually a franchise owner of the franchise too.
The CEO of this company knows pretty much better than anyone that he can't get us in trouble for what we're doing, because we can always just keep passing the blame onto our lower franchises. We're just doing the exact same thing he's doing.
Brick by brick. Brick
by brick. That's why everybody's saying brick by brick.
But yeah, it's like a legal organization. We have legal franchises and everything. It's 100% by the books, and yeah.
Okay. I get what you're doing. I appreciate that you think you're being very clever.
So at this point, it should have been clear to the CEO that he totally messed up. He totally misplayed this, because obviously this is going to look absolutely terrible for him. But unfortunately, this guy is high on his own supply, so he decided to continue on denying the return of this property, playing this game
he's
where
in
it's
too
not
deep, man. He
corporate,
can't back
and it's
up
not
now.
franchises, saying that they're disconnected and they don't coordinate. But as we will find out later on in this story, this guy is actively participating in the campaign to get Reckless Ben arrested, to silence him because he dares speak up against his stupid ass Lego company.
I have the winning ticket right here. 5, 3, 9, 7, 7.
Is that mine?
You won. Yeah, you winner.
Well, this family legally won this prize, so now if Bricks and Minifigs doesn't give it to them, they're committing a criminal crime, which could land them in jail.
So it's at this moment in time that I want to talk about the police, and we're going to talk about first the police in Oregon, because essentially one of the tactics that Reckless Ben wanted to do in order to make this a criminal issue rather than a civil issue was that he held a legal raffle, a legal lottery, where somebody could win one of the Lego sets that of course is owned by Brian Mansell. And the reason he did this is because if you deny somebody their actual prize from a lottery win, that is actually a criminal act, and this was a way to get the police engaged in this particular situation. And what was funny about this, and by funny I mean absolutely terrifying, is that he ended up bringing the book of penal codes for the state of Oregon to the situation, so that way when the police showed up, they realized that this was a criminal matter, and of course they were supposed to investigate said criminal matter. But the thing is, the police were like, okay, how about we do a deal where we don't deal with this anymore and we just leave? And of course Reckless Ben is like, no, I want you to deal with this, I want you to address this issue.
Selective enforcement. We're going to enforce on Reckless Ben over and over again. But even though we have direct statute and penal code violations on the guy we like, we're just gonna not. Okay.
And the police kept saying like, whoa, 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 we're gonna do a deal where we just leave. We're just trying to leave here. We're just trying to leave. We don't want to participate in it. And again, shame on this branch of the Oregon police for not doing their job investigating this particular crime.
Thieves and stole stuff. A raffle? Yes. Okay. And we need to investigate some sort of raffle thievery.
Well, he started taking notes until another police officer came and whispered in his ear. I don't know what he said to him, but whatever it was, it made them all completely change their attitudes.
And you're trespassing the property for life, okay? You come back, you're gonna go in handcuffs and go to jail.
But they trespass you? But we're just trying to claim our prize.
So skeezy. I didn't even know about this part. I didn't see this part.
Well, yeah, we do. They stole a bunch of, like, they have our prize, so there's a connection. That is a civil issue?
That's a civil issue now. No, it's criminal.
Are you gonna listen to me?
This officer's trying as hard as he can to cover up this crime, but I wasn't gonna let him. But eventually, he said, if I don't let him cover up this crime, I'm getting arrested.
We really want to dive down this really deep. We're trying to give some...
God, you sure you really want to try to emphasize your own rights and make sure that criminals are held to account? Because we're gonna make you pay for it if you do. What the fuck, dude? Fuck these people. These people, these people should only suffer legal consequences, but they should also be looking over their shoulder for the rest of their lives.
Here's the thing is, it's not a falsified raffle. We have all the...
They should be absolutely paranoid that anybody will recognize them wherever they're at.
Legal paperwork right here. You don't have authority to give out a prize. We're just going to get to the point that we're not going to have these conversations. We're just going to put you in handcuffs, take it. Are we all on the same page? No. Okay. Well, just please. So you guys are going to investigate? We are trying to keep you guys out of handcuffs. We don't want to go that route. We actually seem like nice guys. We don't want that for you guys. But at a certain point, we can't keep doing this. All right. So. We're good, guys. All right, guys. We're good. Yeah, take care. We're not good at all. It's been made pretty clear. You go on the property, you're going to get arrested.
Now, look, there is way more to this particular story. Again, a full video is linked in the description. But what I want to do is shift focus from, of course, the state of Oregon and this particular store to Utah. But one of the things that I need you guys to understand is part of the legal maneuvering that was done by Reckless Ben was essentially to have Brian sell off the shares of his Lego collection to 10 individuals so that they could file a case in small claims court. They actually did file the case against the business in small claims court. They legally served the companies as a part of this case filing, and that eventually ended up leading to a situation where there was a default judgment against Bricks and Minifigs. Hey guys, editing Sean here, and I gotta pause at this moment in time because originally what I was going to follow this up with is what is stated by Reckless Ben at the end of his video, but it appears at this moment in time that they actually filed the lawsuit. So they went through all this work and this legal gamesmanship against the wrong LLC, meaning that the case was actually dismissed, meaning that they don't actually have a judgment. I just wanted to clarify that as of right now, these are the facts as I've learned them from other people who've looked at the documents and, of course, from examining the filings myself. So yeah, that's an inaccuracy at the end of Ben's video. And when Reckless Ben showed up in order to collect the Legos and or the money, the two owners of the store decided to permanently close the location, which caused, of course, Reckless Ben to do a stunt where he hung a sign over them that ended up explaining the situation to passerbys, and this ended up going viral. Now look, while viral success and shutting down the store is a win in a certain way, the fact is that this wasn't about fully just humiliating this Bricks and Minifigs location. This, of course, was about getting justice. This, of course, was about getting the appropriate response, and of course, they ended up shutting down the store as a way to duck justice, as a way to avoid this, because these court cases were in fact won. And by the way, one of the guys that's absolutely the worst in this particular case is a guy called Joshua Johnson, because he was the big tough guy. He was the one that was consistently daring them to sue them.
I guess this is some sort of just contract loophole he's trying to use to steal the world's largest Lego Star Wars collection.
In order for me to be under contract, I have to sign something.
Or you had to take it over from the previous owner, right?
No, that's not how the law works.
It is exactly how the law works.
It is?
So
if that's how the law works, then sue me for it.
You don't just want to give the Legos back? Like...
Sue me. Let's go to court. I'm calling the police right now, and you guys are going to be arrested for harassment.
Do you feel threatened right now?
Yeah.
I was surprised at how much the owner wanted us to sue him.
However, once he figured out that they would actually sue him, they would actually serve him with paperwork, all of a sudden, he went into full bitch mode. All of a sudden, he starts swearing, starts getting angry, because when he realizes that he's actually going to be dragged into court for what he did and how, of course, this is actually not correct, then all of a sudden, this guy got absolutely furious, and that fury ended up continuing until later on, because Ben ended up having to serve him personally and the other owner, and of course this guy ended up calling the police. He ended up talking about all the threats that he was receiving, trying to attribute it to Reckless Ben, even though it was random people that were doing it. And by the way, you shouldn't issue threats on this particular individual, and he actually said that he was going to murder Reckless Ben. He was going to shoot him in self-defense, wink wink, if he showed up to his property again.
His name is Ben Schneider. He's stalking my house. Will you come to my house, please, and come get them? I'm not gonna have stalkers.
Please, hold on. I'll make this appropriate. Here we go. Please, will you please come save me from the YouTuber who's trying to hold me accountable for robbing old people? Will you please, please save me from these bad people.
They're on the side of the house.
One of the dispatchers made a note here saying that you were gonna shoot someone.
I'm done with this. Officer, can you please help me and my family and make this stop?
Yeah, absolutely.
And of course, he was going to go after the process server, who he wanted arrested for being a fake process server. And one of the things that we found out through body cam video, which by the way, the Utah Police Department in this is called the American Folk Police Department, and they've been heavily redacting their body cam video because they've been acting wildly inappropriately, is the fact that the CEO, Mr. Amon right here, this guy, he's actually actively coordinating with the Joshua Johnson guy, and of course they're working on strategy, and they're both trying to get Ben arrested because they want this thing to blow over.
This is disgusting. This is absolutely disgusting.
Utah statutes for cyberbullying and digital stalking, because they're using electronic means for communication and coordinating their stalking.
So it's digital stalking, not stalking.
It's all of the above.
Okay, got it.
But because they're continuing to use, additional tactics and other things like that, seeking that they're being cute and whatnot, it can't continue. So somebody has to be arrested to show that they can't continue to do this.
Brick by brick, motherfucker. You're seeing it happen in real time now. I hope it was worth it. I hope all these fucking games were worth it.
Going to submit.
I know the answer.
Have it screened for charges with
He's
our
not.
prosecutors, right? With our city prosecutors.
Now again, Joshua Johnson going full bitch mode is not surprising in any way, shape, or form, but the fact that this guy was such a tough guy on all these different various recorded calls, the fact that this guy acknowledged possession of the Legos, actually had agreed over the phone to give them back under certain circumstances, which by the way, turned out to potentially be a plot to get this guy arrested for criminal trespassing, as he authorized his entrance to the store only for the manager, this Amanda woman, to call the police on him, just shows what a coward, what a scumbag, and what a loser he is, in my opinion, Joshua Johnson. And yeah, absolute bitch mode in every possible way, and essentially what he's trying to claim is that this is harassment and stalking, and while of course the Oregon police definitely didn't do the right thing in their particular jurisdiction, it appears the Utah police, and specifically the American Fork police, feel like they're fully within their rights to violate the rights of Ben and do all sorts of crazy things, including brutalize him, including do a SWAT raid on him for stolen Legos, which by the way, they ended up blaming on the fact that somebody who hosted the Airbnb allegedly overheard them talking about stolen Legos, which again is the whole point of this particular video. Yeah, so they showed up like this.
But I had no clue that it was about to get way worse.
You ready?
Yeah, they swatted his ass. Like, are you serious, dude? This dude had his home invaded and had guns drawn on him over trying to get Legos from somebody who stole them. Like, everything here, like, the bricks people need to be held accountable for every single police action that was done that was illegal and wrong.
Far back and dislocated my shoulder. He claims it's because I was attempting to make an escape or something.
Don't move like that.
For these YouTubers, again, no physical threat at all whatsoever, and of course they brutalized people, they arrested a bunch of people, and by the way, they actually amped up the charges after Ben had given up on trying to get the money back for Brian for his Legos, and yeah, they ended up using the GoFundMe that he founded as proof of some kind of crime in order to arrest Reckless Ben. Now look, there's multiple arrests, multiple police actions that are completely unwarranted and unjustified.
Like, there's so many things this dude needs to go to jail for in this situation.
We have a small Mormon community that is trying to defend itself from all outsiders, so the American Fork Police Department, which apparently only has 54 sworn officers, appears to be closely connected to this, and we end up in a bunch of different scenarios where they're outright lying to the public, claiming that Reckless Ben was doing something improper trying to serve this guy, even though again, he was obligated by the courts to meet these individuals in person and try to work it out, try to get this dispute resolved in an amicable way, and that resulted in trespass calls and a bunch of other 911 calls. And one of the craziest things about this is that from the body cam video, what we end up figuring out is that the police at the time knew that these papers were legitimate, knew that this guy was lying and corporate was lying, saying that they were illegitimate and this was a person who was impersonating an officer of the court. And of course, this has to do with the process server that was being used, even though again, they were totally legally compliant with the laws that you need in order to do a process server situation. So of course, the police refused to do the service. In fact, they said that they would at first, but then later on said, oh, he's refusing it, even though again, all you have to do in the state of Utah is have somebody over 18, not an attorney and not connected to the parties of the case, hand them this documentation and say you've been served after you acknowledge who it is, and then you have to fill out some paperwork for the court acknowledging that you did the serving.
I'll check with the court, see if it's a valid.
And then they knew it was valid. They fucking didn't care. This is disgusting.
We'll go about it that way, okay?
This is abhorrent.
How can I help you?
Trying to speak with someone to verify.
Like, the damage they're doing to police, the image of officers right now is rectifiable.
Yeah, looks like a real small claims case in our court.
Okay, thank you for your help. That's all for today. Thank you.
And after this phone call, I guess the police officers turned off the microphone on their body cam because I guess they really didn't want
how can you
really
even
anyone
this
to hear this.
That you can even do
if someone
that.
gets a hold of the unredacted stuff, not even we now can get it to hear what these police officers are saying. But anyways, the police officer ends up going back to talk to Josh.
They're screening some charges, okay? Yeah. But we're just kind of working through. It looks like this is a real case. It just hasn't gone to court. Okay.
It's a real case. Who's it against?
It against you, him versus you.
Ben Snyder?
Mm-hmm.
What an idiot.
So.
He's just racked up the charges, and we're working together.
So basically, the consensus is we were all wrong here.
Yeah, exactly.
However, let's just arrest Ben anyways.
Like, letting them go cannot be an option here, guys. Like, there's got to be something for.
Yeah, let's listen to the phone. Let's listen to the guy on the phone.
Like all of the different things. Like,
he's going to tell you how to do your job.
To arrest them and send a message that this is not appropriate. This is not okay.
I'm in agreement with you. Again, that's why we're kind of working through this right now.
Excellent cop vocabulary.
Step out for me. Okay.
Okay.
Very intellectual officer over here, clearly.
Really?
Now, I also want to point out a couple of things about this particular interaction that are rather weird. So first and foremost, the claim or the allegations is
false allegations and not facts.
Is that these papers are not legal, they're not legitimate, even though, again, Joshua was previously daring him to sue him. He was daring everybody to sue him because he was the big man who wasn't intimidated by anyone, and he knew that he was going to bankrupt people if they dragged
now
him
it's
into
the other way
court
around.
because,
He's acting like
they
a
got
little
the corporate
fucking
financing
bitch.
behind him. But now, all of a sudden, the papers are fake, but if the papers are fake, he could just take them and then they're not legitimate. He doesn't have to appear in court and there's no big deal. There's nothing to see here, nothing to worry about. But instead, what he's trying to do is claim that they're fake, which leads me to believe that he knows that they're real, but he also wants a peek at them.
Hold on. All right. What are you wanting done today? Besides, obviously, talk to...
As much as you humanly possibly can.
I can screen charges. I'm open to screening charges through our attorney.
Yeah. Instead
Let's
of
look
these
for a
court
reason to
papers,
arrest
the
him.
police officer promised me he would. This officer would rather screen all possible charges for me to see what random stuff they can make up about me.
I'm gonna go talk with him, give him his paper back, since you do not want this.
Can I just peek at it?
What was that?
Can I peek at it?
It kind of puts me in a little bit of a bind.
Jesus.
There's no lawsuit in
Okay. So anyway, I'm gonna give this back to him.
And then the officer who could serve him says, look, it's going to put me in a bit of a bind if I let you peek at them, but I don't actually serve you because in the state of Utah, he can in fact serve him. And in fact,
And you know what? I bet you that's why the audio was redacted, is because he asked for a peek at them. And the officer was obviously aware enough of what the rules are that once he handed it to him, that was it. The officer was protecting him by basically saying, nah, you don't want these.
Body cam, he actually said that he would do this. And by the way, again, later on, they verify that this is in fact real, but of course, they still pursue the stalking charges.
I love you. I love you. Hello,
There we go.
Hello.
So,
okay, I love you. I love you.
Even though, again, it's not stalking to try to serve someone.
Dude, I gotta say, dude, this new generation of investigative reporting is amazing. I love how many boats it's rocking right now. Like, between this and Nick Shirley and shit, dude, oh my god. Like, where the fuck are the news? Where the fuck has the news been in the past 10 years, dude? This is news. Whatever the fuck they're doing propaganda. This is news.
Obligated to do so if you want to have litigation against him. In addition to that, I will also point out that Ben is not on his property. This is...
I remember when 60 Minutes would do shit like this, right? When the fuck has 60 Minutes done anything like this in the last 10 years? I don't even think they have. Like, what the fuck?
The thing that he was trying to avoid, which is a trespass arrest.
What's
and yet
happened
the
to our
cops were
media?
called 3 different
I mean, I
times
know
for him
what's
being
happened,
near
but
the
I can't
property.
believe it.
And of course, now he's saying that this is not a legitimate server. And again, we get word from corporate that they should do impersonating an officer of the court.
Impersonating an officer of the court.
I mean, listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this. The random dude on the phone is telling the officers what their job is, and they're agreeing. They're like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll do what you say, sir. As you wish, sir. You're on the phone. The voice on the phone. I listen to the voice on the phone. That is what I do.
Yeah, you can't
fucking
be a process
idiots.
server. I'm sorry. Yeah, you can't. That's got to be illegal.
And that's, like I say, he's getting combining charges.
It's a Class A misdemeanor
To impersonate a process server in the state of Utah.
So right now,
I want her arrested for impersonating a process server.
So right now,
I can't just go and pretend. I can't go print up fake documents and go try to process serve people. That's illegal.
So these papers that you printed up,
fake. Yes, 1 billion, trillion, gazillion percent.
Now, keep in mind, this is after they've already confirmed they're real.
This is Ammon. I'm with the corporate office.
This is the CEO.
Oh, hi.
So what's happened is we had a former franchisee, Mr. Schneider, is just a YouTuber that got a hold of the story and then went to this guy and said, hey, if I can harass these guys and if I can do some stuff and get some money out of them, will you pay me some of that money?
And look at it, like they're literally like telling what his motives are, and he never made any agreement like that. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, they're going out of their way to make, to castigate false pretenses to make him the villain.
What they do is the individual who actually owes the money left the United States.
And now Eamon has just committed obstruction by lying to the police officers.
He created a fake contract, forged a manager's signature up there, threatened to kill her.
I didn't sign no agreement. I'm not beholden to somebody else's stupid agreement. I like how he can just lie to you guys, just straight face.
While he's lying,
Give me $200,000.
Obviously not knowing who the process server needs to be according to the state of Utah. So yeah, we're seeing some real sketchy stuff right here among many other sketchy things related to the state of Utah. And of course, their explanations for this just don't make any sense. They are not in reality from what I can see right here. I would need overwhelming evidence to convince me otherwise. But guess what? The store, the corporate, they're not doing that. Joshua, not doing that. Brendan Best, not doing that. What they're doing is coordinating a strategy to get these people sent to jail and, of course, trying to get them deplatformed so that they can lose everything for daring to speak out against.
Honestly, I think they even need to be hit with conspiracy charges. Conspiracy to falsify a crime and falsely imprison an innocent person. I don't know exactly what that falls under, but it's definitely conspiracy and further. And I think that needs to be taken into account and even done. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know why I get 0 snoozes now. I haven't used any.
Breaks and minifigs, again, altering the deal. Instead, they consistently lie. Instead, they consistently cover up. And one of the things that I found notable is that this particular police department, the American Fork Police Department over in Utah, they ended up releasing a statement where they outright lied to the public, making the case that these documents were already served. And this is why the police ended up leaving the scene. But one of the things that we discovered is that the case was so new that it wasn't easily lookupable in the system. But when the officer called, they said that this was legal, it was the legitimate case, and had yet to be served. And in fact, the service date, because eventually there was service for Joshua Johnson, is 3 days after this particular encounter.
Officer Sumbot contacted the Marion County Circuit Court in Oregon to verify the legitimacy of the paperwork.
Oh, great, so now we've got the chief of police lying about the chronology of events because it's convenient. That's amazing. God, don't you just feel safe under a police officer that the chief of police that's willing to lie about criminal activity to protect his own? Man, doesn't that just, like, fill you with trust?
That the case was indeed legitimate, but that papers had already been served and no hearing date had yet been scheduled.
The police department said the reason they arrested me and not Josh this day is because they called to confirm if this was a real court case, and they said it was real. However, the papers have already been served, and now I'm doing this solely to get YouTube content. And if that's true, I would like to see footage of it. They released all the raw footage, and that part doesn't seem to be in the raw footage.
It's already been to court, or are you allowed to tell me kind of where they're at with the case?
There is no hearing date set, and there hasn't been a hearing in the case yet. All I see is the claim that was filed. I don't see proof of service or anything.
No proof of service, right? So this is as it's happening, and she has no proof of service. So the police chief is outright fucking lying. Outright lying.
Okay, so the defendant needs to be served with papers before the case will, I guess, start.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Okay, thank you for your help. That's all for today. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, bye.
Right here, the police officer admits that it is March 10th.
On March 10th, 2026.
However, you can see here that Josh doesn't get served until 3 days later, March 13th. So how could Josh have already been served on March 10th if he didn't get served until March 13th? Unless Josh is a time traveler.
The American Fork Police Department is lying, and by the way, that's not the only thing that they're lying about. They did an illegal traffic stop where they claimed that a driver did not stop at a stop sign, yet the dash cam video that they released, by the way, of course shows them stopping at the stop sign. In addition to that, they released body cam video that was heavily redacted, but they did such a sloppy job in the redaction that another officer's body cam actually captured some of the audio, and what you end up finding out is that they are not redacting for privacy purposes or the reasons that are legal in the state of Utah. They are redacting to cover the police's ass, and in fact, they're still redacting a lot of information. They're still redacting a lot of officer conversations, which again just goes to show us the corruption in the American Fork Police Department in Utah. And yeah, this needs to come out. This
and then
needs
I
to
even
be
like
revealed.
how she's like, we don't do that, we don't do that, we don't do that on the phone, and then we don't do that changes to I don't do that, I don't do that, and she gets very hostile. And it's because she, you know, well, I don't know, never accuse a woman of something she's actually guilty of, because it'll just piss her off.
And apparently there was some video that was inadvertently uploaded by this department that was captured by somebody that gives a broader picture that shows us them ignoring the law, again, in order to make a case against Reckless Ben, against the YouTuber.
And then for the rest of this footage, the police redacted all of the audio. So I called up the police station to find out why.
All the redactions are done pursuant to the Utah State Code. We don't redact things just because we
except
feel
for
like
now
it,
we know
or,
you do.
You know, just because something.
Now we know that's a lie.
Everything is redacted pursuant to Utah State Code.
No, it's
and
not.
Other than that,
Obviously not. We wouldn't be here if it was.
But the police made a mistake. They accidentally forgot to mute this police officer's audio, so when you sync the two clips together, I can actually hear what they're saying here.
Seize it or give back? Is it indication of crime? Is it disorderly conduct? Why? Is he upset about it? I mean, I guess, but that's not.
Yeah, this police officer is right. Just because this might make Josh upset does not make this poster illegal. So I decided to let the police department know that some of the redactions they made aren't exactly what they're claiming they are. I think you guys might have accidentally forgot to redact another clip that was at the same time, and when I synced the two clips together, I was able to see what they were saying, like what the redaction was, and he was talking about how what we're doing actually isn't illegal and how the police officer might be wrong. And so it wasn't about protecting a victim. It wasn't any personal information. And so I was wondering, it seems like there might be a lot of stuff like that that got redacted, maybe to protect the police officers, not to protect the victims, if that makes sense. And so
yeah, we don't do that. So like I said, anything that's redacted is pursuant to Utah State Code.
I can tell because when I sync the two
she's
clips
saying we
together, I'm
don't
actually
do
able to
that.
see that
No, wait
that's
till she
what the
changes to
redaction
I.
was.
Okay, well, that didn't happen.
That definitely didn't happen.
No, I don't do that, Ben.
There
I
it
follow
is.
the Utah State Code,
Uh-huh.
like I just said.
I do want to point out that even though there's a lot of allegations, as the super mayor would call them,
False allegations and not facts.
that the Mormon community is tied into this particular situation and they're running defense and covering up for one another, that when confronted with information about this particular case, a young Mormon was so moved by this that he also attempted to go and talk to Joshua Johnson, get him to actually straighten this out.
This guy
get
tried
him
to do the right thing.
However, the
By far
police
the
were
worst
called
Summer Game
on
Fest
this
not
young
even was
Mormon man.
Souls-like
So
in
there's a
Japanese
lot of
games.
ethical Mormons
What kind of
that, of course,
Japanese
have
games? I do
nothing
like
to do with this.
JRPGs. I
This
know
should
you're not
be
a fan, but
obvious, but I'm stating it for you guys out there
like,
in the audience.
like Persona is really good, for
apparently
example.
some kind
Like,
of
if there's
Mormon
something like
tie-in
that,
as a
I'd be-
part
I'd
of
be
this
thrilled.
particular cover-up, but it is nowhere near all of these people that want to rob a man who, again, was trying to raise money
And I'm
for
not a
his
fan of
sick and
Souls-like either.
potentially dying father. But one of the things that I find interesting about this is that the CEO, Eamon McNeff, he decided to do an interview on a YouTube channel, and I just stumbled across it, where he was supposedly going to take questions from the audience and address the issue, but he wanted to start off with an opening statement, and the beginning of that opening statement was him saying, "Hey Brian, we're so sorry for this thing that happened to you that has nothing to do with us." Even
Yeah,
though,
and
again,
I said it.
You could see
I said it. It's called, he's trying to use accord and satisfaction. It's a trap, actually, where if he presents the dude something as an alternative to a refund, then legally he's paid back the refund. It's called accord and satisfaction. He's trying to trick him into it.
See them actively coordinating to get people arrested for talking about this. By the way, there was another YouTube channel that was covering this that apparently ended up getting a legal threat from the company. Again, the company has nothing to do with this, but they're also doing legal threats against these people. And yeah, he's like, we're going to work this out with the mediator whenever you choose to do so, buddy. We're your friend over at Bricks and Minifigs, even though we've done absolutely everything to enable this behavior of this franchise owner. And of course, we are caught on video, on police body cam video, actually coordinating in the making up of charges against Reckless Ben in order to shut him down, because we'd rather silence any criticism. And by the way, that is not just my speculation from this phone call. A leaked email indicates that that is absolutely their strategy.
Says the TRO is a preliminary injunction and is valid court order that will get the platforms to remove the content. Basically what they're saying is everything these guys did in their YouTube video was fair use. It was constructive criticism on how we can be a better company. However, we don't like that they caught us in our illegal act. So we're going to go to court and find some crazy loophole that maybe we can take advantage of the YouTube's AI algorithm that is, there's a lot of flaws in the algorithm. So maybe we can take advantage of that and find a loophole to take down their video so people don't get mad at us for what we did. That's basically what this paragraph says. So you want to read the next paragraph?
Platform takedowns. We have reached out to Google/YouTube, Patreon, GoDaddy, and Facebook to report the specific pages, videos, privacy violations, and the coordinated review.
You're gonna take down my Patreon? What the heck?
So this internal email was actually obtained by Reckless Ben. He ends up reading it in full in a video and responding to every aspect of it. But one of the things that's absolutely clear in this is that Bricks and Minifigs seems to be under the impression that this will blow over in 3 to 7 days. And apparently they ended up sending this email out when Reckless Ben's video had like 100,000 views. It's now up to around 4 million views right now. So really bad calculation right there. And essentially what they think is that the brand can escape all accountability for this if they just let it go for a couple of months. And of course, if they work behind the scenes to silence everybody involved. We're talking cease and desist. And of course, we're talking about deplatforming, because again, when somebody speaks out against what your company is doing, what your managers are doing, when they show video of their piss poor behavior, when they catch them in multiple lies on video, when they're abusing law enforcement and coordinating with them in order to manufacture charges against a YouTuber that's talking about you, that's speaking out against you, the perfect response to that is to deplatform it, try to get money ripped away. And yeah, this has actually happened. Of all people in the world, Jack Conte, the CEO of Patreon and one of the founders of this, has actually, I believe, as of yesterday,
tried to attempt accord and satisfaction again, where they were going to give him any stock that was in the now closed store. Yeah. And that's what it is. See, instead of paying out what's actually due or dealing with any repercussions, they're just going to give you, and the problem is once you agree to it, that's what it is. It's the accord is the offering, and the satisfaction is the client accepting and satisfying the conditions of the accord. That's what accord and satisfaction are. And that's what they're trying to do. It's literally a legal trick, and I wish more people were talking about it or saw what they were trying to do, but nobody's talking about that. It's actually dastardly and dirty. Even their Dove peace offering is a fucking trap.
How you doing? It was under the threat of legal action, and a lot of people are praising Jack Conte, so we give him credit where credit is due right here. But let's be clear, Jack Conte is no free speech warrior at all, even a little bit. Jack Conte is just somebody who's jumping on with a trend, because when the issue was Lauren Southern and her political...
Remember I said I studied law for a bit, so I know these things, and it pisses me off when I see them.
Activism. Jack Conte came up with a standard called
not a lawyer. I never got a law degree, but I spent several years in classes for it before I decided I liked economics more.
Observable behavior in order to justify her removal. And essentially the argument that he made is the things that Lauren Southern allegedly did in the real world and what she was inspiring others to do was manifest observable behavior, and therefore she should be removed from Patreon. Now, of course, notoriously, Jack Conte ended up not going with this standard when it came to Sargon of Akkad, and he actually removed him from Patreon, causing this whole controversy a couple of years later. But the fact is, Reckless Ben, even though I do agree with him based on what I've seen right now at this moment, he has actually done things that are manifest observable behavior by that original standard that, of course, Jack Conte could remove him and be consistent with the Lawrence Southern standard. But the thing is, that would make him unpopular. That is not right-wing political issue where the left-wing media is going after them and pressuring him.
Exactly.
That's a situation where he would look like the scumbag that he absolutely is. So that's why Jack Conte is on the right side of this. And no, he doesn't deserve any real credit. He just happens to be on that side because the guy's proven to be a scumbag. And by the way, if you're Reckless Ben, I would set up on Subscribestar as well in order to avoid being at the mercy of a
All right, we're back. I'm just gonna play it. I just had to
loser
comment on
like
that.
Jack Conte. But again, according to the email, this is part of the strategy. Contact all the platforms, get them removed, and now we have the CEO on a live stream saying, oh, no, we're trying to work this out. We're trying to be good guys. Now, again, as of right now, everybody is awaiting part 3 from Reckless Ben. They want to know what's going to result in all the different charges that are pending against him, because again, the American Fork Police Department appears to be ridiculously corrupt. They appear to be 100% in on it. They're refusing to do their job in this particular case, and they do this game where they pretend that they don't understand what's going on, that they have no idea what the other officers are doing, when again, this is a small town department of 54 people, and when you get them on the body cam, they know this story through and through. They're just choosing to act on behalf of Joshua Johnson, and of course on behalf of Brendan Best, and of course on behalf of Bricks and Minifigs, the corporation that apparently steals from old people, allegedly, ABCD, allegedly, according to, you know, the allegations.
False allegations and not facts.
So yeah, while in the short term you can donate to Brian's GoFundMe in order to make him whole financially, and it's actually over $300,000 at the time that I'm recording this video, and yes, that will be linked in the description. In reality, we need justice. We need more than just restitution for the victim in this particular case. We need the perpetrators to go down in a blaze of glory. And by the way, if you are a franchise owner
and every single officer on the fucking payroll needs to never be allowed to work in law enforcement again.
Nothing to do with this, but you do have the name of that horrible company on your particular store. What you should do is start considering your legal options against Bricks and Minifigs corporate, because essentially what they're doing in this particular case is trying to cheat somebody out of $200,000. By the way, the company Bricks and Minifigs is worth like $400 million, in order to collude with this local franchise at the expense of all the franchises. At least that would be the legal theory I would utilize if I were the other franchise owners considering suing this person. So yeah, Reckless Ben did an absolutely amazing job. His videos are hilarious. It's downright horrifying what the American Fork Police Department is doing, but also we have the Oregon police not doing their job, which just seems lazy by comparison. And yeah, this is something that we need to go over. We need to keep in the news, because because essentially the bricks and minifigs strategy is that this will blow over in a couple of months, and the initial outrage, you guys being dumb idiots, you guys on the internet.com that don't like the idea that they think if they have something in their store, even though it is owned by somebody who's not the store, that they could take it. Yeah, that's apparently you're being a bad person, and you should just let this blow over. So yeah, bricks and minifigs, just give the damn Legos back. The CEO doesn't need to do a 2-hour Q&A live stream. He could just give the damn Legos back immediately. Again, you asked for the hard way instead of the easy way, and now you got it, and now your company is essentially over. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. As usual, if you like this video, show by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social medias.
You got no room to cry now. No room to cry. Nobody gives a fuck. You wanted it. You got it. Enjoy. Have fun.
Vaughn wants
to
sue Pegasus.
You brought us.
That's his biggest fan. Wait, what? Like, I thought Pegasus was his biggest fan. What, now he wants to sue him? What the hell happened? What the fuck?
Drama queen. Fascism is here. Oh.
I love this guy. Then why are you gonna sue him?
It's so funny because he has nothing redeemable about him. But the pure animus that drives a lot of dudes that look like him, I guess, on the internet, that spend every waking moment on the internet. The animus that they feel towards me is enough. They're like, I don't even want, I will watch the same video over and over again. Is Chop City.
Will.
It's crazy to me that it's so funny how insecure he is that he defaults everything down to like his appearance. It's so funny. Like, no, obviously some people just don't like you because of the things that you're saying. It doesn't have anything to do with like how you look or anything else. There's plenty of guys that are, you know, like good-looking guys that take care of themselves that don't get a million hate videos made about them. So it's just like, this is the biggest cope that I've ever imagined, and it's like basically just another way for him to talk about like, oh, look how good my hair looks. You know, and be this guy,
vain.
right?
I bet he thinks his video's about
like, what
him.
is this?
Intentionally causing harassment, alarm, or distress.
He's looking up Singapore statutes online. So wait, so is Pegasus in Singapore? I don't even know. So he's trying to sue Pegasus? Oh my god. Here we go.
Singapore statutes online. An individual or entity must not, with intent, cause harassment, alarm, or distress to another person called in the section the target person by any means, use any threatening, abusive, or insulting words or behavior.
You really think you're gonna call the government out on him?
Make any threatening, abusive, or insulting communication, or publish any identity information of the target person or a related person of the target person.
Any identity information.
Oh my God, they're gonna cane his ass.
They're gonna cane him? What are you talking about?
One of the highest per capita execution rates globally, enforcing capital.
Wait a minute, so now he's fantasizing about having Pegasus literally killed?
Yes, he is.
So we went from
that would be his solution.
To,
oh, he's criticizing me. God, wouldn't it be
to I wonder if he's against he's breaking the law. To I wonder if we can get this guy killed. And it's been like what, a minute? God damn. Shit. That's fast. How's that not TOS? I mean, it's not TOS. I don't like. Who cares? It's. Listen. How many people have I said should be executed? Right? More than probably Hassan has. So I don't want to talk. I don't want to start talking about how that should be TOS. Okay. A little bit of self-preservation there.
Primarily for drug trafficking and murder. Following the COVID-19 pandemic, executions.
Well, I'm sure. Listen, I'm sure getting bullied on the internet is an drug trafficking, murder, rape. Being mean to me on the internet. Yeah, come on.
The country carried out 11 executions in 2022.
Oh, I will be back momentarily. Why are my volumes so low? Oh, I'll be back.
Straight through the gray, autistic eyes wide open. Watch him abuse the rules in every game they play. We're not ashamed. We're not ashamed. We're not ashamed. We're not ashamed. Seeing past. This is weaponized autism, so let the tism fly. Proud and bombastic. This is autastic.
They sat us down in senior year and dimmed the classroom lights. Put on that famous movie, said the end is near, alright. Al Gore stood tall upon the screen with graphs that couldn't fail, while something in my stomach said this fairy tale smelled stale. I raised my hand, a timid soul, and asked a simple question. The silence hit like winter wind and froze the whole damn session. The teacher sighed, the students glared like I had lost my mind for daring to ask questions about the gospel they assigned. Oh, it was an inconvenient truth. A most convenient load of you know what. They scared us good in high school seats. Woo! While the prophets cashed their checks and flew in private fleets. They swore the snow on Kilimanjaro soon would disappear. They swore the Arctic ice would vanish any year. They swore the ocean soon would swallow every coastal town. But 20 years have come and gone, and the ice is still around. Tuvalu cried, we're sinking fast at the United Nations Hall, while the coral reefs were harvested and sold off one and all. The islands didn't vanish, they just kept on standing tall. But the fear kept flowing freely and the money flowed with all. The science was settled, they'd shout with righteous fire, while the data kept on screaming that the models were a liar. They dodge and weave and lecture like it was some kind of game, and heaven help the child who dared to ask again. They'll never say they're sorry, they'll never face the cost. They just move the goalposts and the grift goes marching on. The fear is long since faded, but the money's flowing still, like royalties from terror that they peddled with such skill. Now they found a brand new monster, shiny, bright and new. Artificial intelligence, it's gonna end us all, it's true. They scream we need more power, more rules, more chains in place, while they attack the ones who build it, trying to take us all to space. Digital IDs, their latest plea to seal our future tight, to finally close the vice and keep the future out of sight. The mild little cancel culture from the days of old price is always choice. I used to burn my old Mustang down the strip, smoking games with the boys, never thinking twice. Those reckless nights are ghosts I left behind. Now they fade away in the rearview every mile, while the future rides backseat with a smile. I used to be living my best life, but I don't know if I can say that now. 'Cause I'm doing something better than that now. I used to have a million good times, but I don't know if I can say that now. 'Cause I'm doing something better than that now. And if you had told me I'd be living like this, I probably would have laughed and said that you were full of it. 'Cause when it comes to change, I ain't the kind, but he came along and changed my mind. I used to be living my best life, but I don't know if I can say that now. 'Cause I'm doing something better than that now. I used to have a million good times, but I don't know if I can say that now. 'Cause I'm doing something better than that now. Every time he smiles, the whole damn world lights up, and suddenly those old nights don't mean as much. Yeah, he's the reason I finally understand. I was born to be his old man. He changed everything I thought I knew, turned a restless heart into something true. I'm so damn glad I was wrong. 'Cause look at what I've become. I used to be living my best life, but I don't know if I can say that now. 'Cause I'm doing something better than that now. I used to have a million good times, but I don't know if I can say that now. 'Cause I'm doing something better than that now.
He woke up every morning just trying to build a life. welded steel and honest work, kept his head down through the fight. They took his land, they took his name, they laughed while he went broke, till the only thing he had left was a Komatsu, and with that, he would bring the smoke. He spent 3 days and 3 nights behind a welding mask, turning yellow iron into something no one could get past. No speeches, no goodbye notes, no final grand manifesto, just the sound of steel on steel and a heart that said, "Let's go!" He rolled out of the shop like a storm no one could see coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he came down the street, and for one single day, no one could stop the beast. They threw everything they had at him, bullets, bombs, and prayers, but he just kept on rolling like he didn't even care. Every building that fell before him felt the weight of what he'd lost. One man against the system, and the system paid the cost. They called him crazy when the smoke finally cleared, said the man had lost his mind, that he'd gone too far, that's clear. But the ones who knew him best just stood there with a quiet respect for the man who fought the system till there was nothing left. He rolled out of the shop like a storm no one could see coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he came down the street, and for one single day, no one could stop the beast. He tore through the town like a judgment long overdue. No barricades or plans they made could stop him from getting through. And as if blessed by God's own righteous fury, no innocents would get hurt. The guilty reaped the whirlwind and got their just desserts. Years go by and people still talk about the man in the machine, the one who finally said enough when the system got too mean. Some see a madman, some see a saint who finally broke free, but everybody knows what it's like when you can't breathe. He rolled out of the shop like a storm nobody saw coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he rolled down the street for one single day. The common man could not be beat.
darkness without a name. Like the black thing from forgotten tales, it rolled across the stars and veils, enforcing wonder, uniform shade, crushing every spark that disobeyed. It made its home where laughter reigned, twisted joy into chains of shame, two Pandoras of the modern age. Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian lifted the lid on the forbidden jar, unleashed the howling storm of war. False accusations, public scorn, one innocent soul was crushed and torn, driven to the final silent night, a casualty of their holy fight. This is the first stand for the light we built with our own two hands. This is the first stand. We are the gatekeepers of gamer games. We held the line when all others would capitulate. This was the first stand. This was Gamergate. Then rose the herald voice of stone. Total Biscuit called across the zone. His words cut through the digital night, awakening the sleepers to the fight. From the very heart of the light they came, a warrior cast forged in digital flame, ever vigilant, ever pursuing the dark, sworn to hunt it, to tear it apart. Then from the glowing heart of light arose a weapon forged that no shadow could oppose. Beam swift spells of truth and savage mirth, the one true blade that pierced the darkness first. Viral thunder rolling across the plain, laughing chaos driving out the pain. The darkness howled and recoiled in fear, for memes were something it could not endure. From the light they drew their ancient rage, rip and tear across the shadow's cage. Like the slayer born of crimson hell, our crusaders charge where demons dwell. Doom incarnate in pixel and steel, they ripped the darkness, made the shadows real. No mercy for the creeping blight, the warriors of the endless fight. The people of the light rose as one, struck the first blow, the battle won. That wound cut deeper than the darkness knew, a sting that burns and echoes through and through. For the curse that Pandora set in motion.
We're back. Sorry about that. Did we miss anything? No. Okay, cool. That's not my class. Okay.
Yesterday's champion of darkness.
All right. I'll put it back.
This is the first.
Yeah, sorry about that. Stuff happened. I'll leave it at that. Good stuff. Not bad stuff. Good stuff. Let's go.
5 in 2023.
That's
8
like
in
not that
2024
many.
and reached a 22-year high of 17 executions in 2025.
That's really not that many. Oh, are you really doing that? Oh my god. Really? Who wants this? Who wants this? Honestly, who wants the soundboard? I don't think anybody actually wants the soundboard. Like I don't know what you're thinking, that like this is some kind of like, you know, demand. Oh, the people want this. Nobody wants this.
X knows that Y is within earshot and intends to cause Y distress.
Yeah.
Y is distressed. X is guilty of an offense under this section. X writes a letter containing threatening words or maybe a YouTube video.
He's adding that in.
threatening words towards Y, intending to send the letter to Y to cause him.
This guy is literally like hoping, like he's like the guy who's talking about bleeding capitalists in the streets is suddenly upset about threats and violence. I mean, I guess that's how champagne socialists are, isn't it? Like, they're all for the fun and the violence until it shows up on their doorstep. Isn't that how it goes? Isn't that how it goes? And it always goes that way, doesn't it? Because it can't go any other way. I'll be right back. I need to get something I left outside. Okay, we're back. Let's go.
Or her alarm. X
I'm not gonna
decides
play this
not
when
to
I'm not
send the
here. I'm
letter
not gonna
and
get in
throws it
trouble for
away. Y finds the letter and is
We're not gonna
alarmed.
chair stream
X
here.
is not guilty of an offense under this section, as he or she had no reason to believe that the letter would be seen by Y. Well, to the Singaporean authorities, I would like to report. I am very scared. I feel very threatened that this person has made 300.
See, this is pathetic, dude. I don't want to hear anybody crying about the shit when it comes back to him. I don't want to hear any crying, dude. He's okay with it. He's okay with weaponizing it. It's fair game to use against him in any capacity. That's my opinion. If it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. Live by the sword, die by the sword. You know what I mean?
And 58 videos on me. This is...
That's it? There's no way it's only 358. No, I bet it's more than that. I do. I know it's gotta be more than, it's gotta be at least 500.
Alarming. 363, sorry. It's alarming.
I was right.
It's very scary. I was intending to visit Singapore soon, and
Maybe
now
you can
I
meet
don't
up with
even
them.
know if I could do that.
It would be crazy if he did a collab with Pegasus IRL and Pegasus was able to interview him. It would be really funny. That would be like Hassan interviewing Benjamin Netanyahu. It would just be like, you know, you now,
Dude, he's got him
you're in the
crashing
belly
out.
of the
It's
beast.
so funny.
You're face to face with the devil himself, and you know, like that's it.
Truly a terrifying prospect for me. It seems kind of obsessive. It
He's so
seems
scared.
kind of like cyber stalking. Not entirely certain if that's there's a statute for cyber stalking in general.
Yeah.
Public threats.
But he hopes there is.
Long-term harassment. Daily videos that he's monetizing.
Is it really true that he's made that many videos about? Let me look at this here. Pegasus.
You're a lol cow, dude. He's lol cow farming you, bro.
Oh my god. These are all about him, by the way. This, like, Stavros, this is some drama I think he had with me. Biggest Hassan orbiter, Twitch CEO. This is about Hassan. Frogan is basically one of Hassan's moons, right? That's orbiting around him. You know, like, really, all of these. Are there any? Okay, so this one isn't about Hassan directly, and. Okay, this one isn't about Hassan. And there's like maybe 2 others that aren't about Hassan. All the rest of them are about him. The Legendary series. Yeah, so whatever happened to be... So I remember Hassan is like a certain percentage done. Oh, that's me. And whatever happened to that? Did the number just get too high? Hassan is legally... Well, wait a minute. Wait.
That was Nux.
Hassan just got exposed really bad. Number 301. just click to the middle of this.
Dude,
People to do horrible things. In my opinion, you probably inspire future terrorists. I'd say it's pretty important to talk about you and make sure somebody corrects your lies, right? Bro, around the other side now. So then he talks about the true numbers of how many people died in the Iranian protests, and Hassan knows, of course, right? He was there in person. The government of Iran obviously messaged him personally, right? And that's how he knows, right? Sarcasm for any brain dead Hassan fans that didn't get the joke. Don't
Jesus Christ. So this has been number 300. That's honestly, you gotta really respect that level of a commitment, man. You do. That's insane.
I hope someone in the Singaporean authorities could potentially look into this.
Yeah, they're gonna have to look into that.
I'm glad that there's a Protection from Harassment Act of 2014. Check Section 7, unlawful stalking. Wait, ooh, let's look at that one.
Unlawful stalking. I'm sure, guys, I'm so sure that watching your publicly broadcasted videos count as unlawful stalking. Guaranteed, he watched my live broadcast, my public broadcast, and then he talked about it. I think that you can get him fucking executed for this one. Oh, there's no way he's getting away with this.
An individual or entity must not unlawfully stalk another person.
This is amazing.
Subsection 7, an individual
Dude,
or
Hassan
entity
is just
called in this
crashing
section
out.
accused
Everything's falling apart for him. He's
associated with
picking
stalking
targets. What's going on? He's lashing out like a cornered animal.
You're being harassed.
The accused intends to cause harassment, alarm, or distress to the victim, or knows or ought reasonably to know is likely to cause harassment, alarm, or distress to the victim. Well, it kind of feels like he does know that, right?
Well, it's just criticism. That's all. Like, he's just, listen, in the same way that, like, you bring, like, he's just criticizing you. That's all. This is an evaluation. It's fair. This is journalism. Like, is he against journalism now? I thought he liked journalists.
When you look at his Instagram page, he's actually celebrating it.
He only likes journalists that support him.
The Legendary series is officially, dude, this guy is a complete proud hater. That's insane. And so the Legendary series has officially reached 300 episodes. Absolute cinema. Finding the evil Diddy Piker and restoring common sense, one episode at a time. 10 out of 10 would recommend. But seriously, thank you guys for all the support. I could not have done it without you. Stay tuned for the greatest entertainment humanity has ever known. 40 minutes for each video is too much, man. Can you please make it a little bit more employment friendly? Oh my God.
The Legendary series, chatters, do you feel like I'm crazy for being alarmed and scared and worried about the stalker here? Oh, there's a defamation one too.
What is he doing? What is he doing? He's got to be farming. Like, what are you doing?
There's even unintentional defamation.
He's totally fantasizing, dude. This is
the
gross.
victim, making any communication or attempting to make communications by any means to the victim or related person, relating to purporting to relate to the victim or related to a victim, purporting to originate from the victim or a related person. So the fact that he's not just coming after me, but all my friends.
That's not what it says. It says if he's trying to contact you. Unless he's trying to spam message you, that wouldn't count, because it says making any communication by any means to the victim or a related person. So he's not communicating this to you. It's not even true. Like,
in a serialized version of cyber stalking and slander.
No, he's just reading what he wants. He's hoping. He's fucking coping. He's hopium. He's full of opium right now.
He has to be.
The ethnic Chinese Singaporean judge won't be kind to an Indian stalker harassing a pro-China guy. I don't know about
this. Is you see, like, he almost wanted to play into that, but he's like, oh wait, that's actually that's just like that's Asia racism. I can't do that.
The ethnic tensions that exist. Yeah. I just only know my feelings. This kind of stuff is good to know.
It's good to know.
This is good to know. This is good to know that it's out there.
Just the way he says
it. Probably went through some crazy range of emotions when you first mentioned him earlier to now when you're reading this. To the Singaporeans in the chat, reach out to me. If you know like a good Singaporean lawyer, something like that, it'd be nice.
I'm already imagining.
This is so silly,
dude. If
dude.
Hassan ever gets Pegasus shut down,
ridiculous.
I promise I will tweet out. They just made thousands more Pegasuses. Like, I have to tweet that out. If somehow he gets, like, I have to tweet it. It's gonna be so funny.
Nice to try and
more, yeah. Well, so what is it? Is it more Pegasuses? Like, what's the English vernacular for this? I'm not sure.
Figure out if I could pursue litigation of sorts. I mean, after all, he's made probably.
So, like, is Pegasus, because, like, my understanding, Pegasus was the winged horse given to Perseus in Greek mythology. I didn't know, Pegasus is not just a winged horse, it is a specific winged horse given to a champion in Greek mythology. So, like, I don't even know where it would be plural in the first place. But, like, I think that people have just taken the name at this point, and it's just referred to as a flying horse. Like, that's it. Correct. Of course it's, of course, I know I'm correct. Okay? You don't need to remind me. I know that. It's a specific horse. Yeah, it's a specific horse.
A couple $100,000 off of
it's like a Band-Aid, you know?
Slander, harassment.
It's got like a, you know, like an IP copyright. It's not calling every,
dude,
like,
he's
capturing
so
game.
sensitive, man.
Get some of that
Look
back.
at him, dude.
Maybe we can recover some of that.
Dude, I can't wait for Shu to comment on this, because I know she's gonna.
Boner for you? Did you
she
give him a wedgie or
loves
something?
poking him.
No, I didn't really know who the fuck this guy was, except for the fact that his fans every now and then would come in to just be like, Pegasus owned you. And I was like, I don't know what the fuck that is. And I've seen, like, and then I found out about who he is, and I love him, but also am now scared of him. Initially, I was like, wow, how wonderful. This must be a fan page. And then I realized he's exhibiting stalker-like behavior and also defaming me and causing great injury to me psychologically. And I don't like that.
I'm so sorry. This must be horrible for you.
All right, confirmed. More Pegasus is psychologically harming Hassan. How about that? I'm even at it. Oh, I already did. All right, let's go. I want to refresh this to see if we got any notifications actually, so we'll do that. One. What is it? Oh wow. Oh dear. Yikes. Okay, give me a second. I need to see something here. I'll be right back. I'll keep playing this though. Just for a second.
Oh, this must be so sad.
I am scared.
Yeah.
Even a single instance of defamation is unacceptable and puts you in fear. True.
Oh my God.
True.
Why would you? You're gassing him up for this? Why?
63 half years or 182 years or $1.8 million in fines. Oh.
$1.8 million.
Lamau, why are you fantasizing about this? I mean, it'd be pretty.
Each video is an offense, and somebody calculated all of it.
Be funny if he actually got in trouble.
It'd be funny if he got in trouble. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, it would be fucking hilarious. I mean, this guy's been actively demanding that the American government prosecute me and shit. It'd be really
I admit it would be funny, but
funny if the videos of his slanderous, libelous, stalkerous statements that caused great.
It's not libel because slander is written, slander is spoken, libel's written. You know that. Why do you even say this?
Grave injuries to me. Genuinely grave injuries. If that created a sense of accountability.
Oh my God. Almost as funny they kicked us out of the country. Almost. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know what to say, guys. I really don't. It's just so silly. Truth is not slander. I have no idea. Again, it's funny to me, but, you know, we'll see what California turning more red. Is that it?
And good evening to you.
Yeah, there's that. But, I mean, they're still counting fucking ballots. It's so ridiculous.
Pat and Rudabay, well, close to 1.4
If I went for governor, I would win it.
County have.
Who just yelled that out?
Oh, shit. If I went for governor, I would win.
Oh, that's
and
XQC.
counted just a short time ago.
Chat, what happens when you win governor? Like, what do you mean?
What in chat if I can win governor?
W in chat.
What do you even do?
Poll workers.
Like,
what do you do?
Trying
like,
to get
do you
those
do anything at all?
processed and counted.
No, probably
Every
not.
afternoon we'll see a ballot drop. Let's first take a look at the governor's
Mm-hmm.
race. That race is a big reason why millions of voters waited until the last day of the primary or last days of it.
Who
to
the
vote.
fuck
Here
are those
some of
guys?
The results that we're seeing right now.
fuck
Not a lot of change here in terms of the lineup.
all I
Losing
know
first,
is the
that's
fatty.
Steve Hilton, Republican. Javier Becerra.
Chat, I'm actually
85%,
impressed that
close to 26%.
Republicans
And then we have
winning
Tom
in
Steyer
California
in
is
third
fucking
position.
insane, no?
The question is, can Tom Steyer...
Well, there's more to Democrats. The Democrats are more split, though. I mean, they're doing a...
The Democrats are split between supporting drug addicts, pedophiles, grooming children, and foreign terrorist organizations. And so there's so many different groups of Democrats that they can't really organize and agree on one thing. So that's the problem. That's the issue. So like, there's no like unifying purpose and goal.
Split vote. I mean, look at that. I mean, there's 3 Democrats, 2 Republicans. I mean, that's GG already, no?
Steve Hilton.
I mean, they're cooking her shit. Why didn't they just kick the lady out? I mean, she's useless.
That was huge.
She is. She's a fat piece of shit. She's a fat
Who is
piece
it?
of
Who are they
shit,
talking
and the
about?
more that
Oh,
you
it's
know
Katie
about her, the more that
yeah,
you'll be
the worse
sure
she
of that.
gets. Yeah.
And votes, get her out of there, man. Fucking get the other votes to the other guys, man. Fuck is going on here?
Top spot. And of course, former.
We dead ass.
And I bet she still has conceded.
It's just really crazy. How did anybody vote for her? And here, U.S. Marine fought off and captured an armed robber trying to mug him. No, he's the one that did the mugging. Yeah, can we grant the fact that U.S. citizens should be shafted? Yeah. Yeah, they can all agree that they hate the United States. I think that's true. Asman explains why he doesn't believe in stolen land. Oh God, it's the Constantinople example. Yeah, okay, all right. I'll look at one more, and then I want to look at some of the other stuff too, because there's some other like new drama and stuff that's happened. Just one more Pegasus countersue. Wait, what? What's this?
More Pegasus is pro Epstein? Oh, hell yeah. That's great.
The fuck? The fuck are you talking about?
Lying is OP.
Like, I don't understand why people...
How'd you read that? So 24,000 people in the chat. You had to read that one? It's right before Christmas you did this.
Will openly say this kind of stuff.
Yeah, and remember the other clip you said he didn't know who he was until recently?
You probably should be a little bit more embarrassed to say that this is where you get your news from, you know?
What? From you or from him? Who the like? Oh my God! Probably should be in jail.
Bring back shame.
Cut them out. Yeah, he read that one, of course.
Let it all go awry. So,
oh my God! It's just. Oh damn! A pro Epstein. Like wow. Yeah, I'm sure that's gonna go really well. And can I ask permission to link my GoFundMe in chat? Yeah, sure. Permission denied. You're permanently banned. Okay. Anyway, so. Let me go back. Elon's Esks is already turning on him. I think I saw
Oh yeah,
this.
I've got
so,
that next.
Yeah,
Can't
I
wait.
don't know. No,
That's
you're
gonna
not
be
gonna
good.
link your GoFundMe in chat. I know that, like, and this is again, like, there's a lot of people, and they can only think about themselves. They can only think about themselves. Here's the problem. Imagine if everybody was able to link their GoFundMe. It would be like, you know, did y'all ever see this photo, by the way? Let me see if I can pull this up. Drake. I have to look this up on images. Look at this, bro. Like, so you had all these people, like it showed Drake who was doing a concert, and everybody's just asking Drake for money. He's like, is he like the train wrecks of the rap world? Is that true? Pappy, help pay off my mortgage, my mom's mortgage. Drizzy, help him buy my mom a bikini. What is this here? Help me get. Fund Matteo's first holiday. Fly us to Greece. buy me an engagement ring. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, how is this even happen? It's so stupid. Man, a car, I guess so.
Holy
yeah, mama
shit.
bikini. It's probably this is in some like Spanish country. They probably don't know English, right? Drake, give my father a break. What does that even mean? And oh, I guess paying. Give your dad money. Oh my God, it's just picture disturbing. Anyone else that finds this picture disturbing, and this is on r/Drizzy. Oh my God. No, I would ban them going forward if I was Drake. Imagine fans that can't see him perform behind a sign. Ruining someone else's experience for your selfish reason isn't cool. You know what? You should. Why don't we send a link to that guy that we banned? Why don't we send him that comment? He needs to read this. So no, I don't want my stream chat to be this. Okay. So why don't you just try to relax? Bunch of beggars. Ashley St. Clair speaks out against Hassan's objectification and sexualization of her.
Oh boy.
Hassan, in an effort to insult Elon Musk, her child's father, inadvertently compared Ashley to a cum napkin. Did he say that? Damn. Ugh. Who does that? Like, I could see a sock or a banana, right? I mean, but like, Jesus. Ashley talks about her coping mechanisms, such as a nervous laugh.
Yeah, I noticed that I watched your stream with Hassan. There were moments where very quickly you were objectified and sexualized a little.
He fucking tweets about me all the time, which at first it was
Same.
like, at first it was, well, for you it makes sense. You guys, you know, you guys had sex, so. Did you not? Wait, is that not? Wait, I jokingly said he mailed his cum in a napkin.
Don't say that. That is so gross.
But like, what?
I love this. I really do. I love this because it's so. Everything about this is weird. It is. So, like, him talking to her this way is weird. Her reacting weird whenever she said you guys had sex, like, is weird. Like, why would she react that way? Like, then him getting uncomfortable because she got uncomfortable. Now it's super awkward. And then, like, you had to bring up the cum nap. Why would you bring that up whenever she was just like, I just, like, why would you? Oh my God, bro. Like.
Hassan! And you laughed
now
through.
he gets to
mailed his cum in a napkin.
Don't say that. That is
believe
so
all
gross.
women,
But
right?
like, what?
Well, live by the sword,
and you
die by
laughed
the
through
sword.
it, and you were a good sport. I do wonder, though. I feel that many women know that instinct to laugh through moments like that. Do you think that maybe throughout the last decade or so, you have seen yourself turn to appealing to the room, not causing a commotion?
Yeah. Yes, and I have like a tendency to cope through humor too. So I'll laugh or I'll make a joke out of it, and I've just always
But everybody
coped
does that.
through a
Let's
lot of
just be
things
honest.
with humor and joking and like kind of making myself a bit smaller in the moment.
I don't feel bad for Hassan at all, even though I think that she's a complete schizo. I think she's a total schizo. I think Elon was like, you know, okay, I'm gonna bag a baddie. And I mean, especially like back then, she was really hot. I totally understand it. I get it. But at the same time, it's like, geez, bro, like she's nuts, man. She's nuts. And so like, it's female behavior. It's female behavior. So like, really, I mean, whenever you bring somebody in that's like that, that's what you get, man. And yeah, he probably likes crazy. I guess so. Still kind of weird to bring him up on stream. I don't know. I mean, it could have been out of context or something. Like, who knows? Like her acting, I don't even like Hassan. The interpretation is ridiculous to me. Did she not understand the joke of him mailing his sperm? That's objectification. Well, it's definitely like, it is a crass, weird joke to make towards somebody. Like, I wouldn't. Would I make that joke towards a female, towards a foid? Would I say that to a foid? I would not. I think it would be disrespectful. And, you know, I respect foids, I respect females, and sometimes I even respect women. And so, like, Aragorn would not bring this up, right? And so, crazy hot matrix. Yes, exactly. And so, what a gentleman. I do. And, because disrespectful, what's a foid? A foid is, so you might not understand this, it's basically like, it's an obnoxious, annoying young woman. And it can also, like, basically it's an obnoxious woman. It's like a Karen. It's a young Karen. Like, basically you're not old enough to be a Karen yet, so you're a foid. Does that make sense? So, yeah, basically like a femcel. Yeah, I think femcels, all femcels are foids. All foids might not be femcels. I think that's a good vector to use. I like that. But what's connected to the word? I don't really know. I don't know where it came from, but I like the word. I like using it. One of the top replies in New York Post. Let me see if I can look at this here. And it is a Karen in training. Yeah, I mean, like, what he was doing, like, yeah, it was, like, kind of cringe for him to say that. But, like, Hassan, every other crash out. What this is, porn-obsessed Hassan Piker goes on shocking homophobic rant after Scott Wiener wins San Francisco congressional
20
primary.
hours ago.
Is
oh my
this
God.
gay homo-fascism? Wait, is Scott Wiener the gay homo-fascist? I just put these two together.
He's losing. He's gonna lose everything.
Is he
dude.
the
It's gonna be
homo-fascist?
glorious to watch.
He is. Holy shit.
He's just gonna get lolcow farmed.
I
from here
also
on,
hate
man.
black people, gay people,
He's
trans
done.
people, all minorities, disabled people, women. I hate poor people. I also hate black. Why'd they cut it off? I wasn't done. This is probably at least a 1 or 2 minute clip. Yeah, I wasn't even finished. Why'd they do that? Yeah, like, what the fuck, man? And don't even out of context clipper. Yeah, exactly. Like, there were way more people I hated too besides that. So she's upset that she got objectified. And by the way, like, she made sexual comments about Hassan. Like, I don't see how, like, I don't feel bad for him for, like, getting put in this position by her, because, like, again, you're being a vulture, and, you know, you picked up some spoiled meat, right? That's what happens. But at the same time, like, I mean, like, she's making comments like this to him, like, regularly. Like, she's sitting right next to him. Like, she's being weird anyway. So yeah, it's double standards. Exactly. She called him stepdaddy. Yeah, who does that? Who sends, like, that's what's so weird. It's like, you can give, he's got to laugh this off. Like, giving him that shirt was so weird. That was so, like, I'm sorry, but, like, women are so weird. Women are so weird, and the reason why, I'm going to tell you the reason why they're weird. It's because they can be. So a pretty girl can be weird because guys will just put up with it. Hassan will get the picture and be like, ha ha ha, yeah, ha. Okay, right, okay, let's put this away, right? And he doesn't really give a shit about it, right? But, like, if you're a guy and you're weird, well, hello, HR? I've just been sexually assaulted. Well, what did he do? Just look at him. Say no more, ma'am. Sir, come with us right now. Stop resisting. New Ben video came out. I know. We're gonna get to that. Don't worry about it. We will. And that's why I don't talk to women. Yeah, I know. It's a really good idea. And so he's blaming everybody else on this video. And there's other things I'm gonna look at after this too. Like, I saw this. I'm glad we have longer versions of this. This is helping Hassan's case.
Yeah, next we're gonna watch the drops from his ex. So this is gonna be exciting.
I don't want to make comments on that, honestly. Like, I think that, okay, so a lot of people were, like, accusing him of, like, showing other girls nudes to other guys. This is just generally what my opinion is. I think if a girl sends you nudes, there are a lot of guys. It's very common. Like, if you're a girl, I don't want you to hear this because it's going to make you less likely to send guys nudes. And I think that also guys need to realize that the more that you share girls nudes that they send you, the more that girls will stop sending nudes, right? And so do you really want that to happen? Do you want to kill the golden goose? Okay, then stop sharing the eggs. Just take your egg and hold on to it, and you don't need to show it off like a fucking trophy, right? I mean, no, really, because, like, I don't want them to stop doing that. Like, I remember one time, so there was this one time, this girl that was doing OnlyFans, and she was really hot, said that she's gonna stop doing it because people keep posting her content on third-party websites for free. She's like, this is annoying. I'm done. And then everybody in the chat was like, we're sorry. No, it's okay. It's okay, Jenny. We're gonna spend $20 in your OnlyFans. Please don't leave. Please don't leave. You can't do this to us. We're buying your OnlyFans right now. Name them, please. No. And so you don't want to kill the golden goose. So I don't think you should be sharing and show. Have I ever shown a girl's photos? I don't think that I've ever shown a nude. I've shown like kind of flirty DMs that I've had with like certain girls to like a friend of mine. I've done that. I have, but it was never like sexually explicit. It was just like a funny response that I had to something. Like I've never shared like a photo for, oh, come on. No, I'm being honest. I've never shared a nude. I have never done that.
Yeah, neither have I. I've never done that. I have never done that with anybody. I think it's too, that's just something you don't do.
It's totally different. Yeah, well, I'm just being honest, right? I wouldn't share the pictures. I wouldn't do that, right? A true gentleman does show nudes.
And even after, even after I left my exes or whatever, I deleted their photos and stuff like that. Never used them, never posted them, never anything like that. So.
The thing is, like, this is what girls need to understand, is that when a guy gets a nude from like a titty picture or something like that, a shower photo from like a really hot girl, this is like every guy wants to send this to all of his friends, because this basically indicates, and it says like, I'm that guy. I'm the guy that she's gonna send it to because I'm important, I'm hot, etc. Right? And so it's like, nope, I'm not telling you what you think, I'm telling you what some people think. Okay, so I just want you guys to know, like, if you're a girl and you're sending guys like this photos, the odds are that at least half of the time a lot of his close friends have seen you naked.
That's probably true.
Yeah, that's the way it is.
We're almost to the priming stage.
They don't care. They do care. They do care. It gets them upset.
And we're one more piece away.
Bitches know the guy sharing the photo. Do girls do the same? No, because girls generally like so. I don't know. I mean, like, so it's different when girls do it. So usually girls share nudes of guys when they're unsolicited in a way that is like weird, right? So like a random guy sends you that, and I guess Hassan can say he did the same thing, but like it's done in like more of a perverted way. So it's kind of hard to say, but I think that they probably don't do it as much. Maybe they do. I have no idea. Anyway. So I don't want to get into like accusing somebody of being a sex pest is like pretty bad, and I think that you need to have a lot of like proof for that. I don't want to accuse him of that. I think that's kind of a big deal. That's like one of the things that like will actually make you look bad on the internet, and it's like something it's like that's legitimately like negative to you. So I'd have to see more proof before I really had an opinion on that.
The most annoying fucking losers who may or may not have given a quote to the article, by the way, former friend, they say in the article. Finally, an article that approaches us on creepiness. She did a very good job. Ethan Klein banned from celebrity poker for being a weirdo creep to women, and now he's sharing New York Post articles. What happened to this guy? I vaguely knew him as a progressive streamer, then I blinked and he was a fully deranged Zionist obsessed with Hassan. Yeah. Yeah, October 7 happened, and he lost his fucking mind. Yeah.
Justifiably so. Ethan lost his mind, justifiably so. And if you want to be honest, I think that Ethan was the only one who didn't lose his mind. Ethan was the only one who had any sort of moral clarity.
Ethan was the only moral person in the whole group. And, you know, everybody told him that it was going to come back and bite him in the ass. And it did. And it did. It really did. But I am happy to see him fighting back, at least.
A good idea to senselessly murder a bunch of innocent people and for the sake of some sort of resistance. How are you resisting anything whenever you're running in there killing people at a concert? That's not a resistance. If you attacked an IDF building, I don't think anybody would say that this is some terrorist act. It's a military operation, obviously, but when you target civilians and you attack them, and then also like after October 7th there was a deliberate effort being made, and even now there's an effort being made, even though I think that like it's kind of going away now, to deny any Israeli or any Jewish people the ability to grieve for what happened. I think it's horrible what happened, and I think that the idea that Ethan was effectively excommunicated from the progressive movement and from the liberal community because he didn't want to celebrate people that were of his same ethnicity being killed because of that ethnicity, I find that to be just completely
it's disgusting,
like just disgraceful. It's completely disgraceful.
Yeah, they published a photo of his house and said, "Here is where he masturbates." He goons here. He likes breasts. Are you not shaken to your very core? It's a really funny article that they wrote, because this was one of the articles that backfired spectacularly, because they were like, "This guy is creepy."
Well, I don't know about backfiring. I think almost everybody was negative about it. Like, I didn't see a lot. I mean, like, there were some people that were like his defenders that like him, that were like trying to defend him, but like all of the comments were like really negative about Hassan in this article. Like, they were really, like, people were like, this is really bad, especially now that there's like more articles coming out. Public
opinion is shifting, and as public opinion shifts, and as the Overton window shifts, the small little things that people made excuses for Hassan and allowed for him to get away with things because they sided with him. As the Overton window shifts and becomes more and more right wing, those aggressions, those wrongs that he has committed become less and less acceptable, and that's what's happening to him right now. His transgressions are compounding, and his side is losing the culture war. And over time, and I'll tell you, this is what's going to happen. Over time, as the Overton window shifts to the right, people are going to abandon the left and pretend that they were never part of it. And that's going to happen. It's going to... I was never... I mean, those guys are crazy. You know what they want to do to kids? You know, even though they were probably like even campaigning in some cases, and that's gonna just happen. You know, a lot of people who are going to try to pretend like they were never a part of this as the public opinion changes, and Hassan is seeing that happen to him in real time.
There's like, you know, even like Ashley St. Clair saying that stuff about Hassan being a weirdo, and like that clip, like it looks really bad. It does. Like, and I don't think that you can deny that. Like, I don't know how I don't know how are you trying to play this off as a W? Like, I didn't show this article or talk about it because like it showed his house and like some of his own personal information, and I don't want to encourage that. I think that's like weird, and it's unnecessary to do that. It's completely unnecessary. But you know, again, like I think that many people received it in a negative way.
What a creep! And everyone was like, "What are you fucking talking about?" It's basically Ethan Klein's Google Doc that he wrote about how I was how I have sex. You and Grand Plan are running on the pro masturbation ticket. They were pulling tweets that were obvious jokes from 2012. I know. They literally do the same thing.
Oh no! We're misinterpreting jokes and holding you account to the content within? God, who would do that?
That Ethan has been trying to do, that Sexpestany started when he... Here's where this all roads lead back to Ethan Klein and Sexpestany.
The only thing that I'm surprised about that with is, you know what? I'm not even going to say that.
Here's why.
Where's Israel?
Epsteny was trying to procure CSAM.
All right, give me just a minute. I'm gonna put the music on. I'm gonna wake the kiddo up and get him ready for an outing. I'll be back. All right, I'll be right back. Let's go ahead and put the music on. I won't be longer. I don't think than 5 minutes. So.
Stand for the games we love and the joy we demand. Stand. We are the gatekeepers of Gamergate. We held the line when all others would capitulate. This was the first stand. This was Gamergate. The first stand. The warriors still remain. The first stand. Gamergate.
They sat us down in senior year and dimmed the classroom lights. Put on that famous movie, said the end is near, alright. Al Gore stood tall upon the screen with graphs that couldn't fail, while something in my stomach said this fairy tale smelled stale. I raised my hand, a timid soul, and asked a simple question. The silence hit like winter wind and froze the whole damn session. The teacher sighed, the students glared like I had lost my mind for daring to ask questions about the gospel they assigned. Oh, it was an inconvenient truth, a most convenient load of you know what. They scared us good in high school seats, woo, while the prophets cashed their checks and flew in private fleets. They swore the snow on Kilimanjaro soon would disappear. They swore the Arctic ice would vanish any year. They swore the ocean soon would swallow every coastal town. But 20 years have come and gone, and the ice is still around. The Valu cried, we're sinking fast at the United Nations Hall, while the coral reefs were harvested and sold off, one and all. The islands didn't vanish, they just kept on standing tall. But the fear kept flowing freely, and the money flowed with all. The science was settled, they shout with righteous fire, while the data kept on screaming that the models were a liar. They dodge and weave and lecture like it was some kind of game, and heaven help the child who dared to ask again. They'll never say they're sorry, they'll never face the cost. They just move the goalposts and the grift goes marching on. The fear is long since faded, but the money's flowing still, like royalties from terror that they peddled with such skill. Now they found a brand new monster, shiny, bright and new. Artificial intelligence, it's gonna end us all, it's true. They scream we need more power, more rules, more chains in place, while they attack the ones who build it, trying to take us all to space. Digital IDs, their latest plea to seal our future tight, to finally close the vice and keep the future out of sight. The mild little cancel culture from the days of old has grown into a monster that will demand total control. Oh, it was an inconvenient truth, a most convenient load of you know what. They scared us once, they'll scare us twice. It's the same old grift, and the price is always choice. I heart into something true. I'm so damn glad I was wrong. 'Cause look at what I've become. I used to be living my best life, but I don't know if I can say that now. 'Cause I'm doing something better than that now. I used to have a million good times, but I don't know if I can say that now. 'Cause I'm doing something better than that now.
He woke up every morning just trying to build a life. Welded steel and honest work, kept his head down through the fight. They took his land, they took his name. They laughed while he went broke, till the only thing he had left was a Komatsu. And with that, he would bring the smoke. He spent 3 days and 3 nights behind a welding mask, turning yellow iron into something no one could get past. No speeches, no goodbye notes, no final grand manifesto. Just the sound of steel on steel and a heart that said, "Let's go!" He rolled out of the shop like a storm no one could see coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he came down the street. And for one single day, no one could stop the beast. They threw everything they had at him, bullets, bombs, and prayers. But he just kept on rolling like he didn't even care. Every building that fell before him felt the weight of what he'd lost. One man against the system, and the system paid the cost. They called him crazy when the smoke finally cleared.
Okay, we're back to it. I helped my wife set up my child. They left. Oh, good song. We helped my child get ready to go. She's gonna go run to Target and buy some stuff because she's taking him out, mainly to get him tired so he goes to bed early. Like it's kind of an outing just to take the kid out so he gets some out time. Like that's kind of what she's doing. So, let's go ahead and keep going. This is such a good song. I love this song. Alright, let's go ahead and keep going.
In exchange for revenge pornography that he was distributing to a bunch of people, including one person that turns out was underage. He's now being...
How do you know all this? For somebody that's so unbothered and above everything, you sure seem to know all the details about Destiny's court case. How do you even know this?
Sued in court over this. So what did Sex Destiny do? But Hassan. That's what he did. He turned around and was like, well, what about Hassan? And his fucking dumbass audience ate that shit up. Every time this dumbass gets into trouble due to his own fucking gluttony, due to his own weirdo behavior, his own narcissism, his self-destructive behavior, he will then turn around and go, Hassan does this too. And it's never something that I've done, right? They always go, Hassan has done this as well. I'll have you know. And it's never something that I've actually done, right? They just
not
tried
even once
to do the no you defense.
It was never his fault, not even once. He's never been wrong.
And in this circumstance,
he's never
it's
done
just like
something wrong.
a bunch of different things that they've pulled of like people joking. Remember back in the day when it was when the common meta on Twitch was, oh, he can't keep getting away with it, and people that are like peeking over my shoulder at my phone and being like, oh my god, what is that? Most of it is a fucking meme, but they make it seem as though this is like me sharing you know, nudes that I've received. It's like half of it is unsolicited and the other half is not even fucking like nudes. They're just suspecting it, right? Like there's a clip.
It sounds bad. It does. It sounds bad. Like, I don't know really how else to say this. Yeah, just stop. Just literally stop talking. Like, just say, no, that's not what it was. It was something else. Like, you just stop trying to, this is honest advice. Stop trying to explain this.
That they always use with Pokimane. Where they'll be like, Pokimane is looking over his phone. Yeah. That's from a fucking advice segment that we were doing where she was looking at my Raya messages and making fun of me for not responding to anyone. But they make it seem like she's seeing nudes. It's crazy. Half of it is just me joking around on the Fear End podcast about having a fap top. And then these guys turning around.
Man, well, Kari should have watched that.
And acting as though it's a serious thing.
Damn.
It's ridiculous. It's just like a
yeah, I mean, for real.
Weird
Atrac should have watched that.
Mishmash
DSP
of jokes and
video proof him showing Ludwig nudes. I don't know really.
All
I mean,
right, give me
again,
a second here. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna hop into a Discord. I think you won't be able to hear it. That's fine. Hey guys, what's up?
Like, that's a pretty big accusation to make against somebody, especially because of, like, you know, how it makes somebody like him look. So, like, I wouldn't really, I don't really want to play into that because just like, that's, in my opinion, that's kind of a big deal, right?
Sincere suspicions. And it makes no fucking sense because none of it is like actually, like, the only consent being violated in this instance is my consent.
So I'm the victim. Whenever a girl sends me nudes, theoretically, allegedly, and I share them with my friends that are in my immediate vicinity, it's because I'm the victim right now. You're so right.
Unbelievably invasive.
You're so right. That's
of
so
my
true.
privacy. And so fucking.
Hey guys, how everyone's doing? How's everyone doing? Oops, that's a mistake. Am I muted? Fucking. Hey guys, sorry, I realized I had the wrong microphone equipped. But hey, how's everyone doing? I kind of crashed yesterday. I was aware and like stuff after the dog attack, and then like I just kind of had a whole crash like thing, and then I was out for the rest of the day. But I'm okay now. I'm cool, and yeah, everything's great. I'm in a great place. But yeah, just I feel like I missed you guys yesterday or whatever, some fun stuff, because I was just so crashed out of it. I couldn't even do anything. Nah, I know. I just felt like I missed out. It's okay. I hope you guys are doing well. And apparently Skybrow says we all need to listen to Birdman, so, you know. Oh, he doesn't know? Dudes, okay, so Skybrow's literally just dropped a video a couple hours ago, and one of the lyrics is "Listen to Birdman." Uh-huh. I mean, I could have sworn that's what I heard. I remember I like crashed out when I heard it, so. I mean, I'm not mixing up someone else's video, right? I don't think so. It was, I think so. Because I remember I was like, oh, dude, Birdman's gonna flip.
In a negative way.
What a creep! And everyone was like, what are you fucking talking about? It's basically Ethan Klein's Google Doc that he wrote about how I was how I have sex. You and Grand Plan are running on the pro masturbation ticket. They were pulling tweets that were obvious jokes from 2012. I know. They literally do the same thing.
Yeah, that's the one I remember seeing it in. I mean, I'm not gonna lie though, like the past like 24 hours is kind of fucking with my memory.
That Ethan has been trying to do, that Sex Destiny started when he. Here's where this all roads lead back to Ethan Klein and Sex
We've already
Destiny.
been here. Let's go. More.
They just
not
tried
even once
to do the no you defense.
It was never his fault, not even once. He's never been wrong.
Never.
And in this circumstance,
he's never
it's
done
just like
something wrong.
a bunch of different things that they've pulled of like people joking. Remember back in the day when it was when the common meta on Twitch was, oh, he can't keep getting away with it, and people that are like peeking over my shoulder at my phone and being like, oh my god, what is that? Most of it is a fucking meme, but they make it seem as though this is like me sharing you know, nudes that I've received. It's like half of it is unsolicited and the other half is not even fucking like nudes. They're just suspecting it, right? Like there's a clip.
It sounds
Man, he
bad.
is crashing out.
It does. It sounds
so great.
bad. Like I don't know really how else to say this. Yeah, just stop. Just literally
Just
stop talking. Like, just say no. That's not what it was. It was something else. Like, you just stop trying to.
Hold on.
This is honest advice. Stop trying to explain this.
That they always.
All right, let me look this up. I gotta figure this out. I gotta look at my history on YouTube because I gotta find out which video I fucking might have watched that has this in it. So let's go to history. Says Brick of Mormon. That was that. No, it wasn't that. 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 Could have sworn I saw it today, right? No way. Did I fucking mix it up? Hold on. I gotta. Is there one more thing? Okay. Alright, I realized what I was doing. I am so sorry. I'm mixing up the one. I watched 100 Pings yesterday, and that was the lyrics in that. And I somehow, because my memory's been all fucked up for a minute, I guess I mixed them up. I'm sorry. But it was a cool video, yeah. I'll post it. Give me a sec. Yeah, no, I'm having memory issues. I went through a traumatic event yesterday, and the whole like after effects has got me all mixed up. I'm sorry. Like, yeah, that's the one when it says and it says "Let Birdman lead the way" is what it says. And it's a really good song, by the way, so. And I got my first cameo the other day, too. I was really excited about that. Harble cameoed me in one of their videos. Yeah, they said my avatar was just so cool they had to include it, and I'm like, yeah, I like my avatar being cool. It was awesome. It made me feel included, and it made me feel very happy because of that, especially because I was having such a hard day yesterday. It really was a nice, like, compensation prize, I guess.
Used with Pokimane. Would they be like, Pokimane is looking over his phone? Yeah, that's from a fucking advice segment that we were doing where she was looking at my Raya messages and making fun of me for not responding to anyone. But they make it seem like she's seeing nudes. It's crazy. Half of it is just me joking around on the Fear End podcast about having a fap top, and then these guys turning around.
Man, well, Kari should have watched that.
And acting as though it's a serious thing.
Damn.
It's ridiculous. It's just like a
yeah, I mean, for real.
Weird
Atrac should have watched that.
Mishmash
DSP
of jokes and
Yeah, thanks, dude. I appreciate it. I made some extra stuff. If anybody who has control over it can like remove the older images, it'd be appreciated. Except for the guy with the top hat. Somebody made that, and that was cool. You can keep that. But I'll post these ones. Hold on. No, because some of the ones I didn't post. Any of them that have, like, the ball avatar, really. The guns are cool to keep, yeah, but the ball avatar ones, I just don't like that. I really hate it. Yeah, the very first one. That's about it. Everything else is cool. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I had to, after my little, like I said, my dog's literally my hero today, like from here on, so I had to include her now. She is now my Rocket Pack trusty sidekick. And apparently, from what I hear, it really fits the silver comic book era, like, styling that I guess I was going for and didn't know it, so it works out.
Just makes things up about.
Yeah, I think it was Saint was telling me that, like, the Batman I liked was, like, based off Silver Era comics, and that, like, my Rocketeer was also, like, a Silver Era comic, and so apparently that's what I like.
Them all the time.
No, I haven't, actually. It's Tom Cruise, I know that. He's got, like, the eye patch or whatever, right? I know that, so... Yeah, it could be interesting. I like, the whole, like, World War II fighter aesthetic, you know, like, I'm really down with that, always have been. In fact, I was trying to go to be a pilot. I went to flight school, I was top of the class, I was doing really well, and because I'm bipolar, which I don't talk about very often, I couldn't clear the medical check. So they had to give me a full refund, and I can't fly, which, you know, that was my dream, so that was crushing. I wouldn't be surprised. I know it's, like, super, like, over the top. I remember that.
And now he's up against, like, a mainstream publication, a mainstream institution that you don't have the same type of influence or clout that you can leverage against it. And so you're tail spinning, right? And like, honestly, it doesn't really matter what they print about him. It doesn't really make a difference. Who cares? But like, what I'm saying is that like, he's been doing this to other people for years. He's been saying all this, that like Destiny's trying to get child sexual abuse material. Like, wait, what? Like, what the fuck? Like, I feel like if there was evidence of him soliciting CP, he'd be in fucking criminal court, not civil court for that. That in itself is a like fucking felony. So like, if you think that like, if he has information about this and he, you know, like, you need to share that with the police. You need to send that to the police, because like, really, like, what, this isn't internet, that's not internet drama, that's literally against the law. So like, why aren't you doing that? It's just so odd for me to see this. Destiny's I don't want to say that. I'm not. Well, here's what my point is that he's played this game with other people, and now the game's being played on him.
And then this is the fucking clip account that they used. Yeah, this is the Google Doc Ethan Tass's former Hassan Stalker employee Giardia was making. Her only job was to sexually obsess over you and log everything she considered dirt related to your sex life. I know.
Sex life, oh boy.
This is disgusting. Okay? This is insane. This is disgusting. I just don't know what else to say about this shit. Ethan Klein and Diddy Stockman are behind this 100%. I swear to God, they're the saddest multimillionaires that ever exist. Middle-aged men with millions, wives, and kids. And this is how they choose to spend their lives obsessing over you and stalking
Ethan
you every
Klein,
step.
literally, like, you guys started the fight with Ethan Klein, man.
At least,
like,
it would
you
make me
started
happy
the
knowing that
fight.
these
Now
freaks
you're like,
don't
I
have
can't
happy
believe he's
lives.
paying
People with
attention to you.
fulfilled
You
lives
wanted
don't
to
do
fight.
this.
Now you got it.
Yeah.
Now you're now you're.
Meanwhile,
he
was
shouldn't
like
be
listing
engaged in the
off,
fight
like,
that
all
you
of
asked
the
for.
intricacies of Destiny's court case. I mean, like, how did people not see this irony? Like, I'm sorry, but the most favorable interpretation of this is that everybody involved is a loser. That's the most favorable to him interpretation. There's no interpretation where somebody isn't a loser.
Epstein recently got outed for doing age play with another Groiper's wife and involved each other's children, apparently. Like, that guy has a litany of controversies on a fucking...
He just reads, and this is why I never feel sorry for him.
He just says whatever the fuck
read
comes to his mind. He just says it, repeats it, doesn't confirm anything, and he's now mad that other things are being said about him, and he's getting all like offended and saying he's being psychologically targeted and shit. Ridiculous.
Something out. This is an accusation, basically, that, you know, Destiny is like doing, like, I mean, and which age play is like, okay, it's like, that's like, it's basically like adult baby diaper shit, right? I mean, at least that's on the spectrum, but like involving the kids, like, that's a crazy thing to say, right? Who says that? And so you just read a message out from chat that's like the most crazy accusation that you can make, and then you get surprised whenever people do the same thing to you. Like, that's what happens.
Weekly basis. But the problem for me, you might be wondering, what the fuck does some random Zionist liberal debate pervert and his controversies have to do with you? Because every time he's involved, he's embroiled in another scandal.
Yeah.
Okay, because...
Yeah, I have never had mosquito problems like where I do in Florida right now, man. I mean, I'm from California. Like, a mosquito bite, you'd get like 3 or 4 when you went camping, and that would be like horrible. Now I get that much just going out to smoke for 2 or 3 minutes.
Because he can't keep his dick in his fucking pants, and he has like weird ass sexual fantasies. Every time that shit happens, every time that shit happens, boom.
You're probably going to hate this, but from what I understand, mosquitoes are more attracted to certain pheromones. And so if you're putting out those pheromones, you're basically acting as a mask or a curtain for everyone else.
Immediately, his fan base is like, well, what about Hassan? It's so funny when you guys try to lie about Hassan because it's always projection. Always. Yeah.
Well, I mean, technically, what you have to understand, too, is you're not, you know, you're making a joke, and here's my autism coming into play. But what you have to understand is every mosquito that sucks your blood is female, and they do it right before laying eggs after they're already pregnant because they need those nutrients specifically for the babies. So you're not wrong. Like, literally, that may be why it's a pheromone that attracts them, because they're already in that kind of state.
Yeah, his own son is clowning on him. His own son's a groiper. His own son's a neo-Nazi.
Teddy, you can literally put on your Tinder now that you're a thirst trap for bitches. You just don't have to define what kind.
You should see the DH play stuff. It's gross. I just don't care enough to cover that shit. Okay. Unlike them, I feel like there's more serious things to talk about, right?
Oh my God! Wow. Yeah, of course, like Israel and Palestine, right? Unlike them.
Unfortunately, I keep finding
like
myself
suing more Pegasus
in the crosshairs of some of the most insane.
Dude, we still haven't even gotten to Sansek's video. This is gonna be great. I'm glad I got so many videos lined up for today.
Deal with that nonsense.
We do this
on a
all
daily
night, which is
fucking
great.
basis.
I'm excited.
Right.
What is this?
Oh my God! I consent. Wait, what is this here? Well, now why are they trying to drag
Tiger's
Will
also
into
admitted to
this?
sending news of other people to Will Knapp, his streamer and pal, raising concerns over issues of consent. Yeah, what's really funny about this, by the way, isn't that these aren't. First of all, it's not nudes. It's like Sydney Sweeney's boobs, okay? Or if it's like someone on my Instagram timeline, it's not like a nude that I got from a loved one or something, and I'm.
It's just
Like, look at this. Like, it's just so stupid.
Oh my God. Why would you get nudes from loved ones? Like, by the way, like, what does he mean? That's usually, like, loved one is usually referred to.
Oh, shit. Wow. Okay.
I think we should be good now, right?
Okay. Wow. Took him down. They took him down.
Are we good?
What the fuck? Oh my God, no.
I got goy beamed. I did.
Not okay.
Just a little hiccup. Who knows why that happens? That's
Why
why we've
is
got
that?
the extra
No.
server so we don't go
No,
offline.
no. I don't like
Shit
this at
happens.
all.
It is what it is. Let's keep going. But yeah. Anyway, you have to actually. You're definitely calling the state again. No, that was not.
Oh
it was
my
just
God,
a
she has a
little
robotic
internet
dog.
thing. Like I don't know why that happened.
No.
Who knows?
No,
so
I don't like
it should
these.
be fine. Little flicker.
No.
Yeah, just a little.
No, we're
thing,
not
right?
doing that
And
in
so,
my
I don't know.
house.
Yeah, nudes of loved ones. Like wait,
No.
what the fuck? Like what?
No.
What is this?
No, you know what I'm not having? You know what I am not having in my house? Are fucking robot creatures. I don't care. I don't care how convenient it becomes to have a robot butler that cooks and cleans for your house. I'm never doing it. Ever. I'm not gonna. Hell no.
And anyway, like yeah, the women who
I'm not
came
doing
out
it.
against
When the
Psycho
AI
don't
overlords
deserve
take over,
apologies.
everybody with one of those, the
this
first
is
to
the
go
last
out.
probably streamer drama thing, and then there are other dramas that I want to look at too. Okay, so it's a big fucking busy day. All right.
We can confidently say that we're doing a lot better. We're in a position where we could be happy together.
Going to Lego
and we're
stuff? I
heading in a
will.
good
I will
direction.
soon. Relax.
I wouldn't be coming back to streaming if
What about the other women?
both of us didn't feel that
maybe
way.
why should we give a shit?
To get a new haircut.
Woman, yikes.
So many ways.
Buddy, what about the other people?
True.
I mean,
true.
They were just flirted and half dated.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. I mean, they don't get it. Is what it is. I mean,
They don't get it. Yeah. Pump and dump.
What do you want?
I'd say
An apology to them for
That's
what?
most of the update I've got. It's
They knew the parameters.
Almost finished.
I wouldn't be coming back if it wasn't that way. Also, of course, thank you to all my friends.
Oh, they're so
Still
nice.
supporting me. I
The
think
women were led to believe that he was single. Okay. Perhaps true.
I don't know if I
Is
would.
this an egregious thing? I mean, yeah. I mean,
It's undeniable when you're cheating on your girlfriend, lying to a bunch of girls that you're single, that you farmed because you're a popular streamer. You're obviously doing something that is not a gentleman's behavior. A gentleman does not do that. It's bad behavior to do that. I don't know why anybody's even making an excuse for this. It's obvious that's what's happening. Like, like you can say that, well, it's immoral. It is. It's an immoral act. Like, he is engaging in something while withholding information that would change the way that a person would engage with him if they had known that information. That's like, I don't know, like sleeping with somebody not telling them you have a boyfriend. I think that's like, it's just cheesy to do that.
Really
could be true. Could be true.
I'm not saying he's a predator, he's not evil,
but then they
it's
interacted
cheesy to do that.
after the fact, right? And they were still negotiating, and when there was no promise of a future, then they pulled the trigger on retaliation, which is the main problem.
So he thinks that all of these hoes thought they were going to get shows, but they didn't, and then they dropped the Google Doc.
Yep.
They thought they were the special one, but they were one of the special ones, and they didn't get mad about it. Until they realized that. They started talking with each other and finding out about it.
Which is, at that point,
classic.
It becomes kind of fair game. It becomes fair game. These things gonna just...
Who?
become kind of void, because that's how it works. That's how it works.
I also think that some of these girls, this is going to maybe a hot take, I think that some of these girls knew that he was probably fucking around. And I think that they engaged in it anyway, because they thought that they were special enough to win him over.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I'm very lucky for that.
Because they all think they're special.
I'm making this up.
Like,
I'm
gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you, right?
If
like,
you were wronged and you don't find a shot at getting a prize.
My wife, I was dating my wife, and she told me, right, when we were early dating, right, she told me, I'm just like every other girl. I'm like all the other girls. And as she said, I'm high maintenance, I'm da-da-da-da-da, I'm da-da-da-da-da. And she was right. She wasn't lying to me. She was very upfront. But the fact that she said, right, I'm like all the other girls, or I'm like all other girls, right? She was the first girl I had ever dated that didn't say, I'm not like other girls, okay? Right? Every other girl I dated said that. When she said, yeah, I'm a woman, I'm like other girls, like, I was like, oh my God, this woman is the first woman I've actually met with, God, what's the term I'm looking for? I don't know, it's the ability to see yourself clearly, you know, like, for what reality is without, like, obfuscation or, like, delusion. And she did it, so I was impressed.
Your claim is valid for what it is. If you were wronged and you go, wait a minute, I can probably get a max win here, and you give it a shot, and you lose, then if you try to go and go with the first claim, it's kind of void. It's not. It's you don't get the fucking double dip. You don't get the double dip.
Yeah, he's basically saying that, like, they're not calling him out because, you know, of what he did. They're calling him out because they can no longer benefit from him, or they don't think that they will benefit from him.
And so they're trying to double dip from benefiting. Yeah, they're trying to benefit after
honestly.
it. Yeah.
Like one of them, I don't know the other one.
Yeah. I mean, didn't one
they're
of these girls
benefit from
that
the relationships,
him come out with like an
from the drama
OnlyFans
from
or like
not
some
having
sort
a
of like
relationship.
porn light, you know, content thing like 10 days later or something like that, right? I mean, like that's really, I mean, yeah, I think the main one did that. Yeah, I mean, like, come on, like, what are we doing here? It's pretty obvious where. I don't even know. I have no idea. Patreon, yes, okay, yeah. It's like the girls that do like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do Patreon or whatever. Yeah, a lot of them doing that. Let's be real. They're doing that for one specific, very deliberate reason, right?
Okay, let's move on. I'm kind of interested in this video too. I might add it to the list. So I'm going to open that new tab. And then we're going to do... Oh, shit. Well, not watch this one. But we're going to watch this one because this is the one I wanted to watch. This is in his X. This is what I just basically went over. So we'll just cut this out. We already watched this one. Let's just go ahead and watch this. 23, whatever.
NVIDIA finally did it. They just took the lid off of RTX Spark, a super chip that promises to take on-device AI from an irritating button that I accidentally press on my keyboard to a deeply useful agentic collaborator. And while it would be easy to look at this demo that transforms a sketch and a mood board into a 3D animation and dismiss this entire concept as lap slops, guys, love it or hate it, this is a seismic shift in mainstream personal computing, and you're gonna have to know about it. On the hardware side, there's...
So the reason why I zoomed back
like
out
the last
is
generation
because
of an
I was like, wait a
archaic
minute,
technology.
This is a
God
guy
damn
telling every fucking furry deviant art creator that AI is the future. How many people downvoted this video? 5,000 furries downvoted this video.
No big surprises here. DGX Spark, NVIDIA's pint-sized desktop AI computer, was announced over a year ago and has been in users' hands since October. It's that, but in consumer mini PCs and laptops. So we're looking at 20 ARM CPU cores, up to 128 gigs of LPDDR5X memory, and a powerful Blackwell-based GPU core with a little over 6,000 CUDA cores, which actually raises a pretty big question. Why did this take so long? I mean, if the rumor mill's to be believed, these things were supposed to be announced at Computex last year. Well, according to NVIDIA, there was just a lot of work to do, building the hardware, building the software, and building the partnerships to get it right.
Yeah, it's
and it really sounds like they've done just that. In no particular order, here's what they're promising. Seamless gaming in Windows on ARM. Whether you're playing an ARM native game or using the Prism translation layer, you click play and you go. And that includes partnering with top game developers to ensure that DRM protections and anti-cheat will not be an obstacle. 2 is all-day battery life in machines as slim as 14 millimeters with RTX 5070 class gaming performance, even away from
Dude, okay, this is it. This is the tech that I keep saying. I keep saying, right? Mark my words. I keep saying the next transition is into AR glasses. Everybody's going to be wearing them. There's going to be a camera in them. And you're just going to have, like, your phone information, your videos, whatever, projected into an augmented reality screen in your glasses, right? And that's just going to be the way it goes. This kind of processing is exactly what you're going to be able to do. You're basically, I mean, I bet you could even Bluetooth it into the monitor, but I mean, I wouldn't surprise me if at first there's just a cord and it goes around the ear into a battery pack or something that powers it all, so it can be all day or whatever, and it just gets smaller and better and better and better over time. But I think that's the future. I really do. This kind of tech is exactly what you need for that.
And third, of course, is AI, AI. NVIDIA is extremely proud of the deep integration that they're building into Windows in collaboration with Microsoft that will allow users to choose a model or models, create boundaries like when or if data is sent off device to the cloud, and then turn them into a fast, powerful local collaborator.
Gaming
and I don't know about you guys, but this is what I've been waiting for. I don't want to talk to OpenAI, but if my laptop can handle a 120 billion parameter model, or realistically, multiple smaller ones, with 1 million tokens of context.
Holy
holy beans, guys! I can actually do something with that without sharing my innermost secrets with Sam Altman for having my wallet catch fire from an expensive subscription. So let's dive deeper then and get hands-on with some of these.
Do people really use AI that much? I've
more
never really
and more,
used
dude.
AI
It's gonna get more and more, man. More and more.
Like, I guess for me, like, you know what I use AI for? And I do this actually, like, it's kind of funny, but, like, I do this on purpose just to test just kind of, like, limit test. I don't know if you guys ever do this, but, like, I'll ask it random questions like, you know, what's the best Spectre for this build? And it's like, you know, my PoE build or something like that. And it's like, okay, what gems should I use? And, you know, I'll ask, and it's almost like, I don't even really expect it to give me the right answer, but I just want to see what it can do. At work? Really? Yeah, I hardly ever use AI privately.
Shockingly sexy looking devices. After this shockingly sexy segue to our sponsor.
Oh boy.
You got braces?
Asus, who jumped at the opportunity to feature their upcoming ProArt P14 and P16 laptops powered by the NVIDIA RTX Spark. They boast all-day battery life, vibrant 1600 nit HDR screens, and outstanding build quality. We'll have a closer look at these later.
Damn. That's nice. That's actually really
Let's start with the elephant in the room. This isn't the first time that NVIDIA and Microsoft have announced that ARM on Windows, powered by NVIDIA, is the future. Last time, didn't go so well. So what makes
the Surface, the reason why the Surface failed is because it came out at a price point that I think was really, really high, especially initially. And people are already attached. Like, I mean, Apple they have that market locked down. They do. And I think also the keyboard was off-putting. I do. Like, I mean, I don't really like Apple, honestly. Like, I prefer, like, I have a Samsung phone. I have, you know, like, the only Apple product I had was an iPod.
This is different.
Too expensive? Yeah, it's way too
The obvious answer is 13 years and billions of dollars at stake. See, Apple isn't the only one who's realized that building a business that depends on Intel to consistently innovate forever
it's a bad
is
idea.
Dangerous.
Yeah.
Another difference is that ARM has gone mainstream basically everywhere but personal computers. Your phone is ARM, your watch is ARM, and the data center you're being served this video from is using ARM. So software developers are more familiar with ARM, and the tools that they use every day are better suited to compile for different architectures, including ARM. The last one is that even for software that isn't compiled for ARM, real-time translation layers, which allow x86 software to run on ARM, are everywhere now. Apple uses Rosetta 2 on the Mac, and Valve's upcoming Steam Frame uses FEX. I've used both of them, and they're awesome. And while neither they nor Microsoft's Prism are absolutely perfect, they've all come a long way. So most of your favorite applications are just going to run, and you won't even realize that they're being translated.
Oh, wow.
The other big reason that
This
I believe
is
it's gonna
scary
work
to me, man. Like, I'm telling you, it's scary to me
They don't
just because
always get things right on the
I've got
first
this
try.
beast of a
But if we look
computer,
back
and
at
like
their
now I'm starting to think that this thing, fuck, in 10 years, this thing's gonna be archaic. Archaic. Oh, she live? I'll hit her up. Oh shit, I can't because I'm streaming. Oh well. Alright, whatever.
GPU compute, dating all the way back to the first general-purpose computing GPU, the 8800 GTX. They've successfully predicted the direction the market was headed at basically every bloody turn.
Jesus Christ. Okay, invest
I
in
think
NVIDIA.
that's generally true.
Jesus
Yeah, I'd
Christ,
say that's
invest
generally
in
true.
NVIDIA.
Definitely.
This time, they're not even going out on a limb. On a hardware level, the CPU-GPU combo chip that's at the heart of the RTX Spark is very similar to another wildly successful product, Apple Silicon. Let's see. Efficient ARM CPU? Check. Powerful GPU? Check. Sophisticated interconnect and high-speed memory that enables them to work together at speeds far beyond traditional PCIe? Check and check. And like Apple, NVIDIA is now a $5 trillion company with both the money and the clout to push their partners to support their vision.
And I think there's also another big component is that the company is now getting so big that if the company makes a decision, they don't need to predict the market because they can drive the market. I think that's also a big factor.
Jesus.
Here's how they laid it out. On the Windows side, that looks like new Windows primitives that deliver identity, containment, policy, and end-to-end security capabilities. Then, NVIDIA OpenShell allows users to define what agents can and cannot do, dynamically route queries to local models or the cloud based on the user's privacy policies, and even disguise personal information in queries that are sent to cloud models. Then there's the third parties. Hermes Agent and OpenClaw have both committed to adopting these security and privacy layers in their new Windows apps. So the goal here is to take something that is already broadly adopted by developers and enthusiasts and then make the interface and the controls simple for regular users so they can create agents that will execute tasks in Windows applications.
Oh my God, this is going to change everything.
Cross-app workflows, generate images and video, code plugins and apps,
that's the title of the video.
That's search local files.
I'm
One
so
that's
mad.
personally exciting
I mean,
for
I'm
my
not
line
mad,
of
it's
work
great.
is the
I'm
Adobe
mad.
partnership. The video pipeline in Premiere is being
I should have
upgraded to
waited
take
one
advantage
more
of unified memory,
generation to get a
and Photoshop
primo
is
computer.
supposedly
Just
jumping
one
from
more.
about
Are you pro or anti data
Oh
center?
my
Am I pro?
God.
I am not anti or pro data center. I don't know enough about the topic, and every time, like, I'll tell you this. This is the way. Like, this might sound stupid, but every time that I see the annoying retards on Twitter get mad about something, I assume that it's good. And whenever I see every annoying retard on the internet getting mad about data centers, I assume that, no, actually data centers probably aren't that bad. Like, whenever I see everybody who I dislike that's against something, I'm just like, wait a minute. There's probably a reason for this. But that's stupid to make a decision based off of, right? And like just by itself. But it is something that always gives me pause. So I don't have like a strong opinion either way. And, you know, I'm not going to just like immediately go with the consensus or not. No, I'd wait and see.
But
5%
definitely
GPU
go,
accelerator
hey, I don't want to be on the
to
same
100%,
side as these people, right? 'Cause these people
whatever
don't think.
that means. Both applications are also hooking
So you're
into
gonna-
the new
you're gonna
Windows Agent
investigate
Manager so that
it.
your
I just don't
agents
know.
will be able to interact with both of them. Now, this is the
Damn.
point where I had to stop the briefing for a moment and ask a question that I'm sure is on all of your minds. Hey, what about your desktop users? Some of us already have discrete GPUs that are much more powerful, not to mention more expensive than even a
5090.
mobile 5070.
Yeah.
Will their onboard memory be a hard limit? From what I'm hearing, pretty much. Within the constraints of what can fit in your local memory, regular GeForce users will be able to use many of these new goodies, and sometimes faster, thanks to their superior compute. But there's no magic bullet that is going to turn a desktop 5080 with its 16 gigs of VRAM into a 100 plus gigabyte GPU.
Not yet.
Since we're off the rails, I also took the opportunity to bring up Linux support for all of this. And while NVIDIA is not announcing anything right now, apparently the driver team is very focused on getting the Windows launch right. The Envy folks that I spoke to fully recognize the building momentum around Linux desktops, and they aren't ruling out anything.
Steam on Linux is 5% market share?
Wow. That's crazy. It's happening. Windows is losing. It's taken a while, but it's happening. Well, not losing, but
no, I think lower.
we're seeing a new competitor.
I feel like this is a huge selection bias because this is a tech website, and people that are using Linux are going to be using tech websites at a way higher ratio than what an average user would be using. And so, like, you know, I think you have a huge, massive selection bias with this.
That's possible.
Because it said polling, right? 5% of all polled people. So that means it's so as soon as you have polling, you have to look at selection biases.
Where who was chosen for the poll?
And they aren't ruling out anything for the future.
Is it from Steam Deck? Oh, is it okay? So Steam. So if you're including Steam Deck, okay, that's different. I didn't understand that. Okay.
Announcement has got to be next generation DLSS ray reconstruction. Love it or hate it, NVIDIA is committed to ray tracing, and like DLSS 4.5, this looks like a major improvement in fidelity thanks to moving to a second generation transformer model. It's also coming to real-time previews in Blender, and the results there look really impressive.
Yeah.
A final side note is RTX Frame Gen is coming to Comfy UI, so your AI-generated videos can use AI-generated frames in between your AI-generated frames.
Oh my god.
Wow. Nothing's real.
Some folks will be very interested in this, I suppose. Let's go look at some laptops.
Yeah.
They were not kidding. This is thin. This is the P16
Jesus
Pro Art from Asus.
Christ.
And
I'm gonna be
And
honest,
that's like
guys.
a gaming quality laptop.
Every laptop I have is a brick. I almost like the bigger laptops because I feel like it's got some fucking weight to it. It's got some heft to it, right? And it's like I don't really like. I mean, it's
like the noisy
stupid for me to
cricket, man.
say.
I'm gonna break this damn
like,
thing.
Whenever I had like a really skinny one, I'm like, oh, bro, I might break this thing or something might happen to it. So like, yeah, the girth, bro. Like, come on.
sure, not the thinnest laptop I've ever seen, but RTX 5070 class GPU in there? How'd they do it?
Yeah.
Evidently, like this. Through a combination of an extremely slim 99.99 watt-hour battery
Holy shit.
and, man, those are skinny heat pipes, and is that also a
damn.
vapor chamber?
Yes.
And there's the chip itself.
Uh-huh.
It's amazing.
There's
how
the
small
thing.
it is.
Dude.
All your power delivery right there. CPU, GPU, all fully
Oh
integrated
my
into a single
God, that's
package.
impressive.
And up to 128
Isn't
gig.
this crazy to see? Like for those of you guys that grew up like around the same time I.
Yeah, dude. Like it's. Could you just imagine bringing this fucking thing to like 2004, 2005, dude? It would blow people's minds.
Did where you used to have like the old big motherboards.
Yeah.
And, like it's like, you know, your idea of what a motherboard is like this is totally different. This is nuts, man.
Of LPDDR5X.
It's. Oh, I feel like this is making me feel old, dude.
Got your house on my wrist right now. And I guess it shouldn't surprise me given the heritage, but the I/O is pretty robust too. This unit's got HDMI, obviously, and then 3 40 gigabit per second USB-Cs, 3.5mm audio, and an SD card along with the USB Type A, of course. The 16-inch isn't the one that I would have my eye on. It would be the P14. Same I/O. Love to see it. A touch thicker?
One USB.
Actually,
I don't
can't
it's
tell.
just so annoying.
No, it's not. It does get a slightly smaller battery capacity, but I think that's a price I'd be willing to pay for that much power in such a compact form factor.
These, right?
It is substantially thinner than my current daily driver, and that's already a lot of performance.
Dude, I could not give a fuck less about this. I could not.
Yeah,
like,
it's
okay,
too
so
thin.
how can it run
I
games?
hate it. It's
like,
too thin.
Open up Cyberpunk, open up Crimson Desert, open up fucking like whatever, Genshin Impact, right? Like play the game. Like, oh wow, it's slightly skinner. It's like 1 millimeter smaller. It's half a millimeter.
Yeah.
Oh
I
god,
don't care.
what is this?
I want to see
Who
the
cares?
performance.
Like, does it burn my legs?
But
Yes,
50,
exactly.
70
In this form
performance
factor,
is pretty
this
crazy.
Halo.
Monster Hunter Wild. Yeah.
Then in the next room, we've got the Microsoft Surface Ultra.
Oh boy.
Also incredibly thin for the performance on tap.
Yeah.
She's running a little toasty, but this has been sitting here running games. First time we came through here was over an hour ago. And with that in mind...
So it's already hot? Let me get this straight. So it's already hot, and it's in an air-conditioned, cooled area. It's not on your lap. Okay, so this is... I don't know about this one, guys.
It's not even
It's like, it's
loud.
gonna burn your ass.
Dude, seriously, can you... Okay, my mic's right here. Can you even hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah. Like barely though, I assume. Barely, yeah. That's cool. Given how early this is, I wasn't really expecting to be able to just interact with it. Unfortunately, these are the only 3 that we get to see today, but across the board, this is the
first one looked
closest
kind
I've
of
seen to, let's face it, the gold standard, which is the MacBook Pro, but on a PC. Now for the uncomfortable.
I have like 6 laptops, and I don't use any of them.
Yeah.
Like whenever I was involved
I
with
barely
like, 'cause
use
I bought
tablets.
my own, and
I have
then I
my
had
phone
one my
for
mom
just
was
about
using,
everything.
and then I've been given other laptops by people, and so I just have a stack of laptops that I never use. And yeah, give me one. I don't know about that. I have like 5 computers too, like 5 unused computers.
That's crazy.
Nobody is talking about pricing. And NVIDIA's DGX Spark, which if you'll recall is basically the same hardware, not exactly cheap, especially now that it's gone up in price.
$4,700.
And I can't imagine that
like the
bolting
size
a
of a
tandem
fucking
OLED
gaming PC.
display, a battery, and a haptic trackpad to it is going to make it more affordable.
Yeah.
Then there's the CPU. NVIDIA and their partners are talking a lot about efficiency, but any mention of performance is conspicuously absent, which is weird to me.
Yeah.
I mean, the Cortex X925 is a perfectly competent CPU core that's built on TSMC's 3nm process. And Serve the Home found that it can be comparable to AMD's flagship Zen 5, at least in quick and dirty benchmarks. But NVIDIA's silence doesn't exactly project confidence in this
5070
regard.
level, yeah.
And then there's the last
You said
definitely
service was too
silent
expensive?
moment during my briefing,
Yeah, it was
when
like 10
I wanted
years
to
ago,
talk
too.
about power consumption. DGX Spark is designed for about 140 watts, which by my
not that
math would
much.
give us less than 40 minutes of battery under full load on something like the Asus P16.
What?
So obviously then, NVIDIA is tuning the laptop variant for a massively lower power profile. But
what?
How much lower? And how much performance is going to be left? A mobile 5070 is rated for about 50 watts, according to Tech PowerUp, with Notebook Check noting that it can be
I thought 140. Like, I don't know how much a laptop power wattage. I've never even thought about this. This is the first time I've ever thought about laptop power wattage. I just assumed that, like, you know, like I have a power supply. It's like 800 to 1,000, like 1,200, you know, volts. So like I'm like, okay, 120 is like nothing. But like, god damn.
Figured for as high as 100 watts. Well, NVIDIA says that I can expect similar performance, but during our conversation, they also told me that I would be pleasantly surprised by gaming endurance on battery, and they had kind of like a smug expression when I asked, guys, are we talking like 2+ hours away from the wall? I mean, surely there's some efficiency gains from the tight hardware integration, but something isn't mathing here. I guess that's a mystery for later this fall when we get hands-on with shipping hardware and software. For now, we'll be left wondering when will Linus do the segue to his sponsor, Asus, who's working on a.
I would say, like, just overall,
We might have to play
like,
some
I don't
Palworld.
think that a lot of these, like, nothing here to me like the technology of the Spark is like really cool, but until you can really like, this is one thing that I would say like Apple always did a really good job at, like, is that especially Steve Jobs, he understood that, you know, tech benchmarks and everything, none of that really matters. Like, show people the way it works and how they're going to be able to use it. I'm not really seeing that. I'm not really seeing this be like any sort of a force multiplier for like my functionality. This isn't going to
it's
like
for people
do anything
on the go
crazy.
a lot, I guess. It could be very
What's
useful
the most
for that,
user friendly? That's just in general, right? Like, for example, like you see those Huawei, like that's the Chinese like computer manufacturer. Like whenever you see like they can open it up, like that's like immediately like, damn, that's really cool. Like that's a lot, right? And so I don't know really if it's going to be able to do that.
A full lineup of devices featuring the RTX Spark. This one right here is a ProArt P16. It features ASUS's Lumina Pro OLED display technology, doing up to 1600 nits peak brightness with Pantone certification and a nice little anti-glare coating. It's really going to help cut down on reflections.
Nobody even knows.
Is, as you guys saw before, shockingly slim for all the performance that it has on tap, and that was no accident. While a large haptic trackpad would normally add significant thickness to the device, ASUS is using a new solution that is much thinner. ASUS designed everything about these machines for the most discerning of creators, from the large batteries up to 99.9 watt hours in the P16, to the super slim liquid metal cooling solution, to even the surface finishes that are actually, wow, really fingerprint resistant. If you guys enjoyed this video and you want to see NVIDIA's AI hardware at a much larger scale, check out the recent data center tour that we did.
I just like, I feel like right now people are just like so deranged about this. They're so deranged about this. And anytime somebody hears the word AI or data center, they just immediately go crazy. And yeah, Linux is what is this here? It takes all your fingerprints. Yeah, it doesn't show them because it's taking your fingerprints and sending them to a data center, right? And so there's the video. Make sure to give it a like. And laptops is G shit. They go everywhere. I mean, I guess, right? Like to me, I don't really like, I don't know. Like I basically do everything either on my phone or on a desktop. Like I have a laptop, I have a tablet. I don't really use either one of them like that much, right? And all the usual reasons against data centers are stupid. Yeah, I don't want to, like I'd have to look into it and figure it out myself. But like, yeah, a lot of people have paid $6 for butter today. Yeah, it's going to be $7 with the data centers. The only thing being slapped is our wallets. $4,700. That is insane. Linus, blink if you're being held at gunpoint by lobbyists. It's giving off, let's not record this video in a boring chair vibe. Here's a tech tip. Running on ARM, so more efficient than running on foot.
Okay, I just had to text my wife.
Giving you
Sorry, it took a second. I don't know what we missed. Let me go back a bit because I kind of missed it a bit, and I was just texting my wife real quick. I was telling her we're gonna have to watch. We're gonna have to play Pal World because apparently they're dropping 1.0 soon, which is the completed first version of the game. Which, yeah, I like that. So,
wondering when will Linus do the segue to his sponsor?
There we go.
I
would say like show up, like that's like immediate
and thinner is to even the surface finishes that are actually, wow, really fingerprint resistant. If you guys enjoyed this video and you want to see NVIDIA's AI hardware at a much larger scale, check out the recent data.
What's up? Next, let's see what this is.
Today, a new spotlight on fraud plaguing all sectors of America and the economy. The Small Business Administration suspending nearly 28,000 loan borrowers in Ohio.
Oh, shit.
Those borrowers connected to the $1.1 billion in suspected pandemic-era fraud from the PPP program. Remember that? Along with COVID economic injury disaster loan activity.
Yeah, I heard about
the SBA has been going state by state to identify and take action
fraud
against these potentially fraud.
And I remember we were saying that was going to happen. That was happening. We were calling it out. Everybody was saying this is all just fraud. This is all just a wealth transfer. We were calling that out at the time. It was the largest wealth transfer in human history. All the small businesses shut down, right? That's what we were talking about. And then all this fraud and shit. Like, why the fuck is it for 20 years we've been consistently fucking right and we're still like, you're just racist. Like, you fucking, I have a 100-0 track record. Like,
fraudulent borrowers. And joining me now is Small Business Administrator
What
Kelly
have I been
Loeffler.
wrong about?
Kelly, it's great to see you
know.
this morning. Thanks so much for being here.
Good morning, Maria. Great to be with you.
So tell us
I thought we'd have the
this.
crash earlier than we did.
How is fraud
It's been a kind of a
taking
slow
place?
burn.
And
I was
how long
expecting
does this go
not. That's
back?
about it.
Well, Maria, if you remember, under COVID, $1.2 trillion in PPP and EIDL loans went out. And it was estimated by the Biden-era Office of Inspector General that $200 billion was fraudulent. And then the Biden administration proceeded to sweep that under the rug and try to forget about it and make hardworking taxpayers forgive criminal activity. Well, in the Trump administration, thanks to the task force that we've convened in the last 60 days, we've had over 550 law enforcement enforcements, and we have gone state by state, as you said. And now in Ohio yesterday, along with Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, we announced that there were 27,000 Ohioans suspended thanks to $1.1 trillion in fraudulent loans, suspected fraudulent loans that we found. So we are going state by state, and we have referred $22 billion to the U.S. Treasury for collections and to the DOJ for enforcement.
Jesus Christ.
Wow. So you're saying it's $1.1 trillion in fraud?
It's suspected fraud.
$1.1 trillion was the total COVID-era pandemic relief. $22 billion is what we've referred so far to Treasury
so it's
and
not,
to the DOJ.
Jeez,
and we are just getting started because we are going to go after
That's a misleading
the entire
headline, dude.
$200 billion of fraudulent lending that happened during COVID.
I mean, that's still bad. That headline is definitely misleading.
Even four indictments. So it was for $1.4 million, showing that no amount of fraud is too small. If you ripped off taxpayers, there's going to be accountability, and you may face jail time.
I just don't like the headline being wrong, dude.
No one was watching? I mean, how do you allow all that fraud to just go out the door? Was it that we did not have a focus and a policing of any of this?
Well, I'm sure there was no
Maria,
policing of this.
There were 3 tranches of PPP, and there was the first one in March 2020, but then when the Biden administration came in, they forced out 2 more and reduced the guardrails, but still borrowers attested that they needed the money, that they had the employees, and the borrowers defrauded the American people by making false statements, allegedly.
And they're supposed to be
what we're
loans,
looking
right?
at.
And then a lot of the loans got
DOJ
forgiven,
on.
so they weren't
But
actually
we have
loans.
changed SBA's programs now. For the first time in the history of the agency, we require a birth date, we require citizenship checks. We know that during the pandemic, hundreds of millions went out to people over the age of 115 years old. So guardrails are on, and we have to make sure that this never happens again.
Yeah, well, thank you for that, and we're watching you work on that. Meanwhile, in terms of job creation, small business employment now at the highest level of the year. This is the first 3-month stretch of accelerating job growth that we've seen since February of 2023. This data shows compensation, wages remain strong as well. Weekly earnings growth increasing for the 5th consecutive month. Kelly, what can you tell us about small business optimism and where the jobs are today?
Well, it has a lot to do with President Trump's working family tax cuts. That has given small businesses the confidence to hire and grow. I see that everywhere I go. I travel the country every single week. I'm in Michigan today, was in Arizona and New Mexico last week. Small businesses, over half are hiring right now, and they have 70% expect their revenue to grow. And almost every survey says that small business confidence is rising. You see it in the NFIB jobs report. The jobs data remains above the 52-year average of what they see in their job index. So when I talk to small businesses, their biggest concern is having that skilled workforce. And so it's no surprise that hours worked are now the highest in 5 years, according to the Paychex Index.
Yeah, and the training in the workforce, is that happening in the companies that they're in? Are there other training? Where is the training, and what do you believe people need to be trained at right now?
Oh my God!
To gain those jobs.
Well, we see an explosion of interest in terms of interest in community college, technical and trade schools, apprentice programs. We have a MOU with the Department of Labor to ensure that we're providing that pipeline of skilled workers to small businesses, because they're the ones that are really powering our jobs in this country. We know they create more than 2/3 of new job creation, and that underlying job creation strength is strong when we have that skilled trade. I mean, we have over 7 million open jobs in this country, and certainly the working family tax cuts created incentives through 529 and Workforce Pell. So there's a lot of incentives there too.
Kelly, you said you're in Michigan. You're in Detroit this morning for the 2026 Supplier Matchmaking Expo kicking off. It's connecting small domestic businesses with larger buyers to strengthen the supply chain. Tell us what you're doing.
Yeah, it's really exciting, Maria. This is our second event this year here in Detroit. This is co-sponsored by GM. We've got Ford, Toyota, Delta, Amazon, big companies, about 24 big companies connecting with 1,200 small businesses that are here to sell into those big producers and manufacturers, because we are reshoring.
I'm going to throw this on the chopping block next. We're going to look up the critical drinker here.
America is back because President Trump believes in American industry and the American worker, and
yeah,
his
we're
fair
gonna watch
trade
this.
agenda with
I'm
tariffs,
excited for
tax
this.
cuts,
If it's actually good, it might
is
be worth
driving
watching.
a manufacturing boom, and that's why these supplier matchmaking events that the SBA runs have been so successful, creating hundreds of matches to reshore our supply chains
I'm
to
kind of
make
bored
sure
of this.
things
Yeah, we know
are
what it
made
is.
in
The
America
headline's
again.
misleading.
And
I don't give a fuck about this. So we're just going to fuck this. I'm bored.
Something I didn't have on my bingo card for 2026. Somehow, a live-action adaptation of a campy old 1980s cartoon has become one of the most contentious movies on the internet right now. Depending on who you listen to, Masters of the Universe is either a woke disaster made by people who hate He-Man and everything about him and set to mock and destroy the entire legacy of the franchise, or a smart and thoughtful deconstruction of the toxic masculinity of big 1980s muscle men framed through the lens of modern-day progressive liberalism, or a cynical cash grab remake of yet another legacy IP, desperately trying to squeeze a few more dollars out of the lingering nostalgia of its middle-aged audience. The fact is, though, all of those perspectives are wrong, and you shouldn't listen to any of them. You should listen to me. And as far as I'm concerned, Masters of the Universe is a fucking fun, good-natured adventure movie that nails the tone of the source material perfectly and got way more laughs out of me than it had any right to. I mean, there's definitely a few caveats in here. It's way too long for what it actually delivers. The plot takes a good 30 minutes to actually get going. A lot of the jokes feel kind of forced and awkward, especially in the first half, and it's definitely dumber than a bag of retarded hammers. But you know what? I had a fucking blast with Masters of the Universe, and I think you might too. The movie kicks off with a brisk and breezy intro to the world of Eternia, with young Prince Adam training to become a warrior under the guidance of Man-at-Arms, hoping to win the approval of his stern and unforgiving father, King Randor. But when Skeletor and his army attacks and captures Castle Grayskull, the sorceress is able to send Adam to safety on Earth with the Sword of Power, in the hopes that he'll one day return to lead his people to freedom. Flash forward to the present day, and well, her plans haven't exactly come to fruition. Adam's now living as a regular guy on Earth, working a dead-end job as an HR consultant while he obsessively searches online for the Sword of Power. Oh yeah, apparently he lost it when he arrived on Earth. How? Don't know. Anyway, an online tip finally leads him to the sword, which is on display at a local comic book store. Fuck it, yeah, sure, okay. But no sooner has he got his hands on it than he comes under attack by a fucking beast thing, which was drawn to the power of the sword the moment he picked it up. But then Tila shows up to save his arse and brings him back to Eternia, which is now a dystopian, crumbling hellhole. A bit like modern-day London, but with fewer stabbings. From there, he has to reassemble the scattered warriors of Eternia, lead an attack on Skeletor's palace, and rescue his parents so that he can save the entire planet. But can he really hope to master the power of Grayskull and defeat the army standing in his way, or is he walking right into Skeletor's trap? Now, there's a lot of things I want to say about this movie, but I'm going to start by dispelling a few of the myths surrounding it. Myth number one is that this film sets out to mock and deconstruct the Masters of the Universe cartoon. Now, I can totally understand why people might assume this. A modern-day Hollywood reboot of a classic 1980s TV show about big muscly guys doing heroic stuff was always going to be a prime target for the message. But that is absolutely not what Masters of the Universe is going for. If anything, it's a playful, good-natured tribute to the old cartoon, keeping the tone, characters, and overall look of the world, but also never taking itself too seriously, able to have a laugh at itself and its source material. And let's be honest here, that's probably the right call. I mean, as much as I'm all about respecting the legacy of classic IPs, let's not go mythologizing Masters of the Universe too much. It was hardly a modern-day Iliad. It was a cheesy, openly campy 1980s cartoon designed to sell kids' toys. And to be fair, it was good at it, but it also never took itself all that seriously, so why should the movie? Myth number 2 is that Adam is useless and the film is all about Tila being a complete girl boss. Well, if you only watch like the first 40 minutes, then I can totally see why you'd think that. Tila does indeed save Adam's life, not once but twice in short order. Why? Because Adam isn't He-Man yet. He's just a normal guy with no fucking idea what's even happening. The difference between this movie and the shitty Kevin Smith animated show from a few years ago is the intent behind it. Whereas Smith's story was all about minimizing Adam to push Tila into the lead role and have her act as a complete bitch 90% of the time because that's what strong women look like to him, I guess. This movie never leaves you in any doubt who the lead character is. Tila is there to facilitate Adam becoming the hero he needs to be by the end and nothing more. She needs him and she actually seems to like and respect him even when he's struggling to find his way. You can just feel the difference in intention between the two productions. One was a spiteful, cynical deconstruction of a heroic character. The other's a fun but ultimately well-meaning exploration of how to build him into the hero he needs to be. They are not the same. Myth number 3 is that this film is some weird exploration of toxic masculinity. Honestly, I don't know if this was just some shitty talking points handed out to the actors, but the reality is completely different. Skeletor is not a metaphor for anything except a bad guy who likes to do bad things. He's evil and he fucking loves it, and that's literally the extent of his character. Oh, by the way, Jared Leto's finally found a role that he didn't completely ruin.
No way!
No way!
Yes way!
His Skeletor is grandiose, dramatic, and theatrical with a bit of campy humor thrown in, which is exactly how he was in the cartoon. Adam is indeed a complete pussy when we first meet him, but not because he's a toxic white man who needs to be taken down a peg. It's because he's been raised in a pussified world of HR managers, conflict avoidance, and ridiculous word salad platitudes. If anything, the movie openly mocks modern culture and all its identity-obsessed flakiness, and the real lesson Adam learns by the end is that empathy and negotiation are all well and good, but sometimes you just need to beat the absolute shit out of someone because they fucking deserve it. Those are the myths that I wanted to dispel about this movie, but there's also a few truths that I should make you aware of. The first is that this movie is way longer than it needs to be, mostly because of the 30 minutes it spends on Earth before the action really gets going. I mean, I know why they did it. The film's wrestling with the same problem as the Dolph Lundgren movie back in '87, the need for audience POV characters to act as a window into this weird and wacky world. The '87 movie did it through some of the world's most shot-out looking high school students, whereas the 2026 version uses Adam himself as the human POV character. Both approaches kind of work, I guess, but you could have cut a good 20 minutes out of his life in the real world and his search for the sword and lost absolutely nothing of value. It feels like we're waiting around forever for the movie to really get going. Also, like I said earlier, there's a lot of gags that try for the old ironic, quippy Marvel-style humor, which is played out as fuck and absolutely doesn't work here. But when they do land, they got some genuine belly laughs out of me, especially some of the little in-jokes from the show. Ironically enough, considering what the Kevin Smith series did with her, I kind of wish the movie would have used Evil Lynn a bit more. She takes a lot of abuse from Skeletor throughout the film, but there's no real payoff to any of it. I kept expecting her to betray him at the end or do something different, but it never really happens, and it feels like a bit of a waste of Alison Brie. Apparently, Masters of the Universe is tracking to be a bit of a box office bomb, which I think is a real shame because honestly, this movie deserves an audience. It's definitely not high art and it's hardly going to change your life, but it is way more fun and entertaining and good-natured than people give it credit for. And if you're not in the mood for horror movies this weekend and you fancy a little nostalgia hit from your childhood, you could absolutely do worse than Masters of the Universe. Thanks for watching this video. This is just a little announcement by me that on June 27th in Toronto, Canada, we're going to be hosting a neat little premiere for Trial by Fire and Complications.
Right. Cool.
The two
we're
short
done with
films
this,
that we
move
made
on.
late last year.
Alright, so that's good. I want to see it. That's what matters. That's all that matters, is that I want to see it.
Now to another legal matter. The Department of Justice has secured a superseding
I trust Critical Drinker. He's one of the best reviewers for movies that I've seen. Like, I don't know, I mean, literally, like, if he says it's a bad movie, and so what has ended up happening is I would watch movies, and then like, I'd be like, oh, I really didn't like that. And then I'd watch his review, and then he would basically articulate the reasons why I didn't like it, even though I couldn't. And so that's why I started watching him, and now I actually look forward to anything that he likes, because I guess I have a similar taste. So that's kind of how that started. It's like, at first I was only like watching his reviews after I'd already watched the movie, because that's kind of how I found him. And then I just agreed with him a lot.
Law Center containing the details of even more alleged fraud
Oh,
committed
yeah,
by the center against its own donors
Oh, this
and
is
banks,
different.
according to this
fraud.
new
Yeah.
indictment. A Southern Poverty Law Center employee
Dude, I'm
was
so glad we're
actually
digging this up,
dating
and
an informant inside a white supremacist group, all while the center paid that same informant over $1 million in donor money. And when two members of the KKK reached out to the Law Center, hoping to take advantage of a program
Yeah. Ooh. I hear that it's actually really expensive. I hear that the numbers are coming out, and like all the hiring of AI and replacement of workers is actually costing the companies more, not less now. From what I understand, it's just because they spend more money fixing the problems that the people wouldn't have caused.
that helped people leave extremist groups, while the Law Center paid them to stay in the KKK instead. All told, the Law Center paid out $4 million, over $4 million of their own donors' money to the very extremists that they claim to be fighting, all using a variety of shell companies, which is a practice in the law. I believe they call that wire fraud. And with reaction is the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Jim Jordan, is with us. I almost find this impossible to believe.
Yeah.
But why does nothing surprise me anymore?
No, it's like every other.
Yeah, we're in the middle of an AI bubble, and I've argued with some people who say that we're not, and you know, I don't think they know what they're talking about, but we're definitely in the middle of an AI bubble, and I think it's about to pop if it isn't already starting to, and that's okay, because in economics, that's just value rebalancing itself. Now, often it hurts because the way it works, right, is by propping shit up and basically like inflating the currency. What happens is you create a false reality about there being more resources available than there actually are. And the reason why you're doing that is because you're sending market signals by keeping everything cheap. And the only reason why things stay cheap in reality without smoke and mirrors is because it's plentiful, because supply and demand are at equilibrium or better, right? And so what ends up happening is you get these bubbles, and what it is it's a lot of bad investments, essentially. It's a lot of wrong investments, and what happens is when that pops, the market recalibrates. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, and it's really painful. A lot of people lose their jobs, but what ends up happening is the actual correct value of things gets reestablished. Yeah, it's the same thing as like with the mortgage crisis, right? Like the company that had all the bad loans that was making all Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, they completely collapsed at the end of it because they had all the bad loans that they were making the money off of. Just needs to rebalance, and it's going to hurt, but the funny thing is the Federal Reserve was instituted specifically to prevent this from happening. And if you actually look at market fluctuations ever since the Federal Reserve was instituted, the bubbles have been bigger and bigger and bigger each time. You know, they haven't done anything to quell it. It's actually way worse with this. And I mean, literally, the Federal Reserve was established in 1912, and in 1920, the Great Depression started. Like, it didn't take long. Yeah, it's just it's the government interfering with money manipulation and creating more problems than there were in the first place by doing so. That's what happens.
Other investigation we've ever looked at, Sean, the only thing we get wrong is it's always worse than we thought. And here you had people trying to get out of a hate group, and the Southern Poverty Law Center says, no, 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 stay in, create more hate, and we'll pay you. And oh, by the way, we're not going to tell our donors. We're going to keep letting them let them think that we're fighting it all the way. I mean, this is how ridiculous it was. But for me, the biggest takeaway is the fact that the Biden White House and the Biden Justice Department helped make the Southern Poverty Law Center the standard. They met with them every quarter. Lisa Monaco, Deputy Attorney General, sat down with them. They helped when Southern Poverty Law Center created the hate group. The Biden Justice Department used that. In fact, in the now famous Catholic memorandum from the Biden FBI, where they say if you're a pro-life Catholic, you're an extremist, guess who they cited, Sean? The Southern Poverty Law Center. So they helped make them the standard when, in fact, it was all a scam. That's how ridiculous and wrong this is. So God bless Todd Blanche and the work the Justice Department is doing in helping hold these people accountable.
All right. What do you see that they're investigating? What are the possible crimes that are involved here?
I think
it's innocent until proven guilty. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think they lied, because they were laundering money through all these shell organizations. So I think there's that. There's probably some kind of bank fraud issue. There's wire fraud issue. There's all of this. But there's also the fraud they committed to their donors. I mean, they were putting the very people they were saying, no, don't leave, stay in the group. They highlighted them on their website. Look at this extremist, this hateful person, while they're paying him. So that's the game they were running, never telling their donors this scheme that they were up to. Here's the other thing that I think is interesting. The Biden Justice Department knew about this. They were investigating it, but they didn't bring the charges. And I think the reason is obvious. Well, of course you can't charge them when you're making them the standard, when you're working with. They actually had Southern Poverty Law Center people come in and help train the prosecutors in the Biden Justice Department. And the sad thing about all this is it worked. They almost tripled their revenue after the now famous Charlottesville rally where a person was killed, and one of the guys they were paying was promoting that rally, coordinating transportation. After that rally, they almost tripled their revenue. So it's great, again, that Todd Blanche and his team are indicting these folks and holding them accountable.
You could you could write a novel, and I'm not sure people would believe it. But, we're going to watch this case closely.
Their executive director will be in front of our committee next week. We're having a hearing next week where Mr. Fair, the executive director of the Southern Poverty Law Center, will be answering our questions.
Oh, I got to mute myself. Hold on, I'll be right back.
We'd love to have you back.
I got to do it. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Jim Jordan, Ohio.
Hey, sorry about that. I had to make a phone call. That's what happened. All right, here we go. And we're here. We're back. I'm gonna put this back on, and we should be good.
All right, thank you.
Oh, this is over.
Be sure to like and subscribe.
All right, see what we got here. This is Leaflet.
His response to the police, and then part 3 coming soon.
The American Fork Police Department has responded to the video I made about them.
I am the Chief of Police for the American Fork Police Department. I'd like to address the members of our American Fork and Cedar Hills community regarding some videos currently circulating on social media.
I had to make a phone
I'll
call.
offer a response to their response. There's a lot of new information in this response that I've been wanting to get for a long time, so we'll go over that first. One of the main questions in my video was, why did I get swatted for stealing the Legos when this wasn't a mystery to the police officers and they knew that I didn't steal the Legos, that Josh stole the Legos.
He basically stole a $200,000 collection of Star Wars Legos.
But still, why did they raid my house for stealing the Legos when there's an overwhelming amount of evidence that Josh stole the Legos? When I requested the body cam footage of this to try to find the answers myself, they redacted everything and they claimed it was to protect the victims. However, one of my friends set up a GoPro as we were getting swatted, and we caught the entire conversation on camera.
In the warrant are Legos.
For 3 months, the police department's answer has been, this redaction is important because it protects Josh, the victim of this case.
Okay.
However, we can clearly see that the police are looking for Legos and they saw no Legos. And they redacted this because they were embarrassed that they made such a stupid decision to swat the wrong person. They were so embarrassed of swatting my house for
Dude, if I were these guys, I'd set up fucking hidden cameras like all over my damn house. You know what I mean?
the Legos that in all the police reports, it is completely redacted. The police department wants this information hidden so bad that they're willing to break the law to hide this from everyone. The only reason I know about it is because the receipt I got the night I was released from jail and my friend's GoPro that was recording. So even though I've been asking them for 3 months why I got swatted, they finally came up with an answer, which is the Airbnb host told them that I stole the Legos.
During contact with the Airbnb owner, the owner reported
Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what happened. I'm sure.
Possible stolen Legos. Specifically, officers wrote
Does anybody
in a search
believe
warrant
that?
affidavit.
Does anybody believe they swatted somebody because they overheard a conversation about stolen Legos? Does anybody buy that?
The homeowner also disclosed that he could hear multiple individuals inside the residence speaking about possibly stolen Lego toys.
You mean them making a documentary about how another person stole Legos? So they were like, yeah, he stole the Legos, and they're like, oh my god, they're talking about stealing Legos. Dude, this can't be real.
Based on that information,
No, it's real.
added a request
This is
within the
fucking
search warrant
ridiculous.
affidavit seeking authorization.
This is so ridiculous.
to
How
also
did I not
search
have
for and
Leaflet
seize
subscribed?
Possible stolen property, including Lego merchandise. 4th District Judge Roger W. Griffin reviewed and approved the search warrant.
I always like giving people the benefit of the doubt, and I will take the police officer's word on this, but something fishy is going on here, and everything can just be cleared up if you unredact the audio and let everyone see the truth. Also, after we got raided and the police officers found no Legos, all of this footage has been redacted too. And my guess is if the police unredact this footage, we will find out the answers once and for all. While we were getting swatted, one of the police officers decided to injure me for absolutely
we know why
no
he did
reason.
that too.
He claims it's because I was trying to make a fast movement.
That's because he was recording.
Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Move quick.
He didn't like being recorded.
When we replay the footage, you can clearly see I was not making any fast movements. However, the police department has an answer to this.
I can see why
During
Peanut has the
Snyder's
dangerous slurs now.
detention,
Dude, me too.
Lieutenant Adamson took hold of Snyder's right arm. Lieutenant Adamson later reported that he
Absolutely
felt
filthy.
Snyder tense his arm, at which point Adamson moved Snyder's right arm behind his back to place him into custody.
The police department has made it clear I did not, in fact, make any quick movements like the police officer claims I did. So the police officer was lying, but not fully, because I did tense my arm. However, he lunges at me extremely fast before he even touches me. So how could he even know that I was tensing my arm before he even grabs me? That doesn't make any sense. There's only one solution. This police officer has psychic powers, and he could tell that my arm was tensing up
Dude, we
before
have
grabbing me.
psychic cops, man. Dude, psych cop. Dude, that's sick, bro.
However, this makes no sense because if the police officer did truly have psychic powers, he would have known that we were not the thieves. Josh and Brandon were
so he's not psychic.
So this can't be the case either.
I thought we had psychic. God damn it.
Different possibilities of what this could be. But literally, the only outcome left is that this police officer injured me for no reason. However, the police have another response to this.
Well, we're gonna
I must be lying.
get started. The reason why I'm taking so long is actually clean up. We're about ready to start
a small
rhyming.
L is visible in the upper right-hand corner of the X-ray. The L indicates the image is that of the left shoulder. The video shows Lieutenant Adamson handling Schneider's right arm during the arrest.
Yes, the stock footage I used to show what a dislocated shoulder is, an image that's clearly not mine because I didn't go to the hospital, I went to jail, so how could I have taken this picture?
This can't be real, man.
Anyways, the stock image I used is of the left shoulder when my shoulder that got injured was my right shoulder. When I was editing this, I like to think highly of my audience that they would have known that this was a stock image and I wouldn't have to spoon feed every tiny detail to my audience. But now I realize that there's another portion of my audience called the American Fork Police Department that maybe I do have to spoon feed every single piece of information to. So
oh my God, dude.
I'm going to use this as constructive criticism.
These are so bad.
In every single episode going forward now that I know that the American Fork Police Department's watching, I will be forced to spoon feed every single detail. As a professional slackliner, dislocating my shoulder is almost a monthly thing for me.
AFPD. Mormontown.
What the fuck is this?
System's a joke.
What the hell? Okay.
Drop the beat!
Wait, is this actually happening? What the hell? What's happening?
Oh shit. Okay, see, I'm liking this one more already.
Oh my god. Dude, they're getting fucking memed with songs, dude. It's a new generation of memeing.
Dude, it's so aggressive.
We're gonna have to figure this problem out.
AFPD, helping the thieves. Dying old man, nobody grieve. 200 grand Star Wars stash. Johnson and Best, pocket the cash. Hardcore Mormons, cops in the tank. Bricks and minifigs last to the bank. Joseph Smith, told him right there.
Sit in your cock chair, steal if you dare.
Giant clan, corrupt crew. Cams turned off out of the blue. Fuck, the American fuck police department.
Break your bones, watch your home. That is the standard enforcement.
Oh, this is better already. It's so much better.
Don't you tense, don't you fight.
Slamming you down with all of their might.
Fuck,
the American fuck police department.
Right? It sounds better, right? After we cut down the length of the bars.
Undercover crooked ass cop, 2-hour search looking for gear.
We play different.
Trying to scare, line about drugs, eyes dilated, fabricated case, got created. Sheldon moves, grabs his phone, scream obstruction, break a bone, can't delete it. Hit the power. Pigs get dumber, by the hour.
Oh, Joshua, you fragile man, hiding away with a fraudulent plan. A plastic gangster stealing the gold, taking the life of the fragile and old.
And Brandon, you clown, the joke of the town, wearing a bootleg pay like a crown in the police department. The cook club in blue, protecting the crown for a criminal crew. You want celestial light? You want a planet tonight? No kingdom for you, no cosmic domain, just eternal.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, by the way, fuck you, Joshua Johnson.
Give the damn Legos back.
This is so dumb.
Who the fuck is leaving?
This is so fucking stupid. I don't even remember where we were. I'm not gonna lie.
Being arrested.
There we go.
I don't remember
Officers
where we were.
There we contacted the Marion County Circuit Court in Oregon to verify the legitimacy of the paperwork. The court confirmed that the case was indeed legitimate, but that papers had already been served and no hearing date had yet been scheduled.
This is a lie because the papers weren't served till 3 days later.
Police department said the reason they arrested.
Yo, why does this guy sound like he's talking at like a Pride event? You know what I mean? Like he sounds kind of like why does he sound like that?
And not Josh this day is because they called to confirm if this was a real court case, and they said it was real. However, the papers have already been served, and now I'm doing this solely to get YouTube content. And if that's true, I would like to see footage of it. They released all the raw footage, and that part doesn't seem to be in the raw footage.
It's already been to court, or are you allowed to tell me kind of where they're at with the case?
There is no hearing date set, and there hasn't been a hearing in the case yet. All I see is the claim that was filed. I don't see proof of service.
I need to switch my microphone, so I'm going to do that.
Hearing wouldn't be set until a response is filed by defendant.
Okay, so the defendant needs to be served with papers before the case will, I guess, start. Okay. Okay, thank you for your help. That's all for today. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, bye.
Right here, the police officer admits that it is March 10th.
On March 10th, 2026.
However, you can see here that Josh doesn't get served until 3 days later, March 13th. So how could Josh have already been served on March 10th if he didn't get served until March 13th? Unless Josh is a time traveler.
All right.
There's only one way.
So we're
going to
figure this out. We should be good. Should block out the sound of the vacuum.
So now they say that I have done all the check marks which constitute stalking. Let's go through them.
Individual commits stalking if the individual intentionally or knowingly engages in a course of conduct.
Guys.
Stalking.
Check marks.
Guys, come on.
Individual intentionally or knowingly engages in a course of conduct directed at a specific individual.
So yes, I did do an action that was targeted at a specific individual, but that's what was required by the court if I want to take someone to court. If someone steals your stuff and you go through the legal process to take them to court, that is not considered stalking. I have a right as an American to sue him.
Is reckless
Sorry about
as
any of
to
that
whether
sound.
that course of conduct
right.
would cause a reasonable person
So I'm gonna have to put a mask
fear
on
for
now.
the individual's own safety or the safety of another.
The second check mark is that if a reasonable person would be scared, the police are...
This guy must be so irritated because he's like so in the right and he's so logical about it, and he's so like, you would think that there's no way that the other side could get away with this shit with like how blatant it is, but like every time you'd be surprised at like how fucking bad like people are in the government.
Claiming that since this action made Josh scared, this check mark is complete. However, they've completely forgotten about the term reasonable. As we can see, Josh is not a reasonable person. This is someone who multiple times has tried to silence someone by accusing them of being on heroin.
Here's the crazy thing. They told me that they took over that location because the owners were using the location to fund their heroin addiction.
What? What the fuck?
Yeah, and that's how they took it over. And saying they had like a pigeon in there that was crapping all over the Legos and it smelled bad, all this stuff.
This is someone who threatened to murder me just for trying to serve him papers. This is not a reasonable person. It is not reasonable to threaten to murder someone just for serving papers. A reasonable person would accept the papers.
Who the fuck is
that
Lethan?
Second checkbox does not meet the requirements.
All right, we're good.
I even tried explaining this to one of the police officers early on.
What the law says is if the average person would feel unsafe by our behaviors, so I think he's feeling unreasonably unsafe. A reasonable person would not feel unsafe in the situation. Well, I can say the same thing. I feel unsafe trying to conduct business with him, and he calls the police on me to hide. I feel unsafe because of that. Because we had a 3-hour search in our car. He said we had heroin in our car yesterday. We had a 3-hour search in our car. That makes me feel unsafe. I think that's reasonable for me to feel unsafe. it's not reasonable for him to feel unsafe.
So Josh is actually the one who said he was going to murder me if I take him to court. But now I'm the one that's being looked into for threatening to murder Josh. How does this make any sense?
Mr. Johnson alleged that Mansell had hired Benjamin Snyder to harass, stalk, vandalize the store, threaten to murder the manager of the store.
Now let's go to the heroin claim. We got pulled over by the police, and they claimed that we had heroin on us.
This officer is going to conduct the search of your person because substances in the vehicle.
Most of this footage is redacted, so again, there's a big mystery of what happened. Can we all come together and convince the American Fork Police Department to unredact this so we can find out the truth? However, what the police is claiming now is that they did not get a call saying that we had heroin on us. Instead, they could just tell from the second we pulled over that our eyes were glossy.
During the interaction, Officer Fraughton indicated he believed Shaw's eyes appeared glossy and expressed concern regarding possible impairment.
If we look back on the raw
Nobody
footage,
believes this.
This is what the police officer said his first interaction with us was like.
Good with these guys being able to drive?
Yeah, I think so. I didn't see anything clear as day with Tyler that I noticed.
What's the goal?
Right now? Yeah, I was gonna scare him a little bit and let him go is all I really was gonna do.
Do we have charges, or are we just tired of them being annoying?
Why the fuck are they trying to scare people? Like, that's not their fucking job.
It seems hard to take what the chief of police is saying seriously because so far almost everything he said is a lie. So the only way we can actually find out the truth is if we unredact everything. We already know the victim's name is Joshua Johnson. Why do we have to keep that protected? His name is already out there.
It's because they're
None of
protecting
these
the cop. That's why.
redactions are protecting anything except for the police. And now I want to acknowledge my friend Sheldon's arrest.
The group stated they were supporting a GoFundMe campaign for a dying man. One of the individuals later identified as Sheldon Norcross. Officer Richardson then decided to seize Norcross's phone, pending the approval of a search warrant, in order to preserve potential evidence and prevent the deletion or alteration of any data. According to Officer Richardson's reports, when Norcross was informed that the phone was going to be seized, Norcross immediately began manipulating the device.
The police officer claims that Sheldon was arrested because he opened his phone to start deleting evidence. However, we can clearly see in the footage Sheldon's thumb is heading towards that lock button to lock his phone. His phone was open when he pulled it out, and the phone was transitioning from on to off, not from off to on. From this response, it almost seems like the police officers didn't even watch the video. So American Fork Police Department, if I'm your teacher, here's your homework. First off, learn the facts of what actually happened. Second off, stop lying about the facts. No one's believing it. The third thing
no one believes
is
it.
unredact the audio that makes the police look bad.
Yeah, prove it.
Some of the best lawyers in the United States are reaching out to me right now, so eventually this is going to get released. Wouldn't you just like to get this over with sooner rather than dragging this out? The more we drag this out, the more content we get, so this only benefits me to drag this out. It doesn't benefit you. If you unredact the illegally redacted parts now, you'll win over audience support much faster. It's kind of funny because a lot of you guys probably think I'm like trying to like make fun of this other cop by how he was talking.
Brother, you mind turning up the volume? Holy, it's actual ASMR. Wow. I cannot really hear him. Why is he whispering?
Damn, it was that bad,
No, I'm actually just like super sick right now. I haven't been sleeping because I'm trying to get out part 3 as fast as I can. And that's caused me just to like stay up all night, every night, and not sleep. And now I'm sick and have no voice. But yeah, I guess it kind of, I don't know why that police officer was talking with such a low, quiet voice, but that's why I am, at least. I wasn't making fun of him. I literally am just genuinely sick. But if you want to see part 3, subscribe to my Patreon at patreon.com/recklessben. Part 3 will be up there very soon. Part 2, I'm only dealing with misdemeanors, but part 3 is when they start accusing me of felonies, so it gets insane. But yeah, stay tuned. I'm going to crank out videos in the meantime until part 3 is done. But thanks for all the support, and let's find Brian's Legos.
Damn, man. That is so crazy.
Put 'em in the box. Let the walls be cold and white.
Oh, okay, we're back. Sorry, I had to go get a paper towel because I got some of this alcohol shit in my eye, and it was burning.
Low tier god. I'm so sorry I didn't talk about this yesterday.
Okay.
Here comes a new challenger.
Older than Bruno Mars. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, somebody sent me a screenshot, but who cares? Did I get $1 million for it? I don't give a fuck. It's not even something to rejoice over in the first fucking place. It's something that should have never happened. Remember, I'm gonna be the nigga that has to explain to a certain individual XYZ. Man, y'all niggas know what the fuck I'm talking about. Stop playing dumb. Bro, the only reason, look, like I said, the only reason certain shit was public because of a certain individual. If it wasn't because of a certain individual,
I have never heard anybody else use the certain individual and a specific individual the same as I have. He's the only other person I've ever heard talk about it that way and use that language.
This would have never happened.
I have no idea what's happening here.
Exactly, bro. It's like, bro, you know what type of weird ass world we live in? Just catch my drift. Like, we see fuck shit on YouTube and Twitter 24/7.
Yeah.
Regarding Anthros, it was fake, nigga.
What the
that was
hell?
a different Earth you seen.
What is
That
this?
was Earth 3184. Like, it ain't nothing to fucking rejoice over. It's like it's something that should have never fucking happened in the first fucking place.
I have no idea what's
It's just
happening.
that simple. It's not hoorah, yay, blah blah blah.
Context. So y'all might not know this. All right. So Low Tier God has recently been in a custody case with his baby mama. This has been something that for a long time he tried to keep this off the books. He tried to not talk about this on stream. He tried to hide the fact that he had a daughter. But this is what it was.
What the hell? I don't even know, man.
Gets older.
So he
What's happening here?
goes and he represents himself in court. He represents
Good on him,
himself
dude.
in
Good
court
on him.
against his baby mama. And he gets a restraining order and he wins the court case against her.
Good for him,
reps
man.
Himself. He locked
Hell yeah.
in.
And who knows? It could probably is happening now. She'll be able to act.
What's a high tier lawyer to a low tier god?
I'm getting some stuff ready on the side here.
Access your posts and see what it is you're saying about her. Or if she doesn't,
holy
her friends
shit.
will. So I think you've got to keep in mind
Jesus.
that everything you put online, it never goes away. And so your child will be able to see that stuff and see what you're saying about each other and what you're encouraging other people to do. So I would think as a parent that would be very concerning and should be enough to make you stop. But I actually don't think it will. I do find, and I looked at a lot of the stuff I couldn't see, but I could see that there was a sufficient, I think what's happening here is that comments are being made that are provocative and they provoke people in the community, some of whom are just random people who are following somebody on
This is a judge, bro. It's a judge.
social media to engage in actions.
People were so furious that he won, by the way. People were not furious that he won. A certain kind of people were furious that he won. Now, I don't want to say what those people are, but I heard about 50% of the population.
Harassment. And I think that's because of what the post says. So I do find that she is harassing the petitioner. So I'm going to issue a restraining order for 3 years. Ma'am, you are not to harass, attack, strike, threaten, assault him, disturb his peace, and that means emotional.
You are not allowed to disturb his peace.
Or mental calm. It can be done online. I'm not making
Oh my God.
I'll make a no contact order except to discuss child-related visits. All right. I'm going to order further, ma'am, that you are not to publish any personal information about the petitioner, such as date of birth, address.
So she was trying to make fun of how old he was. Well, as somebody that's also kind of old, this is offensive to me. I'm on his side. It's outrageous.
California driver's license,
was doxing
social
him?
security number, or any financial
She got mogged like
information
crazy.
on any social media
Jesus.
platform.
Wait, hold on. Let me listen to that again.
California driver's license, social security number, or any financial.
So she was doxing his ass over nothing.
Information on any social
Judge
media
kicked her off the internet for
platform.
being a bitch? Yeah, it should happen all the time.
All right. And sir, you can record any conversations that violate my order. That would be any conversations not about the child. All right.
Oh my God.
So you can pick this up downstairs, sir, at the file viewing room on the first
Oh my
floor,
God.
and your child support or your custody and visitation will remain handled in child support.
What's a high-tier lawyer to a low-tier god? Holy fucking shit. Wow.
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right.
Oh my fucking God. I'm gonna think wrote that. That's nuts, bro. Like, the recording part in the end is a huge thing. I know. Like, let me see if I can see, because there was a few more of these too that had happen. And represents himself in court. He won. I am baffled.
Crazy,
and then
dude.
even
Good for him.
Destiny.
Like, seriously, good for him.
What proof do you have of that?
Everything's here.
Okay, give it to my bailiff.
What proof do you have? Everything. And he has a fucking binder. He's got an entire fucking binder. And obviously, if anybody knows anything about having public legal battles against former ex-girlfriends and baby mamas, it's your boy Destiny, right? Like, there's like an entire genre of streamer that like 10% of their content is relationship custody battles with their ex-wife or fucking ex-girlfriend.
I have everything set in different exhibits, and that's our social media that matches everything that is said in a harassment Discord.
Okay, well.
Did he have help with this, or my exhibits? He's got a binder. His stuff looks like it's labeled. He's got everything all laid out. Sounds like he learned some of the civil procedure or local, whatever the local rules are. Good job. Look at this guy.
What a fucking legend, dude. He knows he does. Holy shit, that's fucking funny. Oh my God. And let me see if there's any more of these I can look at it. And Mitzi had a daughter.
Do you have anything else you want to tell me, sir?
Since this timeline of abuse has started, like I said, I've been dealing with a lot of offline stalking. People are taking pictures of my home, and like I said, me personally, I know it's hearsay, but I feel like all of this, because I've been doing social media for about 10 years, and the worst time in my life has been when she started doing 13-hour interviews about me, going into these hate discords. This is a whole hate discord, used to basically go at my social media, slander me 24/7. And the fact that she's in here as my child's mother is extremely egregious. So I feel like the best way for me to be protected is I have to have a restraining order. My safety is a risk. People know where I live. She's discussing if I have firearms. She's mentioning my mortgage paperwork. Just things that don't need to be said. If we share a child together, there's no reason for this woman to be trying to figure out ways to dismantle me online and put my safety at risk, considering that in the future, that same child will have to be at that same house.
Absolutely dismantled. Completely holy shit. Holy shit, bro. What a legend. I know. It's like, holy, oh my God. laid it out like a pro. Yeah, who needs a lawyer? Yeah, he just went in there and did that. He did a really good job. Yeah, this is nuts, man. Oh my God. Let me go back. I'll see if there's any more of these images here. And
this is all budding from her.
All right. Well, what
harassment.
proof do you have of that?
Everything's here. I have everything set in different exhibits.
Okay, well,
did he have help with this, or my good job? I'm gonna take a huge stab in the dark here. If you represent yourself in court, it's called litigant pro se. From everything I've heard, this is
it's always, yeah, a man who represents himself in court is represented by a fool. Yeah, everybody knows this.
Most nightmarish, god-awful, horrible. If the Constitution didn't provide for like this, then every motherfucker would hate to have any engagement whatsoever. Nobody wants to do litigant pro se work because the opposing counsel, in this case the defendant or the plaintiff, is going to be a nightmare. Everything's going to be disorganized. He's going to miss all his filing deadlines. He's going to ask the judge for leeway and everything because he doesn't know anything. He's going. The judges hate him. Lawyers hate him. Everybody hates these motherfuckers. Okay? My guess is if you can just spend 90% of your time just learning the proper process and procedure, you will probably auto-win your case because the judge will be like, oh my lord. He knows where to go to file his paperwork. He's not just bringing up random constantly. My guess is you win 90% of your cases litigant pro se. Not that you should ever even try to be doing litigant pro se work or whatever.
He actually won. Oh my fucking God. Will that be a slap on the face of the opposing lawyers? No, not really. I mean, like, I think that honestly let me see if I can find, I know there were some more of them. Let me see if I can find any more of these because there's been a lot more of it. And I don't know if that was it or not. Let me go and double check. And because there was another, oh jeez. Where is it? That's not it. Didn't in the court case they brought up that he had chicken legs? Because I remember seeing this, but I don't know where it is. Yeah, I wish it was somewhere. Oh, yeah, here it is.
Okay, so she says, I saw Dale at the Poor People's Gym on Thursday, and I can confirm he still has Slim Jim legs. And that's from October 2020. Okay, so she says, I saw Dale at the Poor People's Gym on Thursday, and I can confirm he still has Slim Jim legs.
Damn. Who is this bitch? Like, really? Like, I don't even know what to say. Don't laugh, bro. Oh, my legs are skinny as hell. What do you mean? I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing about how much of a bitch she is. Like, that's what it is. Yeah, low tier god represented himself in court and he won. Oh my God.
Great, dude.
I don't even know what to say.
That,
like W
say?
fucking question mark. People don't even believe this.
But at last, Gideon felt victory in his grasp until suddenly the debt god quotes, "What is a high-tier human to a low-tier god?"
I walk a path that was aligned for me since the beginning of time. The Creator gave me life through abundance.
Wow, dude. Impressive.
This is so stupid. The fan and oh my God, bro. The classic. Holy fuck, this is good. That's good. I know Absolute Total Aura, the AI movie he's making. I haven't seen that at all. And that shit is epic. It is. TikTok is full of those, by the way. I know. I've had somebody that send me a few of them. Better Call Dale. Damn, bro. Like... It actually representing and winning your own case is actually impressive. It is. Like, it's just fucking insane, man. Like, I'm really impressed, and I think anybody should be.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. No, it is. And that's honestly all the content I have lined up right now, if I'm being honest. So, how about give me just a minute to find some more right now. We got it lined up. Okay, yeah, we'll do this. I don't care about the Summer Game Fest. We put this up while we're waiting.
6 tons of armor. He woke up every morning just trying to build a life. Welded steel and honest work kept his head down through the fight. They took his land, they took his name. They laughed while he went broke, till the only thing he had left was a Komatsu. And with that, he
Remember the person that said that the most vile shit?
He spent 3 days and 3 nights behind a welding mask, turning yellow iron into something no one could get past. No speeches, no goodbye notes, no final grand manifesto. Just the sound of steel on steel and a heart that said, "Let's go!" He rolled out of the shop like a storm no one could see coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he came down the street. And for one single day, no one could stop the beast. They threw everything they had at him, bullets, bombs, and prayers. But he just kept on rolling like he didn't even care. Every building that fell before him felt the weight of what he'd lost. One man against the system, and the system paid the cost. They called him crazy when the smoke finally cleared. Said the man had lost his mind, that he'd gone too far, that's clear. But the ones who knew him best just stood there with a quiet respect for the man who fought the system till there was nothing left. He rolled out of the shop like a storm no one could see coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he came down the street. And for one single day, no one could stop the beast. He tore through the town like a judgment long overdue. No barricades or plans they made could stop him from getting through. And as if blessed by God's own righteous fury, no innocents would get hurt. The guilty reaped the whirlwind and got their just desserts. Years go by and people still talk about the man in the machine.
No, hold on.
The one who finally said enough when the system got too mean. Some see a madman, some see a saint who finally broke free. But everybody knows what it's like when you can't breathe. He rolled out of the shop like a storm nobody saw coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he rolled down the street. For one single day,
Alright, we're good. Let's
the
start back
common
up.
man could not be beat.
Kitty, why do you think that right now is love time? What about this is love time? This is not love time. Not time for that. I know this is what you want. Amazing. Okay. Ow, claws. No claws. I know you're happy, but no claws. Go under there. Okay, I gotta mute this. Sorry.
Instantly brings up if you know like a good Singaporean lawyer, it'd be nice to try and figure out if I could pursue litigation of sorts.
Welcome back to a series so legendary. Hassan is threatening to sue me now. In today's video, Hassan has gone on a 30-minute crash out over my videos. He goes over my channel and instantly brings up race. He pulls up a video with 3K views to find anybody agreeing with him. Tragic. Instead of addressing any argument, he tries to call me chopped and tells me to make positive videos. Like him, of course.
How can I be okay?
He then pulls up my Instagram trying to make fun of my appearance, but it instantly backfires when he finds out that I'm actually jacked. He then invites me on his stream to debate, I guess, and says he's gonna try and get a gym session with me in Singapore. Unfortunately, bro might be banned. Hassan then encourages his chat to try and get me arrested and beaten up by filing false reports to the authorities. He then starts talking about executions, saying that he definitely doesn't want that, except his chatters, of course.
Singapore has the highest rate of state-sponsored executions on the planet. Oh my god, you're about to get caned, big dog.
He tries to read the law, getting basically everything wrong, and tries desperately to find a charge of stalking or harassment, but completely forgets that he's a public figure and it doesn't apply. He finally threatens to launch a lawsuit against me to get me to stop talking about him. Fellow slop-tubers like Sensitive and Rev have responded. Is Pegasus going to quit making videos? Stay tuned to find out. Subscribe or you gotta deal with an international lawsuit from a giant man baby. Crazy times.
Man. Dude, he's digging in. Dude.
Now let's begin.
Oh, he's just
right, welcome back everybody to the
it.
legendary series. So, very interesting day. I woke up to a bunch of Hassan fans spamming me with a bunch of racist messages, and I was like, okay, what happened here? And apparently, Hassan talked about me on stream, and turns out it was like a 30-minute crash out where he's threatening to actually sue me. Apparently, he's also telling his fans to falsely report me to the authorities to get me to stop talking about him. He also wants me to get caned, which is like physically beaten up. And then he randomly brings up executions in Singapore. Completely unrelated, obviously. Really sane individual we're dealing with here. Why would you sue your favorite channel, man?
More Pegasus made a dozen videos about you in the past few days. I love that guy. That guy is my favorite YouTuber, honestly.
Anyways, buckle up and get ready. We're gonna debunk every single thing. And if he really wants to lose millions of dollars in a lawsuit and get humiliated in court, be my guest. Right, here we go. Hassan is considering suing Pegasus and requests that Singaporean authorities look into him for stalking, cyber stalking, harassment, and defamation over his legendary series. Claims that Pegasus caused him grave injuries and that he's terrified, which could impact a potential upcoming trip to Singapore. Okay, before we even start, buddy, you got banned from the UK. There's already like a precedent been set. There's like a 0% chance you can even come here after you've shown open support to 3 different terrorist orgs.
I believe what the Houthis are doing is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization. I don't have an issue with them, let's just say.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah Bays. He's read more books than you could ever imagine. Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical?
I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hassan. America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it. Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street.
Dude.
Let the streets soak.
And this dude literally gets mad at other people. He's talking about how he feels threatened and shit. Anyways, I gotta go for a minute. I'll be right back. Wife came home. I need to help her out.
Yeah, we're gonna finish what we got going. I think we're gonna head out. So we'll do that. Good, we're good, we're good. All right, let's go.
In their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
Yeah, I mean, they have like a zero tolerance policy for that type of stuff, so I don't really think you're getting a visa, but, you know, you can try, I guess. Right, so he clipped his stream here into a video. More Pegasus just ruined his life, and it's like me in prison time, which is actually funny. This is like the one funny thing this video, other than, you know, threatening to sue me and get me beaten up and executed. That's like weird, but like this is actually funny. This is something I can get behind because like, okay, you're memeing, you know? Right, so he starts by going over my channel.
Like that one Pegasus guy, right? Like this one is my favorite. This one, the Pegasus guy is my favorite. There's this like Indian dude. Biggest Hassan orbiter just ruined his career. Stavros Halkias catches a stray from more Pegasus. Finally banned. Hassan's friends just abandoned him. Hassan just got confronted in real life. The entire world is turning on Hassan. Almost everyone hates Hassan now. 90% hated. Hassan just got caught in 4K. Biggest Hassan orbiter just ruined his career. Stavros was literally in a movie that was nominated for an Oscar. You thought I was joking. You thought I was joking when I said like this guy only makes this video, the same video over and over again.
Okay, so obviously the title thumbnails are dramatized for the YouTube algorithm. I mean, he knows this. He's purposely being dumb about it. Also, it's not the same video. Why would anybody watch the same video over and over again? It's obviously different videos. It's news. I'm reporting on random content creators just, you know, having drama. Also, I find it interesting that he introduces me as, oh, this Indian guy. Huh. So what did you mean by that? Have you like primed your audience to be bigoted or something? Because like, why would that be even relevant or something? Like, because I don't know, when you introduce Asmongold, you're not like, oh, this white guy. I mean, he did call India a rogue terrorist state, so maybe he has some sort of a bias. Anyways, it's funny how racist his like woke audience is. Like, look at these comments. Never seen an Indian more obsessed with Hassan than the actual shit that lay on the street. Oh my god, like what is wrong with you, dude? So then he pulls up a video with like 3K views. Buddy is on the 18th page of Google to find somebody that agrees with him.
And they do get views. Like there is a market for this. Hassan just had an insane meltdown. Hassan's downfall is incredible. Hassan's friends are canceling him now. Female Hassan actually lost his mind. Sleepy explains why More Pegasus is the worst content creator on YouTube right now while reacting to his video on Hassan Piker's UK ban.
Oh, brother, this drama queen. Fascism is here. Oh.
I love this guy. It's so funny because he has nothing redeemable about him, but the pure animus that drives a lot of dudes that look like him, I guess, on the internet, that spend every waking moment on the internet, the animus that they feel towards me is enough. They're like, I don't even want, I will watch the same video over and over again. Is Chop City.
Oh my god, it's the rise of fascism. But
the secret is to watch every third or fourth video. And then, you know, it doesn't get stale.
Are you gonna say anything about that? Or are you just gonna repeat what he said in a mocking tone?
Are you kidding me? What happened, Hassan? Are you gonna be swinging from the gallows again? It's funny because somehow you survived the first time.
You know, you can make positive videos. They also go, you know, fairly viral. He's kind of mimicking your expression and facial hair. Okay, that's disrespectful to me. That's messed up.
Wow, Hassan, always addressing the arguments immediately. By that, I mean instantly going to personal attacks, calling me chopped. And I love how the chatter is instantly like, wait, he looks like you. It's just like, bro, this is such high school shit. 35-year-old man, a decade older than me,
and they look like
this.
you.
Buddy, it's time to start a family or something. What are you doing? Anyways, he does end up glazing me later because he actually physically cannot make fun of me. But obviously, if you watch that video, you would know that I was poking fun at the fact that Hassan is always dramatizing a situation that, oh, he's going to be executed, swinging from the gallows. He's going to be put in concentration camps, none of which actually happened to him. And he's obviously a drama queen, which is objectively true.
See you in the goddamn concentration camps. All right, buddy? We're all going there. If you don't lock the fucking. When I swing from the gallows, I won't be there alone. You will be there. They'll put you up there too.
Also, this guy talking about make positive videos. Look at you, man. You gotta be rage baiting. Hassan, the light of positivity.
I hate my life. I hate streaming. I hate socialism. If one more dumb fuck in my chat says, please sue, I'm just going to end it. I'm going to end it all. I'm going to end my life. Okay.
So then a chatter points out that their friend is actually a fan of me.
My friend loves more Pegasus and thinks he's smart. Help, please. What? It's actually kind of, I'm fascinated by people. I'm fascinated by people who sincerely watch this fucking slop. The garbanzo slop that these guys put out. And they're like, this guy's peak content, dude.
Lol-cowing you,
Sorry
dude.
to report, but your chatter,
you,
your friend is a fucking dumbass. like your friend might be more redeemable if he was at least like watching Daily Wire or fucking Matt Walsh, because at least like there's something to hold on to there where you could just be like, well, here's why your worldview is wrong. This guy doesn't have anything.
Yeah, I don't have anything. I mean, I'm way more entertaining than you, in my opinion, all right? And yes, I guess I'm not political like you. That's what he's referring to, right? I don't have like a political side, or that's because I don't care. I'm like just talking about YouTube drama and news. You happen to be a politically brain-rotted individual that sees politics where it's not even there, which is just like extremely annoying. The fact is, like, I don't want to be miserable. I'm not like American and super into these politics or whatever. I think it rots your brain. I mean, just look at you, man. You're like a prime case study. Also, shout out to the friend of that person, the only person with common sense. Right, so then his chatters are like desperately trying to give him material to make fun of me. So they pull up my Instagram trying to dunk on me, and it completely backfires.
Why he got the... Wait, what is this him? Oh my God. This is my goat? This is my goat? Oh, he's on a fucking journey. He's on a journey of self-improvement. Know thyself. Road to Greek God. Singapore. He is in Singapore. And he is actually... Okay, respect. Debunking the no pants allegations. Okay,
hey,
Pegasus.
You know what? Oh. And for the first time ever, I'm going to say this, a little bit of respect to Hassan, because I've never seen him able to, you know, pull the Asmongold, you know, compliment while dunking at the same time for two different reasons. And to see him pulling that good, that's growth. You know, if you can at least admit the positives of someone, that's something. If you dislike them, you know, good. That's growth. Let's give Hassan some credit. That's some growth.
Okay, Pegasus, you win this round. I'm proud of you. Okay.
Oh my God, bro. You know he's so mad. He's like, oh my God, I'm gonna pull up this guy's Instagram. I'm gonna make all my fans shit on him. And
No, yeah, I'll give him credit. Maybe he actually, you know, it's like, cool, okay, you know, maybe he gave you credit.
Send him these messages because I'm a 35-year-old high school bully. Oh, he's probably ugly as shit.
What did Asmongold say? All I'm saying, like, what I'm saying is, like I said, look, if Hassan is actually going to give somebody he dislikes brownie points, it's the first time I've ever seen it. So, you know.
Washed ops, and then he opens it, he's like, oh wait, he's jacked. Oh my God. This is like that one SpongeBob episode. Oh no, he's hot. Listen, I'll admit it. I'm a little chopped right now. I'm like 9 months into a bulk. I don't really care too much. I'm inflamed. My hair is a mess. My beard's a mess. Like, I'm not in a fashion show here, all right? I'm not trying to impress Mr. Diddy Piker. Who gives a fuck what this guy thinks? But you know what? Since he insists on jacking it to me, 10K likes on this video, and towards the end of the year, I'll get shredded, I'll looks max, and I'll Maga-san. All right, I'll get my Giga Chad jawline back. I'll groom. I'll visit a freaking stylist. I'll get my contacts or some shit. Cut to 0% body fat. Get those veins, abs.
I'm wearing a mask right now, by the way.
Pubby's gonna crash out. Anyways, hopefully by the time I'm 35 years old, I hope to actually, you know, start a family and live a peaceful life rather than argue with people 10 years younger than me like a miserable loser, dude. Oh my God. Right, so then he invites me on his stream.
300 videos, 200K average views. That's 60 million views. That's some good money. Yeah, this motherfucker's made so much money. Bro, legit making his own One Piece.
Dude, he's farming you. Dude, that's what it is.
Series. How many hours do you think he puts into editing the videos? He has logged 250 hours of footage just talking about me. if he's putting in like 2 hours per video, let's say, and that's like a conservative guesstimate here, 2 hours of editing per video. How many hours until it's called love? Singaporean Gramsci. More Pegasus. I'm a big fan of yours. I would like to invite you to the broadcast. I think we need to make it happen. You are a fascinating specimen.
So funny.
Okay, as much as I would love to destroy Hassan live on stream and farm him for more content, I don't negotiate with terrorist supporters. I don't think there's like a productive conversation to be had there. And, you know, I appreciate it. You acknowledge that I work hard, I make good videos. I'm actually not the one putting in majority of the editing, though. I do have an editor who helps me out. Shout out to him for being the GOAT. But yeah, I do actually get to enjoy life, unlike Mr. Diddy here, who's basically stuck on stream all day, and in his off time is clearly watching SlopTube videos. So then he says that he's going to visit Singapore, which, dude, I'd love to see you try and get a visa, dog.
When I visit Singapore, which will eventually happen, okay, we can go and work out together at a gym. This has to be mental illness, right? Like there's no other way to look at it. But I do appreciate you going on a journey of self-improvement. That's very cool. More Pegasus just finished on Hassan.
For the unemployed.
This is another one of those channels, right? This is like another one of those drama channels.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
Massive Ludwig drama. Hassan just made a huge mistake. This Asmongold drama is getting weird. Stable Ronaldo's situation is embarrassing. At least he's more versatile, it seems.
Oh,
like
man.
he actually covers like other shit too. He hates BB No Money.
More Pegasus is just strictly
Idiot,
farming.
it calls him.
fucking his fun.
Pokimane he hates, of course. Both West and Pegasus love the juicer. We are tapping the glass way too hard.
How you doing, Ted?
I mean, this is kind of
How'd
this
your,
is fascinating,
your
no?
evening go?
Yo, shout out to the boy WestJet making an appearance on the Diddy Piker stream. Truly a privilege. Also, sure, Hassan, I agree. Let's get a gym session in Singapore together. Oh no. Will Twitch streamer Hassan Piker be able to enter Singapore? He was recently banned from the UK. It is highly unlikely that Hassan would be allowed to enter Singapore, as the country enforces some of the world's strictest borders and legal frameworks regarding national security, public order, and inflammatory speech. How likely is Hassan to be banned from Singapore? It is almost 100% certainty that Hassan would be barred if he applied for a visa. Maintains a strict zero-tolerance framework regarding secularism, foreign interference, and racial or religious harmony. Piker's rhetorical history violates Singapore's core national safety red lines in 3 distinct ways. Reasons for a probable entry ban: precedent of UK ban. His presence was not conducive to the public good. Authorities routinely scrutinize whether an individual has been denied entry, deported, or banned by other sovereign nations. Interesting. Zero tolerance for terrorist sympathy. Oh, no. He's cooked on that. Piker has faced severe backlash for controversial remarks regarding Hamas, explicitly stating on a podcast he would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time. Singapore classifies Hamas as a terrorist organization. Ay, Hassan. Takes an uncompromising stance against foreign figures who voice support or rationalization for prescribed terror groups. This guy was on his high horse this entire stream, being like, I'm going to read the laws in front of you. Buddy, did you read this shit? Strict racial and religious harmony laws. Piker's history of highly inflammatory political commentary surrounding the Israel-Hamas conflict would flag him as a major risk to the delicate social cohesion. Looks like the gym session will have to wait, Hassan. I was so excited. To lift some weights with my buddy Hassan, but unlucky, man. So then a Hassan chatter brings up how they're brainwashing their kid because they dare to watch my videos.
Funny story about Pegasus, check logs. I'm not kidding. My 14-year-old was watching that dude until I put a stop to it. I did a 2-hour presentation on how that's slop and fake, how to learn that's accurate info. He's going to put this in a video, just so you know. Hassan Abi Wine Mom.
Got that right. Now you're finally catching on. Also, shout out to that 14-year-old for literally having more common sense than his mom. So he was watching my videos and you're trying to brainwash him with a 2-hour presentation on how Hassan is actually in the right. I really wonder, like, how did you actually debunk anything I said? Because it's just not possible. It's public information. Bro, Hassan fans gotta be like the most nutty people, dude. Heaven forbid your child thinks for themselves, man. Oh my God. Anyway, speaking of deranged fans, his chatters then start recommending that people harass me and basically spam false reports to them.
Like, I imagine if Asmongold heard that, he'd be like, no, that's not okay. You cannot do that. It was nice. We got caught up in a sentence of a bookworm, started watching a new one, and I passed out. So you got a nap in. That's cool. You stay up late for Friday?
The authorities trying to get me arrested, beaten, and some of them want me executed. Very reasonable people here.
You should report that person to the authorities in Singapore. They have extremely strict laws against cyber harassment and spreading misinfo on the internet. Wait. What do you mean? What you are doing right now will feed them for months? You should just have some orbiter make a video about them and then watch that video. I don't have orbiters. Chatter, that's not how this works.
Dude,
I don't do this.
He's warning him in real time. Like, dude, you're gonna get fucking lol count for this whole episode.
You know, drama shit. The law, intentionally causing harassment, alarm, or distress. Singapore statutes online. An individual or entity must not, with intent, cause harassment, alarm, or distress to another person called in the section the target person by any means, use any threatening, abusive, or insulting words or behavior, make any threatening, abusive, or insulting communication, or publish any identity information of the target person or a related person of the target person. Oh my God, they're going to cane his ass. Oh my God. Oh my God, they're going to cane his ass. Oh my God, you're about to get caned, big dog. Oh my God. Because Singapore does not fuck around.
Right, so Hassan and his fans are just creaming themselves at this because they want me to be like brutally beaten up for like criticizing him. And yeah, I did talk to a lawyer and literally none of this shit applies. He's a public figure. This guy is quite literally creating fan fiction and jerking himself off. Here we go. Analyze the creator More Pegasus and his commentary against Twitch streamer Hassan Piker. He's made 300 videos on him. Considering he lives in Singapore, is he violating any laws regarding harassment? No, More Pegasus is highly unlikely to be violating any harassment laws because his videos constitute transformative public interest commentary on a prominent public figure rather than targeted personal abuse or doxing required for legal action. Wow, almost like he's just been circle jerking this complete fan fiction. Under the Protection from Harassment Act, standard internet commentary and criticism are legally protected as long as they don't cross into specific criminal thresholds. Analysis of Pegasus versus Hassan. Legal context. They are strictly reactions to public live streams and public controversies. Wow, who would have thought that commenting on public clips is actually allowed? Why POHA doesn't apply to his commentary. Lack of direct target intention. For POHA to apply, an individual must use threatening, abusive, or insulting words with specific intent to cause the person harassment, alarm, or distress. Pegasus uploads standard YouTube videos to his own channel for a broad public audience rather than spamming Hassan's private inbox, tagging him directly to incite real-world harm, or sending threatening messages. And you know the funny thing is, his fans are sending me threatening messages. The public figure defense. Hassan is a massive public figure and political commentator. Under POHA, a court requires whether a person's behavior was reasonable given the context. Critiquing, mocking, or analyzing a media personality's public output is legally recognized as fair comment and standard political social expression. Oh my God, do not show this to Hassan fans. They are about to have a fucking meltdown when they realize that the person more likely to actually be caned or executed or whatever the fuck you're saying is probably the terrorist supporter who is probably not even going to be able to come here, rather than the guy commenting on public clips. Then we got the stalking he brings up. Watching a streamer's publicly broadcasted Twitch streams from across the globe and editing them into commentary videos does not constitute legal stalking or cyber stalking.
Yeah,
oh my God. For the absolute like ridiculousness you have to stretch in order to even think that this applies is crazy.
Yeah, no, this dude,
no doxing or harassment incitement. The commentary focuses on public clips. It does not leak personal private identification information, doxing, nor does it actively instruct viewers to physically harm or maliciously attack Hassan. Literally always. Every couple videos I'll always say that always keep any comments to this comment section, never go to his stream, never go to his videos, never ever approach him IRL or do anything of that sort. I disavow all of that, right? I'm literally just making meme videos on the internet to have fun, all right? Then we got the international hurdles. He's a U.S. citizen residing in America, while more Pegasus is in Singapore. Any cross-border attempt to apply Singapore's civil remedies to an American public figure would be functionally impossible to pursue and enforce. While the volume of content is staggering, thank you, it represents a highly repetitive format of online drama commentary rather than a breach of Singapore's criminal or civil harassment frameworks. In fact, the UK ban makes it even worse. Piker is a massive, highly visible political commentator who's been officially banned by G7 governments for extreme political speech. Reporting on his daily downfalls or public controversies is considered legitimate media criticism. Oh ho ho. A Singapore court would likely rule that a YouTube commentary series tracking an internationally controversial public figure as a reasonable exercise of media reporting, not personal abuse. Wow. I can't believe I had to pull up the fucking AI. I might have to pull up a lawyer on my channel to explain to this moron that this is going to be a complete waste of time and energy. But hey, if you want to actually lose millions of dollars, go ahead, pal. Honestly, go ahead. You are going to lose. I'm telling you right now. By the way, also, like, filing a bunch of false reports is a crime in itself. So if you're gonna be doing this, just be prepared to go to jail yourself. Anyway, so then he randomly starts talking about executions. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, 1 second he's like, hey, I really love your channel. Let's go to the gym together. Oh my God, you're jacked. Oh my God, you're jacked, bro. Now he's talking about executions.
Yes. Oh, Singapore has the highest rate of state-sponsored executions on the planet. Singapore death penalty rate. Despite the decline, a large percentage of the public are supportive of the use of the death penalty, with more than 80% of Singaporeans believing in it. Wait, don't get the guy killed? I don't think there's a death penalty for this. And also that I would not be in favor of. Are you fucking insane?
Yes, okay, yes, they are. They are insane. Look at your chat. We got Mountain Griddle here. Get Pegasus executed Lamau. Bro, what sort of unhinged lunatics am I dealing with? You unironically want me executed because I played Hassan's own clips? Are you kidding me? Dude, I'm so glad I don't live in America, because imagine running into these clowns. So then this moron compares writing personal threatening letters towards an individual to commenting on a public individual in a YouTube video. You can't be serious.
X and Y are coworkers at the workplace. X loudly and graphically describes to the other coworkers X's desire for a sexual relationship with Y in an insulting manner. X knows that Y is within earshot and intends to cause Y distress. Y is distressed. X is guilty of an offense under this section. X writes a letter containing threatening words, or maybe a YouTube video. A lot of slander. I don't know what the legal case is for slander.
What slander? What is the slander? This entire 30-minute rant, he has not pointed out one thing that I said was wrong. This is all just complete fan fiction. Also, can't believe I need to explain this, but writing personal threatening letters is very different from a public YouTube video for entertainment. Making videos is not cyber stalking or harassment or any of the shit you think it is, especially not my channel. And I just want you to see the dichotomy. Like, this guy is completely unhinged. He's encouraging his fan base to go and falsely report me to the authorities. And meanwhile, I'm here saying never go to Hassan's stream, never comment on his videos, never go to him IRL, stay away from him, keep all comments to my comment section, disavow all harassment completely, and he's trying to get me falsely beaten up. Right, so then he says he wants to sue me.
Reach out to me. If you know, like, a good Singaporean lawyer, something like that, it'd be nice to try and figure out if I could pursue litigation of sorts. Bro, Singapore is one city and they killed 17 people in a year via their justice system? Yes. You are giving him content for 7 years, my guy? I kind of feel like I'm not giving him content here. I kind of feel like this might be... I don't know if I'm giving him content for 7 years or if he's going to prison for 7 years. Unless he films the process of him getting caned.
There's no way he did the Diddy Piker laugh, bruh. I just love how he's so delusional. He actually thinks he's going to be winning a lawsuit against me. Bro, listen up. If you want to waste millions of dollars, years of your life, humiliate yourself in court, and potentially go to like Discovery, you want to litigate Doctober 7 in court and everything, I assure you, you will just not be winning in any of this. And it will be so catastrophic to your career, which you value so much. You want to be this, you know, respected political commentator. And if you go through with this lawsuit, I mean, buddy, your career is cooked. I mean, it's pretty cooked anyways, but like even more than that, you know? Anyways, I've talked to lawyers about this and there's just pretty much no case here. I guess he's trying to scare me into not talking about him or whatever. And I really hate how personal he's actually made this because, you know, I was just starting to finally share some lore with you guys and, you know, get more closer as a community. I've been a very private person for my 7-8 years on YouTube, and this is why, okay? The second you open up a little, like I never revealed that I was in Singapore or anything like that, but the second I do even a little bit, we got these psychopath freaks, right? Who are just going after me. I guess it's my fault for covering some particularly evil people here, but if I start being a little more private from now on, you know the reason, all right? And also, there's a lot of like misinformation about me on the internet. I will not be correcting any of it because if I reveal anything, it's just gonna be weaponized against me, I guess. I don't know. Also, FYI, I'm not in hiding. I have personally submitted my channel to the government like multiple times. This was for an entirely different like personal reason. But yeah, there's been no problem flagged at all. This is literally just entertainment. I pay my taxes. I respect the laws. I follow the rules. Also, I don't think they're jumping to defend a terrorist supporter who was banned from the UK. Not to mention is also getting subpoenaed and investigated by the US government for talks with state-sponsored terrorist orgs and got a bipartisan bill condemning him for anti-Semitism. Like, brother, you got like so much fucking shit to deal with. Why are you concerned about a slop tuber?
More Pegasus just ruined his life. Prison time. It's the same thumbo that he uses. Oh, the editor's cooked with that one. Let's go. Oh, that's fire. Yeah, more Pegasus,
so
more like
upset by
more
it,
caning, dude.
Wow,
Happy
this is
Pride Month
crazy.
to Pegasus who wants to F Hassan so badly. Okay. This feels like the climax of the legendary series. Hassan is literally giving Pegasus a top tier episode to commemorate 1 year of the legendary series on a silver platter. What a nice guy. Dude, I'm telling you, the universe works in like mysterious ways. I was obviously joking, Hassan, when he sees the inevitable criticism of this crash out. Yeah, that's the defense, but the thing is like, you're still encouraging people to file false reports. Some of your fans want me executed. They're still spamming me with a bunch of racist stuff. And I feel like for a joke, why are you being so specific? You're pulling up specific fucking laws for your fans to fucking screenshot and send to authorities when they don't even apply at all, which I just proved. The boy WestJet responded reacting to stream clips and Reddit posts isn't cyber stalking. Could make the argument for harassment. He can't. But he's a public figure. It comes with the territory. Stalking is when you make a video criticizing someone. I guess both Asmon and Ethan can sue Hassan if that's the case. Dude, he has like a million lawsuits to worry about before me. Diabolical, the way he gets giddy reading about Singapore's execution law. Dude, that is insane, man. Now, he did say that, oh, I don't want it to happen to him, but like, why bring it up right next to it? Bro talks about you on the internet, calm down. Okay, here we are in the toxic wasteland where nobody should go. I'm just curious at the circle jerk of his comment section. Hassan is single-handedly paying this man's bills. Okay, so Hassan fans have this false impression that I'm just relying on him for my source of income. I'd be nothing without him. Dude, I was vastly successful, more successful before this whole, before I ever mentioned Hassan. I had a bigger channel, was extremely successful, already retired, just already set for life, perfectly good. I'm doing this because it's funny, it's entertaining, and I have nothing better to do, all right? It's just like, this is what brings me joy in life. Just, you know, shooting the shit on the internet, entertaining a bunch of people. It's how I grew up watching YouTube videos. So I'm just returning the favor and helping other people also enjoy life a bit. Bro is the Daily Bugle in real life. I am indeed J. Jonah Jameson. Bro's life literally relies on Hassan. The thumbnails and titles are on Demon Time. Okay, a bunch of circle jerking going on here. Is more Pegasus 3000% done? I got duped by the video's title thumbnail. Thought it would be a rabbit hole where the guy turned out to be an actual criminal. Dude, that's only your orbiters or something, bro. That's only people on your side. I don't know. Like, I'm just a guy in my room talking shit. Like, I don't do all this degenerate Hollywood shit, whatever you streamers are doing. This guy looks like Chopped Hassan, Chopped Son. Well, that's what he said as well. But I just find it funny that he calls me Chopped and then his entire fan base is like, hey, you kind of look like him. Like, bro, that's like the biggest cell phone ever. Also, don't worry, I'll be evolving. I'll be doing the KSI. I'll be Magan Hassan. Fun fact about me, I got deported from Singapore to France for pro-Palestine tweets in November 2020. So we got Hassan fans who've already been deported. Are you, bro? And I'm sure it was over pro-Palestine tweets and surely not supporting terrorism, right? More Pegasus go to therapy or the gym. I don't know, this can't be healthy. Did you even watch the video? Even Hassan was so desperate to make fun of me, but even he was like, oh shit, this guy's jacked. No, we can't say anything. Even his chat, who is basically the most primed audience to hate me in the entire world. There's no other audience who probably hates me more. And even they couldn't talk shit, dude. Like, just give it up. More Pegasus sent to jail for stealing some or any gamer's identity. Like, bro, I mean, like, okay, wow, brown guy. Like, I don't know if this is just like memeing or like actual racism, because I don't know, it's just disappointing. Moving on to the Slop Tube Avengers. Apparently, I got a lot of defenders. I really appreciate you guys. So we got Sensitive here pointing out that the series is not just about Hassan.
Now, this playlist is not only about Hassan. It's iDubbbz, it's Frogan, it's Ethan, Frogan. I mean, I'm not Pegasus' lawyer here. I'm not even getting paid to quote unquote defend him. I mean, I wish I was. Pegasus, if you want to slide me a few K, you know, I'm here. You know where to find me. But it's literally his son and orbiters. Like, you got iDubbbz, Anissa, Asmongold. Like, it's Hassan and friends playlist. Like, it involves the Hassan orbiters and the Hassan universe, if you will. It's not only about Hassan. So to frame it and be like, yeah, you know, there's like 400 videos solely done on me. That's not accurate. That is Hassan line for the 45th billion time to frame this guy, Pegasus, in this situation as the villain, as a stalker. It legitimately took me 20 seconds to find the playlist and be like, yeah, this is cap.
Thanks, buddy. Checks in the mail. Who needs lawyers when you got slop tubers on your side? But honestly, he's completely right. It's a lot of people I talk about. There's several different topics in the video itself. Hassan knows this because he's watching every episode. In fact, I'm his favorite channel. But he's purposely exaggerating to rile up his insane audience. So even Rev responded.
Hassan. I put a tweet out there for Hassan, and all it said was, dude, yesterday is the best day you're gonna ever have. It's downhill from here.
On the anti-establishment revolutionary is trying to lock up and sue his critics. Incredibly ironic. It's not good to start by saying he loves this guy, but then again, guys like him, what does he mean by that? Is Hassan channeling some more racism? What did he mean by that? Very interesting comment.
Intentionally causing harassment, alarm, or distress.
I'm going to report them to the authorities and also bring up execution laws while I'm doing it, with a very subtle wink wink nudge nudge of what I want to happen. Dude, I will tell you, whenever this video goes live later today, I predict tomorrow there's going to be a 30 to 40 minute video by Pegasus capitalizing on this, showing that he is not afraid of anything that Hassan is saying. Hassan is feeding into the Legendary series.
Oh my god, he got that spot on. Fellow future predictor. And here we are, just as foretold. And I get why Hassan is mad, but like, I'm not the person you should be mad at. It should be yourself. Because like, dude, I just covered the news of like random people talking. If you weren't like a big topic, I wouldn't talk about
just
you.
Being a lolcow.
It's not like a personal grudge. It's not anything like that. It's like, who's just the biggest like source of controversy right now. So it just happens to be you, man. Maybe you tone it down a bit and I'll move on, right? People responded, how can I be okay? More Pegasus has enough dirt on Diddy Hassan to lock his ass off. I will say that like Like, you probably don't want to go that route. I don't know. Like, you got way too many skeletons in your closet. I just thought about it. If he gets banned from Singapore next, it'll be the funny shit. Dude, the only reason he hasn't been banned is because he hasn't attempted to come in, right? If he, the second he tries to do that, the ban will be enforced. And he knows this. He knows this. That's why he's just talking a bunch of random shit, right? Didn't Pegasus once say Hassan is creating generational wealth for him and his future children? I was more so joking. I already had that before I ever talked about him. But, you know, he's contributing a little bit to the fund, I'd suppose. He's helping my editor make a lot of money. I hope Pegasus starts a GoFundMe just to get another one on Diddy Piker. I mean, if he wanted to use his entire net worth on me, then yes, I'd probably need to GoFundMe. I don't have as much money as Mr. Socialist there, but you know, I got enough to piss him off, that's for sure. Moving on to the update. So the situation did get me thinking that I should probably make more variety videos, not because I'm gonna get sued.
I'd really like to see that go down. I'd really like to see him try.
I used to make a lot of variety. I also recently wanted to talk about KSI leaving the Sidemen, the bricks and minifigs Lego drama that was so interesting and it's still ongoing, but I never had time to talk about it. So maybe going forward, we're gonna mix in some other stuff, maybe lay off on Hassan a bit if he's a very good boy and doesn't cause any more trouble. But yeah, just for my own enjoyment, maybe some variety. Anyways, thank you for all the support. This situation has shown me that I'm actually quite loved by a lot of people, which is very nice to see. So I'll keep doing my best to entertain you guys for the foreseeable future.
When you've got a community that backs you, you know, I hope I can get to that at some point where I've got a nice community that hangs out, you know, and it kind of backs. It'd be nice. It'd be fun. See what we got going here. I saw this. Wanted to see what it is. Oh, is it? It's not muted. Hold on.
Was not in fact fighting for his life when he stabbed and killed Austin Metcalf. Do you think that the black community will accept that?
If evidence shows that he did not, no, we're going to stand by ours regardless. They stand by theirs. We're going to stand by ours regardless. I'm a mother first. I'm a black mother. Let me put that on there. I'm an African-American mother. So I have to put away my color first and step into the motherhood. Nobody wants to see their child slain. So I do want to send prayers to Austin Metcalf, their family. But at the end of the day, I got to think like, okay, what did you do to him or whatever to cause this to happen, the reaction? We got to start taking accountability for our kids. Because then again, if my kid, that's why it's a catch-22. If my kid was Carmelo and I feel like his back was up against the wall, well, I'm going to tell you straight up, better mine than yours.
Democrats say diversity is this country's strength.
Jesus Christ, dude, that's
no, it isn't. That's our weakness. Yeah, but you know what? I could understand her point of view if Carmelo Anthony had bruises on his face. He was getting punched, he was getting beat up. Yeah. That's the only time that would be then justified. Yeah, but he didn't have a scratch on him. I mean, who gets in a fight in high school? When we was growing up as kids, when we got in the fights, we fought. We didn't pull knives, we didn't start shooting, killing people. That thought would have never popped up in my head is to stab a fellow student. But not Carmelo. He's walking around with a knife, took it to a track meet, got in a verbal altercation. Maybe it was physical, and pulled a knife and stabbed the kid. And that's nuts. And this is the thing. Would he engaged in that altercation if he didn't have that knife? Yeah. No, he would not have.
Straight up, better mine than yours. Better mine than yours. So either way it go, everybody loses. A black boy allegedly murdered, and I say allegedly, heavy on the allegedly murdered somebody. You see what I'm saying?
Allegedly.
So yeah, this is about race. Because if the shoe was on the other foot, they wouldn't give a damn.
What? Who wouldn't give a damn?
Let me say this. Let's say the community.
So like.
The only thing functioning in that woman's brain is the brain stem, which pretty much means she's a vegetable. She just contradicted everything she said. Hey, I think her frontal lobe is working somewhat. It's just backfiring. As if she's got a frontal lobe. It's not firing correctly, is what I'm saying.
If Carmelo Anthony was the one stabbed and killed by Austin Metcalf,
they wouldn't give a damn.
That's crazy. White people wouldn't care about that. People, see, the black community thinks with their skin color. I would say this, both sides stick with skin color. We both have our biases. But when it's clear cut like this, black people continue to just think with their skin color. I know. That's all that matters. Which is exposed.
Twins creep you out. I think they could be funny sometimes, personally.
The frontal lobe, the lack of frontal lobe going. The
It's
lack
a
of frontal
short
lobe.
video.
It's
It's
just
already halfway over,
black
but
people,
I
it seems to
think
me,
they're
y'all got some
funny. You're right, they
strong
don't add
brain
anything
stems, but no
intellectual,
frontal
but they're
lobe.
funny, and I like
come out
the
here every
perspective.
Thursday, and we pray for people going to court because we know this is the final frontier of racism, and it's legalized here.
It was announced yesterday that there's no black jurors that were chosen. What are your thoughts on that?
That's why we need God. That's why we need God, and that's why He's going to show who's in control.
The reason why there's no black jurors is because of that black woman we just showed y'all. That's why. People know that for a fact.
They can't be objective. From what I read, the black jurors that was dismissed, they said they couldn't convict him because he looked too much like a child. They didn't want to send a child to prison. That's why they was removed from jury duty.
Yeah, I'm sure the skin color didn't help. I would put my life on it.
Oh, most definitely. Perfect case in point.
I like the interviewer
O.J.
woman. I've
Simpson
seen her a
trial.
lot.
The
Oh,
only
yeah.
reason why he got off
I haven't.
is
I've
because
just
of the
first
black
I've seen her.
jurors and
My
they
wife just
pulled the
brought me
race
pizza.
car. That's why he got off.
Remember during the riots, during that, they pulled a white truck driver out of his truck and beat him? Mm-hmm. Why? Because he's white.
Yeah.
And would you be open to giving us your personal insights into the Carmelo Anthony trial and what your thoughts are on it?
And I appreciate them
I just
because they're
want
black.
justice done.
They still call things
You
out,
know,
and they're comedians, which is why they call
nobody
things
go
out
to a
because
track
they make
meet
fun
to
of
murder
shit, which is
anybody,
why I
okay?
appreciate
Come
them.
Come on. Why is he at a track meet with a knife?
Yeah.
And from what I hear, I'm not sure if this is true or not, that he...
It wasn't even the school he was a part of track meet. He went to a random track meet he wasn't even supposed to be a part of and started rummaging through people's shit, taking shit.
got in trouble for that knife earlier. He had been suspended over that knife. I'm not sure if that's true or false. But again, why do you go to a school event, a track meet, people high jumping, long jumping, people sprinting, people doing the hurdles? Why do you go to a track meet?
Because he was stealing people's shit. That's why.
With a knife.
And something as obvious as this, I mean, even if he did get in a physical altercation with those two kids, it doesn't justify him pulling a knife. Unless they was like pummeling him.
Nobody go to a track meet to murder anybody, okay? Come on.
Black kids do.
An accident, self-defense, that's what it was.
What?
An accident?
Jesus
Are you
Christ.
kidding me?
They said it was an accident.
How could it be a self-defense if it was an accident?
How can it be an accident when you pull the knife out and you plunge in somebody's chest?
I'm telling you, just a brainstem function.
No,
no frontal lobe.
You know, their brains are functioning.
No.
It's just they have a bias. They think with their skin cover.
Hey, Keith, if somebody's got a functioning frontal lobe, their
my thing
biases
is-
wouldn't be this strong.
Yeah.
That dude just
My
said
thing
it was
is
an
I don't like
accident.
it.
Didn't say it was self-defense. And he said God's going to fix all this.
This is the logical conclusion. Is everybody else is thinking with their skin color, then I am objectively forced into a situation where I have to do the same. Like, I'm sorry, that's it. That's a fact.
I'm not saying the kid should get off free, but first
Sounds like it.
Come on. Basically, he's facing the wrong charge for the crime that was committed.
Do you think Carmelo is innocent? Do you feel like it's been an unfair response to what happened to Carmelo Anthony?
I feel that the justice system.
She doesn't push anything. It's really good. She just lets stupid people say stupid shit.
How many stories have we all seen where the black person should be locked up? They've been arrested tens, hundreds of times, violent criminal, but they're still walking the street committing these heinous crimes. Perfect example in Charlotte, Irina, the white girl.
Irina Zaruska.
Yeah, her. We hear about these stories all the time, but he wants to make this argument that the justice system treats black people unfairly.
I'm telling you, just a brainstem, man. Man, how many people has been how many white people have been in jail unjustly, were innocent? You act like these things only happen to black people.
Yeah.
They happen to white
pretty
people
much.
too. They happen to
Yeah.
everybody.
There's nothing we
But
can
you
do
only
about
care
it.
about it when it's a black person. You know why? Because all you got is a brainstem.
So, definitely. I mean, you look at the charge. It was self-defense. He was wrestling with two guys. I don't know what the parameters of it, but it was two people. So
I don't know what the parameters of it were, but I know he's innocent.
So
Two big white boys. They keep saying that they're 6'2", 220 pounds. The black kid only like 5'8", 150 pounds. Not a mark on him. I'm telling you, man. We keep saying that black people have a bias. No, it's a lack of frontal lobe going. If that was true, he would have significant injuries on his face, his arms, scratch marks. His eyes would be bloodshot. He was trying to strangle him or something. Yeah. He's nothing. Dude looks like a model after that happened. Not a mark. Not a mark. He could be in front of Jet Magazine, Ebony Magazine. Not a scratch. Y'all keep saying that dude was attacked.
He was not attacked. And even if he was, just because he was going through people's shit and stealing it.
Stab someone. No. Yeah. It's got to be force for force. Yeah. Just because someone's
it's got to be justifiable force.
I'm sorry, you don't get to rob somebody, and then when they stop you from robbing them, you stab them and then claim self-defense. Like, is that really the world we're living in, where these people can, like, rob you, claim self-defense when they murder you for trying to stop them? That's where we're at, huh? Okay.
Justifiable force, yeah. Hey, if you like what we do, and you got a frontal lobe working, go to official...
See, that's over. Let's see what we got.
Firstly, I would like to thank the 260,974 British men and women who signed the petition to make this debate possible. And I want to welcome these brave survivors who are sitting behind us in the hall. This debate is about
What is this?
As you quite rightly say, it's not about politics.
It's brutal. It's fine.
I want the world to hear what we heard
files.
during the 2 weeks of our independent rape gang inquiry hearings.
2 weeks.
An inquiry that should never have needed to happen. I sincerely urge this Parliament to listen to the testimonies from these brave survivors.
Oh my God.
And to act, to finally act. So the first testimony, he took his pants down, penetrated me, had sex with me.
Oh my God.
Then stopped before ejaculation. He picked up the bottle of Jack Daniels, which was now empty, and he forced it up inside me. He broke the glass while he was there. At that point, I was about 12, nearly 13.
Oh my God.
Another testimony. I was held down by the men
Jesus,
as they each
this is
took
gonna
turns
fucking, oh my God.
to orally and vaginally rape me, taking it in turns to pin down my arms and my legs. When the assault ended, the men hit me repeatedly, threatened to...
It's very important that he actually says this in plain English.
Oh my God.
Because a lot of people, like, one of the reasons why this evil is allowed to continue...
And they're trying to suppress this shit, too. They don't want it to
directly
they don't want to talk about it.
It has to be verbalized. It has to be externalized. It has to be said, spoken, and revealed. You know, like raw.
Find me, kill me, and harmed my loved ones if I ever told anybody what had happened. Another. Comments were constantly made suggesting that white girls, the Christian girls, were viewed as having fewer morals or lower values, whereas Muslim girls were described by some of the men as having dignity and higher moral standing.
No way!
These comparisons were used to justify the way I was treated and to further humiliate and control me.
Yep.
Another. She was a white woman herself, who I imagine may have been groomed, and has obviously now married into the family, shouting obscenities at us. Throughout the whole sentencing, she was constantly saying, "Fucking liars, lying white bitches." She said to me that...
That's the other thing that's really important in this.
Yeah,
is that
they
the
coax
families
people
are
into
complicit
helping
and
others.
allow it to happen. That's why you have to deport the entire families. You can't afford to take a
100%.
risk of only deporting some of them.
No, they all gotta go. They all gotta go. All of them.
To me.
Yes.
Another.
We
Race
tried.
did play a part.
The experiment failed.
Motivated the selection
The trial is over.
of the victims.
Send them out.
Throughout my
Send them home.
exploitation, the other girls
Time
I
to go.
encountered
You
or
failed.
who were abused alongside me were almost exclusively white. Another. She had a baby by him, and his dad was an imam. His dad knew. And he got his son married and said that he wasn't allowed to see the child.
What the fuck?
They look after their own community.
They can all go.
Another.
Jesus.
Over
Like
the
Tom
course
Holman
of the
said.
abuse, I was raped by multiple police officers in different parts of the country.
Oh my God.
Another. He put a cigarette out on the baby's face.
That explains it.
Another.
That explains so much.
It started when I was 13.
Oh my God.
I was raped by probably about 600 or 700 different men over 3 years.
How's she still alive?
Okay, I'm gonna have to watch something else after this.
And then a child would be taken to the front door by a staff member of the children's home.
Oh my God. The children's home.
I was bleeding from both my vagina and my back passage and was so swollen I could not sit down. I told hospital staff my drink had been spiked and I did not know what had happened because I was too afraid to tell the truth.
Holy shit.
They did not ask any questions. They gave me tablets and discharged me. I was 15 years old.
Oh my God, this is it.
Around
I'm feeling sick, dude. This is making me feel gross.
Got more violent. People,
oh my God.
People involved, more girls involved. The parties were just bigger.
I'm obviously not working on this, right? I can't.
The main clash that I kind of had with the religion side of it was I grew up as a Christian. I would wear my cross because it was something
chat's
really
right.
special
Leftists
to me.
enable this.
Just use
this is enabled by leftists. I want, like, let's put that. Like, I want to be very, very clear here with what I'm about to say. Everything that is being described here right now is enabled, supported, and voted for by leftists. Okay, so whatever Epstein accusations they want to throw at you, despite how much he funded Democrats and how much he discussed trying to put Trump in prison with them while he was in jail before he, you know, didn't off himself or whatever, right? Whatever they say, remember, they support this. They support the policies that allow this. This is who we're against. This is why I don't care anymore. This is why I don't care to argue with... You're going to argue with people who defend this? Really? Don't fucking waste your time. Don't even waste your time. Mock them, ridicule them, point out what they fucking are, and move the fuck on. There's no point in debating these people. They're lost causes. And no matter what policy ends up being enacted against them, remember, they would wish for 10 times worse against you. Remember that.
Where is your God now? Has your God forsaken you? Another.
This is the kind of shit that would get people to do crusades back in the day.
Yeah, exactly.
And
this is why we need.
You have a bunch
we need a new crusade.
Seth Rogen
we need a new crusade. That's it. We need to get. I'm sorry. I don't like the Muslim faith. I don't like it. I don't like what it supports. I don't like how every Islamic country like enables marriage to 9-year-olds. Okay, I don't like that, and I don't want them bringing that culture here. I don't care under what pretense they try to frame it under and say that they're not that. They are.
Likes running on media, trying to run defense for it. This is exactly what it is. It's a horror movie. I know.
Yeah, import third world.
It was all
get
of
third
the
world
white
problems.
girls
Yeah.
in every home that I went to. I remember a man opening the back of a van.
Dude, this is just pissing me off,
I saw
dude.
15, 20 girls locked in dog cages.
Yep.
Another.
In
dogs
dog.
were brought in, and I couldn't move at all.
So always keep this in mind whenever those people keep trying to bring up the Epstein files and how bad the Epstein files are.
Yeah, this is what they
care
support.
About the Epstein files.
No,
because
they
if
don't.
they did, they'd be going after these people.
Exactly. They care about a political weapon. They don't care about the victims. Remember that too. Yeah, they don't care about. They care about how they can use it as a bludgeon against you by weaponizing your morality. That's what they care about. That's what they care about. They do not have the moral fortitude themselves.
People too.
They weaponize mortality. They don't have
an
it.
Industrial scale larger than Epstein did. Epstein, at the end of the day, is still only one person. This is an entire countrywide problem. It's an entire continent-wide problem, and it's happening. So never let them try to take the moral high ground with like Epstein or anything else, because it's oh, like all your owners are, you know, like they're Epstein people. Like absolutely not.
Yeah, I know.
They don't actually care about Epstein. They only care about the way that they can weaponize it in a way that's beneficial for them. They've never cared about it, because if they did, they would care.
If they did, they'd be mad about it when it was definitely a Democrat thing under Biden and shit like that, right? Right? But they just crickets, Fucking crickets.
About this too.
Until Trump's name dropped in the Epstein files, and Trump didn't release. That was the worst mistake Trump ever made, is not having those things released. But the second his name was dropped, it didn't matter in what context. It only mattered that it existed, and then they ran with it like they do everything the fuck else.
I had nowhere to move. I think that was the scariest thing, was not having any concept of it. There were men around me, not horrified, not disgusted, not helping, but filming and laughing, making bets on whether the dog could actually rape me or not. And yes, I was raped by a dog.
Jesus.
The man just held my face, stared me down straight in the eyes, and he wanted to see me break, and he did.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Another. I just want it to stop and not happen to any other children, and for people to actually act.
Okay, yeah, we need a crusade, dude. This has got to go. They need to be excised like a cancer,
I
bro.
could continue for hours and hours. All of us in this building have a responsibility to finally act. Not to talk, but to act. Our Rape Gang Inquiry report will be released in the coming days. It will change Britain for good. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, restore Britain. There's no other option. Rupert Lowe is the man.
So there it is, and we need to start from the top with this one. I know, I'm a very big advocate, as I said before, about holding the politicians that enabled
it's time
this
for
accountable.
Crusaders, man.
Now, how would I hold them accountable? I have no idea, but I would hold them accountable. And so UK will side with the criminals. Well, eventually they won't be able to. Yeah, the last one was pretty fucked up. It's enraging. Well, yeah, I mean, this is what they do. Like, I don't. Anybody.
They just want to break the morality. They see it as a war. So, like, they see it as a war, and this is they're fighting the war. We're under attack. We're under invasion, and they see it as that. They know what they're doing. It's their intention. We just need to see it as the same fucking thing. We just need to see it as exactly the way they see it and handle it accordingly.
Like, why would you not expect this to happen? So they'll try to jail Rupert Lowe. There's nothing better that could happen than them doing that, because it will make him a martyr and radicalize millions more people.
Yeah, exactly.
So, like,
the outcome
honestly,
is the intent.
I don't think that's ever going to happen, because even they know that. Even they know that's a mistake.
They know they're at war with the West.
Crazy
they're
people can be
attacking
pro-crime and not be criminals
this
themselves.
This is what they are doing.
Because
this
they're
is
just stupid. That's the reason why.
And the people who don't understand this are making us all pay for it.
And Vladimir would know what to do. Vlad the Impaler would know what to do.
Vladimir, yeah, Vlad the Impaler.
He would definitely know what to do. In a more reasonable and logical time, I think that this problem would have solved itself very quickly. Right, but it's treason, hang them. Well, I mean, again, I can't advocate for that, right? I mean, I can't. Now, what would I do? You know, I don't know. There are a lot of things that you could do, right? But like, at the end of the day, you have to.
All right, you take care, Test. Have a good one.
You have to deport them. And it's very important to understand that this is not done. You know,
thank you. I appreciate that you enjoyed it, Test. I'm glad somebody did. It does make me happy, and I appreciate
you. It seems like it also takes a village to rape a child. You have a lot of these people that are collectively doing this. That like, they're all okay with it.
Yeah, the police are involved, obviously.
That means the entire village.
No wonder
needs to
they're
get
covering
deported.
it up.
Like, it doesn't mean that you only go after the, the individuals, right? You have to go after everybody involved. How? Well, I mean, it's obvious. Yeah, can't you see it? I mean, do you really think that the parents and the kids didn't know about this, and that the families didn't know about this? Really? Like, I mean, do you really think they didn't know? Of course they knew.
They're all complicit, dude. They're a family unit, dude. They know what they're doing. It's just like the mom that hid the knife after stabbing I can't remember his name. There's been so many people stabbed and killed recently.
Anyone didn't know about doing anything should be executed, no exceptions. I mean, like, what would I mean? I don't know. Like,
it's gonna get feisty.
So yeah, I mean, I think that one's a little bit that's a little bit too much. I mean, it's too much for me to say that on stream. My opinions on it. Think about the most extreme and severe and awful thing possible, and that's not what I think. It's worse. And so, do you think about the Pakistan rapists that were caught and set to be executed? I did see that. So you can assume, like, think about it, just assume the worst possible thing, and then assume it's worse than that. So don't worry about it, guys. It's not like, oh, well, you know, I don't think that. That's not exactly it. And anyway, New York Times. So this is, and again, I'm very glad to see more people talking about this. And also, as
God damn it, dude. This is insane. I can't believe this is... Alright, well, give me a minute. I need a break for a second. I'm gonna take it. I'll be back.
I used to burn my old Mustang down the strip, smoking games with the boys, never thinking twice. Those reckless nights are ghosts I left behind. Now they fade away in the rearview every mile, while the future rides backseat with a smile. I used to be living my best life, but I don't know if I can say that now. 'Cause I'm doing something better than that now. I used to have a million good times, but I don't know if I can say that now. 'Cause I'm doing something better than that now. And if you had told me I'd be living like this, I probably would have laughed and said that you were full of it. 'Cause when it comes to change, I ain't the kind, but he came along and changed my mind. I used to be living my best life, but I don't know if I can say that now. 'Cause I'm doing something better than that now. I used to have a million good times, but I don't know if I can say that now. 'Cause I'm doing something better than that now. Every time he smiles, the whole damn world lights up. And suddenly those old nights don't mean as much. Yeah, he's the reason I finally understand. I was born to be his old man. He changed everything I thought I knew. Turned a restless heart into something true. I'm so damn glad I was wrong. 'Cause look at what I've become. I used to be living my best life, but I don't know if I can say that now. 'Cause I'm doing something better than that now. I used to have a million good times, but I don't know if I can say that now. 'Cause I'm doing something better than that now.
Alright, I'm back. I had to go talk to my wife and be like, I'm gonna need some time. I need to
shit and clear my mind, because that was abhorrent.
He woke up every morning just trying to build a life. Welded steel and honest work kept his head down through the fight. They took his land, they took his name. They laughed while he went broke, till the only thing he had left was a Komatsu. And with that, he would bring the smoke. He spent 3 days and 3 nights behind a welding mask, turning yellow iron into something no one could get past. No speeches, no goodbye notes, no final grand manifesto. Just the sound of steel on steel and a heart that said, "Let's go!" He rolled out of the shop like a storm no one could see coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he came down the street. And for one single day, no one could stop the beast. They threw everything they had at him, bullets, bombs, and prayers. But he just kept on rolling like he didn't even care. Every building that fell before him felt the weight of what he'd lost. One man against the system, and the system paid the cost. They called him crazy when the smoke finally cleared. Said the man had lost his mind, that he'd gone too far, that's clear. But the ones who knew him best just stood there with a quiet respect for the man who fought the system till there was nothing left. He rolled out of the shop like a storm no one could see coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he came down the street. And for one single day, no one could stop the beast. He tore through the town like a judgment long overdue. No barricades or plans they made could stop him from getting through. And as if blessed by God's own righteous fury, no innocents would get hurt. The guilty reaped the whirlwind and got their just desserts. Years go by and people still talk about the man in the machine, the one who finally said enough when the system got too mean. Some see a madman, some see a saint who finally broke free. But everybody knows what it's like when you can't breathe. He rolled out of the shop like a storm nobody saw coming. 6 tons of armor, thunder in the engine drumming. They called him Killdozer as he rolled down the street. For one single day, the common man could not be beat.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry, it took me. I had to change a diaper. Shoot, and I gotta use the restroom too. I might be back. Give me a minute.
Chains of shame to Pandora's of the modern age. Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian lifted the lid on the forbidden jar, unleashed the howling storm of war. False accusations, public scorn, one innocent soul was crushed and torn, driven to the final silent night, a casualty of their holy fight. This is the first step. Then rose the herald voice of stone. Total biscuit called across the zone. His words cut through the digital night.
Crystallized. That's crazy.
From the very heart of the light they came, a warrior cast.
You know what? I'll watch that because I'm down to learn.
Ever pursuing the dark, sworn to hunt it, to tear it apart. Then from the glowing heart of light arose a weapon forged that no shadow could oppose. Beam swift spells of truth and savage mirth. The one true blade that pierced the darkness first. Viral thunder rolling across the plain. Laughing chaos driving out the pain. The darkness howled and recoiled in fear. For memes were something it could not endure. From the light they drew their ancient rage. Rip and tear across the shadow's cage. Like the slayer born of crimson hell, our crusaders charge where demons dwell. Doom incarnate in pixel and steel. They ripped the darkness, made the shadows real. No mercy for the creeping blight. The warriors of the endless fight.
Okay, there we go. I don't know how I don't have that. That explains a lot.
Struck the first blow, the battle won. That wound cut deeper than the darkness knew. A sting that burns and echoes through and through. For the curse that Pandora set in motion. The ever-shifting storm of false devotion now turns upon its makers without cease.
Hello, person. This is Anton.
Alright, we're gonna do this. Got it. Put this on. Go.
And today, we're going to be discussing this relatively new study that proposes something not a lot of physicists considered before. Can space-time crystallize? In other words, can the space-time itself become crystal, thus potentially creating some really bizarre effects and, more importantly, solving a lot of mysteries in cosmology. And though this might sound very speculative and somewhat unusual, this is precisely what this new study by Christian Ecker, Florian Ecker, and Daniel Grummler tries to tackle. And here, just to kind of, start, imagine a somewhat strange situation. You're watching a star collapse that should generally result in a supernova. But even though we expect this to become a black hole or a neutron star, for some reason this one star doesn't. It actually finds itself in a kind of a perfect middle ground. A state that's so precise that it seems to represent this threshold between becoming a black hole and still being a star.
Have a good one.
Or to be more precisely, exploding as a supernova.